fairly shortly, within the next few minutes, as of course some of these teams are possibly a lap or more down at this point in the race for mechanical failures, crashes, mistakes, penalties, whatever the case may be. Some drivers, some teams finding themselves on the back foot here a little bit as they try to continue to catch back up in the race. So we've seen some interesting things, and so far in the first third of our race at this point now, it's been very interesting. So welcome in, everybody that's just getting into the broadcast here. We got the fresh stream all up and running for everyone. I am GT45 Gaming, and I'll be your host here for the next couple of hours. And right back at it here on track with our team. So we got Ross Storm in 12th position here. He's in the Project Platypus Mercedes. I love the Project Platypus name, by the way. And it's the only Mercedes here in Daytona in a split one. Struggling a little bit here today as the Mercedes is a little bit off the beaten pace, but where a car may be weak, it will be much stronger than the other cars potentially at other tracks. So we can't really determine how well a car manufacturer is going to do in this series based off of the first race of the season, and especially on a track like Daytona where this is a high-speed based racetrack. The only time you're driving slow is partially through the infield, and other than that, it is pedal to the metal here. So it is obviously going to favor the cars that have the big motors, the big exit speed, and the big top end. The more balanced race cars that are more designed for a little bit of everything on a racetrack may struggle here at Daytona a little bit, but will excel on several of these racing tracks coming up here in the season in 2025. And we're just waiting for our 14th place driver, RA's Honor here, to take the helm for that final Race Asylum GTR. So we are moving and grooving, and as we pass over the 8-hour mark here, let's do a little race recap. Sector 7 Esports qualifying in pole position here after a very intense qualifying run yesterday, and getting through the first qualifier, making it to the Super Pole qualifier, and absolutely just laying down a time of 142.7 or 6. I can't even. I think it was a 7. Very, very fast, and this team has been very persistent and dominant here so far through the first 8 hours of this race. They have hardly made any mistakes, and as you can see, they have a gap on the field of almost a minute at this point here, 8 hours in. So much like in the 2024 season with our defending champions ORT, it seems right now early on in the season that the Sector 7 Esports team, the number 5 Lexus, is on everybody's radar just like that. We have Esports Race Asylum's Mike up behind the wheel of that Corvette, the 44 Corvette here for the Esports Race Asylum team, and they have done a great job here so far early on in this C7 Corvette. They started in 5th place at being in this race, and it was ERA's Evil at the helm of the car in stint number 1, and did a great job at moving them up the field. It got into a little bit of penalty trouble, but since then the pilots that have taken over for each other have really dialed in this car, the team in behind the scenes obviously, and they are doing the best they can now to try and answer the Sector 7 Esports number 5 Lexus at this point, but having a very strong race and up 3 positions from the race start, sitting 2nd overall here currently in our race. We've got our Labs Dino here in Loose Moose Racing. This team started somewhere in the mid-pack of the field. I'm not exactly sure where it was. And the drivers over the last couple of stints have done an amazing job at putting this team in a very comfortable position here currently in the final podium position. It is one of 2 Aston Martin V12 Vantages on the field here this season in Split 1, and is shown to be very strong here at Daytona. 11 seconds ahead of Stig right now from the Sector 7 Boomers team, which we'll go and check on here in just a second's time. And we go down to the second of 3 Sector 7 teams here in Split 1 this season. And we got Stig behind the wheel. He's a good driver. and currently sitting in 4th place. He's in no man's land right now at the 8-hour mark. He's got 11 seconds in front of him to catch up to Dino, and he's got about 17 seconds to ERA's King Ears, with Team Grid Life and the Lexus behind chasing at the moment. It's been a very solid race for the Aston Martin V12 Sector 7 team here, and has been as far up as 3rd place at some points here in the race. I believe they started in 2nd position here. Moving down the field, we have Team Grid Life here, the number 3 Lexus. This is started in 9th position here on the grid and have just been chipping away here. Has been as far up as 3rd place at one point in time in the early part of the race, and finds themselves currently sitting in 5th place, about a lap and a half down from the race leaders, and 17.2 seconds is the current gap to Stig in the Sector 7 Boomers. Aston Martin up ahead, and he's got a solid 3/4 of a minute to our defending champions ORT Neo in 6th place, which we're going to go check on here now. The number 1 car, and rightfully named so, our defending champions from 2024 Team Overboost Racing Team. Same lineup as last season. The field has just gotten much stronger, and the BMW is clearly not one of those cars that is doing well here at Daytona. This BMW, from my own personal testing for our team in Split 2 coming in a few weeks' time, told me that the BMW is going to be very strong on most of these circuits this season, but this one was definitely one of the weaker tracks for the car. It's just not suited for the way that this particular car is built. However, with that being said, having the BMW up in the top half of the field, it is the top BMW out of the 3 on the grid here today. So they are doing a fantastic job, and it is also notable that they started right behind Team Grid Life in 10th position here coming into the race today, and are currently sitting up in 6th place. So also very fast and good movers here this season. You can see they're about to go a lap down actually here to Sector 7 Esports Racing's number 5 Lexus, our overall race leader. Continue on down through the field. Here's a recap each team's races so far, the best I can. I've been around the whole race, been checking out sights and sounds, and getting some intel from behind the scenes, and just doing commentator things. But we have Prima GTR here in the his name confused me. Prima GTR in the Sector 7 Racing Cougar team. Lexus in the 3rd of the 3 Sector 7 teams, on track to 64 car here. And it's been a fairly uneventful race for these guys. I mean, it's not that they haven't had any issues or anything like that. They have just been putting in their laps like the rest of these teams have here, and currently just a little off the pace of the overall race leaders, and 11 seconds in behind the defending champion car, ORT BMW right now. Continuing through the field here, we have Geli. I really hope I'm saying that right. Some of these are very hard to figure out, not knowing, of course, the dialect from each of the countries and each of the languages spoken in those countries. So I do apologize if I'm butchering your name. It's not my intention. From GT Finland Racers now. They are new this season. However, I have been privileged enough to see these guys race in this style of racing in other championships as a broadcaster. So I do know a little bit about the GT Finland Racing team, and they are a very strong team. None of these teams in Split 1 are a joke. So, I mean, this championship is up for grabs, and I think it's going to go down to, I really do think it's going to go down to the final race of the season, much like we've seen last year. Each car has its strengths and its weakness, and those cars are going to show those strengths and those weaknesses from track to track. So that is going to make somewhat of a difference for some of these teams as the season progresses. And again, it's been a fairly uneventful race. They've had some hard battles, some very good hard-fought battles here throughout the first 8 hours of the Daytona 24 hours here, and they're currently sitting in 8th place. So I mean, they're just nibbling at the top half of the field. They're 12 seconds in behind it. He's got about a 10-second gap to Eric's Racing Slim. Jump over to the Eric's Racing GTR here. Very great design on that car. Very simple. Just a very clean, color coordinated car here. also a finished driver here in behind the wheel right now. He started the race for this team, had a pretty good stint, and again, for the most part, a fairly uneventful race for them. They've had some good battles as well, and just currently, continuing to run their laps, run their paces, and try to find a way to start to gain on the teams in front. And he's got 9.8 seconds right now, so holding strong in behind our 8th place driver, and he's got 13-second gap on the 10th place driver, Tom Fear. So Raw Talent Racing, BMW M6 here in 10th place, and getting a blue flag waved as our esports race asylum car, the 44 Corvette, is closing in here. So we'll just stick with this and talk about the blue flag here. So we're actually just passing a blue flag zone here, but it's up to the drivers and the spotters and behind the scenes to kind of determine when this needs to be given up. So I do suspect that we're just going to see Mike really just grab some slipstream here on this BMW and probably just do the old slipstream slingshot engage kind of routine. And again, he's not perfectly close enough yet to really make that move either at the same time. He is starting to close in here, and I guess, are we going to see Raw Talent Racing give it up leading into the Le Mans chicane, now obviously recently named Le Mans chicane, and a great history lesson on why, of course, that name changed here at Daytona from Evo earlier on there in Stint 4. And I just want to give a huge shout out to Evo and our head steward here, Splurge, for the absolutely very educational and very well-mannered commentary in stint number 4. I was really dialed into what they were talking about, and I thought that they really hit the nail on the head with everything they were talking about. So just much love to our co-hosts and our co-broadcasters here in the booth. They're really doing a great job here so far today. But Raw Talent Racing, it's been a little bit of a tough race for these guys to start the season off. It is a new team here this season as well, so a little bit of preseason nerves. You see the grid that you're up against, and maybe a couple little mistakes has set them back a little bit here. They're a couple laps down at this point, and 14 seconds in behind Eric's Racing currently. We have the AHR team here, the Apex Hunter Racing team. Jacko behind the helm, behind the wheel right now. I believe it was James that started the race for this team here today. And unfortunately for AHR, an early incident, some early damage, had to make an early pit stop, and they've been kind of just trying to track back up the field since. They do have themselves back up into 11th position right now currently, and 11.7 seconds in behind the 10th place Raw Talent Racing BMW. So putting in the work right now. They got their heads down, and they're just doing everything they can to put in good, clean, consistent laps. With that being said, though, I do believe we have a very potential battle developing here. This lag timing is just giving me some grief, unfortunately, here in this stint, and that's just a byproduct of the game. But our Project Platypus team, racing team Mercedes here, is trying to track down Jacko, and it's about a 3 to 5 second gap right now currently, based off of how much space is between the two cars without the live timing telling us a story, give or take, and 22 seconds up in behind. And really, it's been a fairly uneventful race for this team from what I've seen so far. I think that the car is just struggling here at the track a little bit to stay on pace with the rest of the cars in the field here today, and I think really it's just trying to get that car dialed in to get a little more speed out of it. Our number 45 car, our last minute racing team here, suffering a major mechanical failure in their GTR in stint number 3, I believe it was. And they got that car back into the garage. Mechanics did what the mechanics do best, man. They ripped that thing apart. They got the problem figured out. They got this car back together, and they got it back out in for the next stint. And they did suffer a time loss penalty due to the procedures within the series on disconnect, or mechanical failure, as I like to call it. So they ended up losing about 3 minutes, a little over 3 minutes of time, based off of when they had to park the car and get it prepared for the next stint if possible. So they're on the back foot right now. You hate to see it. You hate to see incidents like that. This team was competing. They were in the top half of the grid and doing very well, and now we find themselves about 3 laps down. However, they do have some very talented drivers in the paddock here to pilot this car. So the potential for them to gain some time back and potential positions is still there. But again, it's just much of the same scenario for some of the teams in the back half of the grid here today, just facing a little adversity. And sometimes, as a racer and a team, it's good to get that out of the way early on in the season, because you just shake that out of your system and it's just all focus for the rest of the season. So some of these teams that might feel like today's a wash and it's a bust and oh, what a disaster, just think of it this way: you got rid of it, it's gone, you know. Now it's game on for you guys, all these teams that have had those struggles here today. You're facing your adversity early, where some of these teams aren't going to face it till later on in the season, and that could be a difference maker depending on how late in the season that some of these teams obviously need to face that adversity. So is it a disadvantage to have a bad race? Not necessarily. It's what you learn from that race and what went wrong, and how to try and sort it and avoid it for the next time. And when you start to look at it that way as a team and as a group of racers, you guys just get together, debrief it, break it down. You'll come back even stronger in the next racing round. So never, ever, ever, ever think that is a complete waste, because every second you're behind the wheel of these cars, every millimeter of track that these tires are rolling is very, very, very valuable experience and time behind any car that you're in. And you can't put a price on experience. You just can't do it. So just think of it that way. For our racers that have had a tough start here this season, it is a long season, and this race is far from over. Sector 7 Esports Racing Team here in the lead, and we're just going to catch up with Chad here as we went through a very lengthy grid walkthrough there. Does he have water? Love it. Hope everybody's doing well. Again, welcome in from wherever it is we're watching, and let us know where you're watching from. We have racers from all over the world taking part in this 24 Hours of Daytona here at the International Racing Organization, so we're always very interested to see where the viewers are also viewing from. We assume that you are coming from all over the world, cheering on your favorite racers here in the series as well. So let us know where you're viewing from, and also, if you're new to the stream, welcome in. We appreciate you. We hope you like what you see, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so already. If you have done so already, absolute legends. And at the end of the day, no matter how it is that you're viewing or how you support the channel and the series, we appreciate all your support. And on behalf of the International Racing Organization, thank you to everybody who's watching here today. All right. Let's go see what we see. The grid is very spread out right now, so it is a little unfortunate, but we're not surprised. We're also in the nighttime stints here. We are going to see night conditions for the next few hours, 6 to 7 hours before the sun starts to rise again. That's going to change the racetrack as well. It's going to cool the track down. It may settle the wind down. It may pick the wind up, but the cars like these cool temperatures. The cars don't overheat as easily, and they stay more in an optimal range with some cool air coming in through those front hood scoops. And with that being said, though, it tends to make the track a little bit of a slipperier surface. It does cool the track surface down, and that does mean that the tires take a little bit longer to kind of settle in underneath of a race car, and it could be very simple to make a smaller mistake or a larger mistake just due to the fact that the tarmac temperature is down probably a good solid 15 to 20 degrees Fahrenheit at this point in the race. In the dead of heat, you will see this track temperature anywhere between 33 to 40 degrees on any given hot sunny day. So in the cooler temperatures, we definitely expect to see that temperature drop down to anywhere between really 18 to 24 degrees Fahrenheit, I think, or Celsius, pardon me, not Fahrenheit, Celsius, funny numbers. So track temperature makes a difference on how the pace of the race is going to be and how the car performs on the racetrack as well. So the drivers that are taking on the next 3 to 4 stints of racing here are going to be in some of the more difficult racing conditions because A, it's dark. It might be a little bit harder to see those points, especially if you're battling, especially if you have somebody very close behind you. You've got the glare of headlights in your mirrors, and in these race cars you don't have a lot of range of motion and you don't have a lot of visual. You have your 2 little side mirrors on the car. If I can get into the right view, this is what they get to look at. They can see that, they can see that, and they can barely see that. Now, my range of motion on my joystick to show you guys or give you guys that example is much more drastic than what these drivers can actually see. These drivers are wearing a Hans device, and that is a device that is connected to the helmet, connected to the seat, and strapped in underneath the 5-point safety racing harness that these drivers have to use to keep themselves properly and safely secured in these race cars at these dangerous speeds. So in reality, their vision point really is, oh, okay, I see him there. A quick little glance up. Oh, I see him here. And if you're lucky, you can get your head turned enough to see that right mirror. That's it. That is the range of motion these drivers have in these race cars with all the safety equipment that is mandated and required by the International Racing Association. That's worldwide. That is everywhere. Every type of racing you see that's sanctioned in a sanctioned body racing organization, it is mandatory equipment to have in race cars. So it's very difficult to manage nighttime conditions for multiple factors and reasons. All right, we got Stig here, 20 seconds in behind. King Ears is closing the gap up here to Stig. So we may be seeing a battle brewing here over the next 10, maybe 15 minutes at the pace at this time seems to be dropping. We're going to see Stig have to let Mike through from Esports Race Asylum here and just opts to stay out on the outside edge of the Western Horseshoe, and Mike just tucks right on inside on the racing line and gets that job done. We touched on this in stint 1 about the blue flags, but there is specific blue flag zones where it's ideal to let the race lap traffic through. However, that's not always the case depending where they catch up to you, and obviously you don't want to hold that traffic up for any longer than necessary, but at the same time it's also the responsibility of that lead lap car to do it safely. So in that case, that was very well communicated, very well understood by both the drivers involved in that blue flag situation, and because of that it was done very quickly, cleanly, and efficiently. So it does not need to be done in that blue flag zone, but it does need to be done very predictably and safely, and that was a prime example right there between Stig and Mike from Esports Race Asylum on how you deal with blue flags outside the blue flag zone. Very little time lost there. Overboost Racing, our defending champions here, currently sitting in 6th place. They got a big hill to climb here right now. They're 48 seconds from Team Grid Life in 5th place, and they've got about 8 seconds to the good right now on our 7th place team, Sector 7 McCougar team here to Lexus. So Prima GTR behind the wheel here and has been doing a pretty good job at trying to close up that gap on the Overboost Racing team, but like Splurge and Eagle touched on here about an hour ago, I guess, the one thing we definitely know that is guaranteed out of the Overboost Racing team is just straight consistent speed of these guys. They're not going to get any faster, they're not going to get any slower, but if you want to catch up to them, you're going to have to pick your pace up, because they're going to continue to put the same lap within a tenth of a second apart from each other pretty much for the whole time that they're on the track, no matter what pilot is behind the wheel of their car. So it is a tough task, but you can see Prima GTR here doing a pretty good job. 7.7 seconds currently, and closing slowly but surely over the 6th place drivers here. And so we're keeping our eye on a couple of battles here right now. We got a potential battle for 4th and a potential battle for 6th starting to potentially brew up here on the racetrack. We love to see it. We got Jali here. Jali. I'm gonna go with Jay. Yeah. Full aero mode. That's it, pitting the back. Yeah. Ooh, half-second track limit infraction here for Eric's Racing Slim. You hate to see it, that's just cost you 3/4 of a second to a second, depending on how quickly you get back the car back up to speed. But that is a tough spot to have to take a penalty here. And again, our track official stewards here at Daytona, they're ruthless. They do not miss a thing. So they are very keen on making sure that the drivers keep it right and tight around this racetrack and are not taking liberties in the spots where drivers will typically attempt to take liberties to gain a half a tenth or a tenth through a corner. And Jackal for the AHR Racing team here, BMW M6, looking pretty good here right now. He's got 21 seconds to the Eric's Racing team. He is not sure if he's gaining or not there, but Tom Fear here in 11th place. Price is gaining on Jacko here. So it's going to be a battle of the BMWs here potentially as well in 10th place. So we do have some battles potentially brewing here on track. We've got Ross Thorm here. He is currently sitting in 12th place for Project Platypus Racing. We've got Lemony Squeeze, which is also a great name, by the way, here in 13th position for the Last Minute Racing 45 GTR. Tough race here for them today, but again, facing that adversity early, getting it out of their system, it could be very beneficial to them moving forward in the series here in RA's honor as well. In 14th position here, the 77 GTR struggling a little bit here at Daytona today, but that car's still on track and these drivers are still putting in their paces, and that's really all that matters at the end of the day. So RTR, do they have damage? I do not believe so. I mean, there. No, car looks good. Nice and clean. Definitely nice and clean. So how is the chat doing? I know I get going here and I forget to check the chat, so I apologize. I mean, we love our viewers here 100% of the way, but the race unfortunately is just a little bit spread out right now. I mean, that's endurance racing, that's the way it is going to happen. And as this race continues to go on, the teams are going to modify strategies to close gaps up. If this season is any indication of what last season was, we are going to see right to the line battles for position at the end of this race. It might not seem like that right now, but endurance racing is a vicious beast. Anything can go wrong. More that drivers run multiple stints, the potential for fatigue starts to set in, and fatigue can create mistakes. The drivers that run stints also need to get into the paddock, and they need to get rejuvenated. They need to refuel their bodies. They need to get proteins. They need to get electrolytes. They need to fuel back up, get some good H2O into their system, and get some rest, even though that is not exactly something that's easy to do at the racetrack and for the racers. They got all that adrenaline flowing through them and all that testosterone flowing through, and it's exciting and it's hard to let go of it. But as a racer, you really do need to take care of yourself, even in sim racing, because it's not an easy task either. It's very physically demanding to be perfect around 14 corners 69 times before you get to hand the car over to the next driver. And if you're doing 2, 3, 4 stints, that adds up on the muscles, that adds up on the brain, it adds up. So it's very important for the racers, the drivers, to be making sure that they're taking care of themselves as well, physically and mentally, because they're no joke. These are grueling races. We have Mike here in second position, and minute 24 to third place here, so big gap to that third place car right now, and is maintaining that 48-second gap to, I'm not even going to try and pronounce our French mate's name here up in the Sector 7 Racing Esports car. That one I'm going to butcher 100%, so we're just going to leave it at that. But, doing a great job at not allowing number 5 Lexus to open the gap up any further. That's important, especially as the race grows on. That team is definitely going to be trying to close that gap, so at least maintaining that gap is not a loss. That's not more time to have to make up in the next set of stints. So right now doing a really great job at managing that distance to the race leader. We have Dino here. He's, like I said, a minute 24 in behind our third place driver, and is also a lap down here. So I think potentially our first and second place drivers are currently the only 2 cars here on the lead lap. Whew, that's pretty quick. That's pretty early in the race. Where is Slim? 9th place. Eric's racing Slim in GTR here. Number 7 GTR that is. Currently sitting in 9th place. And I mean, again, the team really hasn't had any crazy moments, I don't think, so far in the first 8 hours of this race, that I'm aware of anyways. Just doing their thing, man. They've got their team strategies, they're putting in their laps, they're putting in their pace, and they're doing the absolute best they can right now to close the gap. And I mean, a I'm just kind of looking ahead and behind here, and you cannot see that next positional car anywhere nearby, unfortunately. So kind of in the middle of no man's land, but that's not necessarily the worst place to be this part of the race. You have clean racing air, you have no pressure, you can just lock in and essentially try to run qualifying laps. And now you've got a driver that is a lead lap car in front of you. You've got a little bit of slipstream help here potentially. You know, how long can Slim hang with Stig here in the Sector 7 Boomers car? The Aston Martin up ahead here. There's a big question. Aston Martin has been proven to be very quick in the big power sections here at Daytona, so I think it'll be a little tough for the BMW to keep up, but or the GTR to keep up out of the exit. But on the top end, that car should be able to stay close enough, depending on the run that, of course, he gets in behind the Aston Martin. Head back up to our race leaders here and continue rolling through our grid. I know that the viewers like to see the live timing. I know a lot of the teams are tuning into the stream to get any bits of information that they can get from it to relay back to their teams. Live timing is a big thing, just to confirm that what they're seeing is what they're seeing. And sometimes as commentators forget, and we give up little tidbits, you know. So it pays attention to pay attention, you know. So 5.9 seconds is that gap now to Ears here from Team Grid Life. So King Ears is slowly but surely chipping away at that what was 17-second gap at the driver swap. So he's chewed 12 seconds out of Stig in the Sector 7 Boomer. Aston Martin up ahead here, and at this pace right now, depending on how the pit stop sequence goes, we could potentially see a battle for this position before, I want to say lap 40. Prima GTR and ORT is Neo here as well, still separated by about 7 seconds, so the gap really hasn't changed much. Prima seemed like he was chipping away at the BMW up in front here, but in ORT fashion, it seems like they realize that, hey, okay, the driver behind me is starting to chip away here, so we're just going to slightly step it up and make sure that that gap no longer starts to close, and that's exactly what we're seeing from Neo right now. And you see he opened that up a half second just heading into turn number 1 there. So pace management and pace control right now is very important for all the teams. The middle part of the race is always about the strategy. It's never about the sheer pace. Sometimes the pace comes from how you set up your driver schedule, and obviously each team has a certain way they like to set up their schedule, and you know, you have some teams that have a mixture skill level of drivers, so you try to balance out your fast-paced drivers that are going to potentially make up time or hold a gap to drivers that are potentially going to bleed a little time away through their stint race. So it's a delicate balance, and that does ultimately can make a difference too as well. And I mean, you don't know what the other teams are doing for their driver schedule, so it's really hard to pair your best driver up against that best driver to try and do exactly what I'm saying, trying to eliminate bleed loss or time loss, because you maybe put a lower skilled driver in compared to the competitor you're chasing down. So there's so many different variations that happen in endurance racing that's going on behind the scenes at any given time. I mean, one wrong call could make or break your race, and the right call could absolutely change everything. So it's very interesting to see the dynamics of how the teams opt to handle the race. And as the race progresses, you will start to see some of these teams potentially change up their strategies to try and make up time. So we're at that point of the pit window, and I was paying attention to that. That's why I figured we better come back to the front end of the pack here. And just as I suspected, we do see a pit stop coming, and it is from our overall race leader here. The fastest lap of the session currently right now is a 1:43.3, but the overall fastest lap is still held by Sector 7 Esports number 5 Lexus, and that was done in stint number 1 by ERM's Antonio, and it was a 1:42.827. Now, Distinct Simon got very close in, I believe it was stint number 2 or 3. He had a 42.9 at one point there, but it is still currently held by our overall race leaders as the fastest lap of the race, currently almost 9 hours in now. Alright, and with that pit stop, that now puts Mike Only waiting for this to settle out because I want to see if there's a gain or a loss here in time, right? This is an undercut style strategy coming from our Sector 7 Lexus and our race leader. And it looks like the gap has settled down to about 8.3 seconds, so that we're going to note that that time, and then we'll wait for Mike to make his pit, see what that gap is when they come back out. It was 48 seconds as before the esports number 5, Sector 7 number 5 esports, the number 5 Lexus car. Let's just go. We're stumbling over our words here. See what that gap is afterwards. So is the undercut the right call, or is it going to be the overcut that's going to be the right call here? And so already we're starting to see some varying and variances in the strategies that have been very consistent here so far today. The gap is still about 5.4 seconds between Stig and King Ears, so Stig has leveled out the pace with King Ears at this point and is now just managing that at a very measly 5 seconds. It's not really a lot of time here at Daytona. One wiggle, one missed exit, a half-second track limit penalty turns that 5 seconds into 3.5 seconds real quick, and then that is that's like a dog with a raw steak dangling in front of him, and he's drooling, and he wants it, and he wants it now. So that changes the driver sometimes, and it puts him into a whole different zone. So it's a dangerous spot for Stig right now. I feel if he lets King Ears get within that 3.5 second mark, King Ears goes into straight attack mode. So we'll have to wait and see what happens there. We'll have to wait and see. But Mike coming into pit lane here now. We also have Dino from Loose Moose Racing in pit lane here, our third place car. So all of our race leaders have made their pit stops here now, and we'll just be waiting for the rest of the field to cycle through their pit stops as well. We have seen heavy two-stop strategies from the majority of the teams here so far this race, and I believe the only team that was operating the one-stop strategy, and I'm not sure if they have continued on that strategy at this point, was the GT Finland Racing Corvette. So it's been interesting to see how that one stop is comparing against the two stops as well. All right, so what's the gap? Dead straight 48 seconds. Absolutely zero time gained or lost by first or second place. Flawless pit stops by the racing crews. If I'm the drivers behind the wheels of these cars right now, you're definitely giving props to your crew, because zero time loss right there for the esports races island team in that pit stop, and that is very crucial at this point in the race for them right now in second place. So absolutely great stop from both those teams, getting their drivers out in very good form. And Stig here is going to currently sit in third place, but that will change with the sequence of pit stops here. King Ears is 4.9 seconds in behind Stig currently, and I mean, we are entering this pit stop sequence. It's going to be very interesting to see where these two drivers flex out on each other here after that sequence of pit stops. Loose Moose Racing's Dino, who was the third place driver when the sequence started, is currently sitting in fifth, but as the rest of the drivers make their pit stops, we will see the field kind of sort back out exactly into position where they were most likely, because there is some pretty decent gaps between some of the teams here. Got blue flags waving for Project Platypus here. I'm not sure who it is. It is their second place driver here, the 44 Corvette, pardon me. Got a Lundy Squeezy here, and just giving it everything they've got. They're giving it everything they've got right now. There's no quit in any of these teams, and we love to see that. And there's much of the same last season as well. So we suspect, barring any major catastrophic mechanical malfunctions, that we'll see 14 cars finish this race here today as well. Let's go back to this. This is a battle. That's not really a battle. It's not a battle for position, but hey, it's a car passing a car, so we'll dig it. Mike getting around Project Platypus Mercedes there, and nice and clean blue flag protocol there. I mean, this is a split one. You expect to see nothing less out of this split. single one of these racers that are piloting the cars in this in the top split are, if they're making those simple little mistakes, and then there's obviously another reason behind it. So these guys know what they're doing. They really know what they're doing. For all our split 2 teams and racers are probably, I would imagine, very intently tuning into this race to see how their strategies and how their lap times are comparing to split 1 right now. I know for a fact that is definitely happening. Pay very close attention to the blue flag protocols that we've also seen here in the race today too as well, because now we are going into a lobby that I'm not going to say is an experience, because that is a false statement. We're going into a lobby in split 2 that is a lot of guys that barely, and I mean barely, missed the cut for this top split, and then there's kind of the rest that are just average pace from teams and racers. So it's going to be an interesting split to say the least, because there's definitely a skill gap there. But the rules are the same. Split 2 gets no special treatment. It is same rules, it's the same conditions, and the only thing that's really going to change is the weather, essentially, because the races are on different weeks, and because our weather model is based off true real-world weather at the track, just a couple days before race day. That weather is important. That weather is important, right? So we can see 2 completely different races from split 1 to split 2, from round to round as well, because of the dynamic weather model and the accurate weather tracking that we use here at International Racing Organization to keep it as true to what is going on at the time in the real world at that moment in the racetrack. We are limited, obviously, to some extent based on the time of year we're running certain track combos. It might not, it might be winter time around that racetrack, but we make those adjustments. The mods, the admin staff here at International Racing Organization make those adjustments to come up with potential outcome of the weather for the race. Now, it is still random, so I mean, it really is unpredictable, always in a large part of the stint, but it does need to start on accurate real-time weather and end on accurate real-time weather in order to make it all work true and right to the way that the game operates. So it is a logistical series. There's definitely some heavy logistics that go on behind the scenes. Like, even Dino here for Loose Moose Racing, same thing to their pit crew. It didn't skip a beat. Exactly the same distance in behind Esports Race Asylum right now with that Loose Moose Aston Martin. I got to tell you, all these teams really have seemed to come prepared for this race today in all fronts, whether it be behind pit wall as a crewman, or whether it be a driver behind the wheel, or whether it be your crew spotter and crew chiefs on the headset looking at the computers, relaying all the information. But it is 27 seconds from Dino to Stig, and I mean, King Ears is at this point tracking now. 2 seconds away here from Stig, so definitely gain a little bit of time here, I think, in pit lane. And if it wasn't in pit lane, he is just sheerly outpacing Stig currently on the racetrack. So we'll have to wait and see how much longer it takes. I suspect it would be around lap 40 at the pace that was going on at the end of that last stint, but again, we're factoring in the drivers are running lower in fuel, the tires are starting to wear down, the cars aren't in their optimal condition necessarily, drivers may be sipping fuel a little bit. There's a lot of things going on. So 1.9 seconds gap right now. We got one of the teammates from the Grid Life team saying it was very close on pit exit when they exited pit lane there, so that would explain why the gap is very close. So I guess we'll have to wait and see here. We're definitely keeping our eye on this right now, because this is pretty much the closest thing I think we have to an immediate battle here for position. I mean, 8 seconds separating Neo and Prima GTR, and I believe there was a potential battle ensuing back here somewhere, but I think that has since fizzled out. We do have Little Lemony Squeeze coming in for his pit stop. This is a scheduled pit stop, and boy, taking it right to the fuel limit there was that driver. I tell you what, it was awfully close. Alright, so current fastest lap of the stint is Esports Race Asylum's Mike. is a 1:43.326, and that is precisely 0.499 seconds off the overall fastest lap of the race here so far, put down by the number 5 Lexus team in stint number 1. So very early lap too as well. I was within the first tire stint of the race, as a matter of fact, as well, if I'm not mistaken. And almost looked like the Sector 7 Lexus there just missed the invisible wall. We've seen that wall already get one victim here today with the AHR team in a side-by-side battle heading into turn 1. Just took a nice tight line into the corner to give space to the other driver and just caught that invisible wall, and it just ping-ponged him out into the Corvette there. So it's just the unfortunate reality of the track and the way it's designed in the platform we're sim racing on, and there's a wall that sticks out basically in front of the tire barriers that we can see that's invisible, but it sticks out a little bit further than the tire barriers does, and if you get just a little too close, it's a death sentence. It can just absolutely wreck your race car in a heartbeat, and unfortunately for the AHR team, that's exactly what we've seen happen. I think it was AHR. It was either them or Project Platypus car. It was one of those two colored cars. I'm pretty sure though it was AHR. What do we got going on here? We got King closing back in. We obviously wanted to come back to this. We got lap traffic in the middle of it all too as well. We've got 9th place driver Eric's Racing Slim in between King Ears and Stig right now. So King is probably going to be wanting to get around Slim very quickly here to not lose any unnecessary time to Stig up ahead there, and that is definitely the case. He's going to get the job done before we head into the Western Horseshoe here, and obviously a great conceded position there from Slim as well. Just give a little lift there, just enough time to allow the Lexus number 3 Grid Life Lexus car to get through before the braking zone of the corner, so he could properly set up his corner and everything. So again, just top level navigation from these split 1 drivers here all race day long so far. It's been fantastic clean racing. We can take a look at Prima. Absolutely, heading to our 7th place driver here, our Sector 7 Racing the Cougar team here in the Lexus. And again, it's been for the most part, fairly uneventful race for these guys. I don't think they've really gone too wrong in the race. I don't think they've had any real large mistakes. They've had some good battles on the racetrack in the early part of the race, and I mean, they're just putting in their laps right now, but they are starting to slowly but surely chip away at the defending champions Overboost Racing team, the BMW, up ahead. So that gap was about 8.3 seconds the last time I remember seeing that gap, just after the swap sequence, or the pit stop sequence, pardon me, and we're now down to 6.6 seconds. So the Lexus is on the move here and trying to track down our defending champions. It was us. It was us. It was HR. Yeah, I thought so, but sometimes I always try to stay up for the whole duration of these events as a broadcaster, because I like to stay in tune with what's happening throughout the race, especially if I'm doing multiple commentary stints like we are here today. So sometimes I get it confused. Sometimes I definitely get it confused, so appreciate that clarification. You know, we'll distract the race officials at the end of the race here today, sliders, and if you just want to take a sledgehammer out to the tire barrier there and just deal with that invisible wall, you know, we'll distract the race car, or the track officials for you guys, you know, just saying. Gap between first and second is 46.1 seconds, so a couple seconds gained here from the 44 Corvette on the number 5 Lexus here. So I mean, in the grand scope of things, not too much to really be worried about right now. It's only a couple seconds out of a 46-second gap, but if that starts to become a continuing trend over the next half a dozen to a dozen laps, then we'll have to see if the esports Lexus makes an adjustment on their pace, or if they just kind of allow the race to sell an esports team to just chip away at that, what we can call a very comfortable gap here right now at Daytona. And definitely a comfortable gap. So, I mean, Mike he's moving, he's pushing that Corvette to its limits. I mean, he is absolutely rocking it right now. And there we go. We're going to get back to this battle for 5th place here. So not sure I'd be happy with the sledgehammer though. Just buy one when you get there. Alright, so Stig and King Ears here, and this is going to be a battle for 4th place. We knew that this was eventually coming here, by just judged by the way that King Ears has been tracking in on Stig. So we should see some action here over the next couple of laps between these drivers, or do we see these drivers work together to try and close in on 3rd place? A couple of question marks here as King Ears starts to close in, but I mean, it's very evident that King Ears has the pace over the 764 Aston right now. So I guess the bigger question is he okay with giving up a little pace to sit behind and push this driver, or is it just going to be ideal for him to find the spot, make the move, get in front, and either hope that that driver is thinking, well, maybe I'll just sit in behind and push King Ears, or is King Ears just going to say, yeah, I got pace on you, I'm just going to go? We'll have to wait and find out. But it's developing. So in the slip here, as we head around the King, getting up to the start-finish line, and King Ears is going to swing high on the outside here, and he is going to look to try and take this position away from Stig there, and Stig slightly concedes it there. He realizes that King Ears had the position on the outside, so you see him just check up on the brakes just a hair more so he can tuck into the optimal turn-in line there, and he just tucks right in behind King Ears. And we do have Slim. It's just sitting there right there, just on the edge of the slipstream right now behind these guys as well. So Slim is taking advantage of what's happening in front of him here right now. That should gain him a little bit of free pace around the racetrack for as long as he can hang on to these guys for. Let's go see our situation here for 6th place too as well now, as we have seen King Ears take 4th place away from Sector 7 Boomers. Stig Xander, I believe is how that's pronounced. I mean, it is an X. So we do have Ortiz Neo here, and 5.1 seconds to gap to Prima GTR. So I mean, Prima he's putting in the work right now in that Lexus. I tell you what, he is pushing that car here to try and close that gap, and I mean, it's a shark smells blood in the water right now. He clearly thinks that he can catch him and get around him, and clearly the team has said go get him. So that's what we're looking at right now. So he is trying, and we'll have to wait and see if he can close that 5-second gap up. So we're definitely going to keep a close eye here on our 6th and 7th place drivers for a little bit. Let's go check out the rest of the field real quick here. We've got GT Finland Racing Team, the 66 Corvette, 17 seconds in behind that potential ongoing battle between Prima GTR and Ortiz Neo. And then about 30 seconds in behind him is the Erich Racing driver Slim, who we had mixed up in that battle for 4th place there, but did a great job at getting uninvolved with that battle and letting those drivers battle it out. And you can see Stig is still sitting right there in behind King Ears right now. Has not let King get anywhere, so potential strategy call there. Stig just let him finally go by. Okay, he got me here, that's fair, and now I'm going to use you. Could be what we're seeing there. We'll have to wait and see how that progresses. We got Jacko from AHR Racing here, and they are up into 10th place. They were in 11th at the beginning, so they have gained a spot. And I would assume that would be within that pit driver swap sequence that really helped them gain a little bit of time there as well. And Tom Fear was closing in on AHR here for a little bit, but now the gap is starting to open back up a little bit here, and Jacko's doing a great job at relieving a little bit of pressure in behind there from Tom Fear and the Project Platypus Mercedes. So doing everything they can with this car here. It seems like there's just don't quite have the car dialed in here yet today, and we'll have to wait and see if their engineers can figure out what to do with this car just to make it a little bit quicker. It's a tough car for around this track, based off my own testing as well. It was the Daytona was one of the determinations that actually dropped the Mercedes off of my short list. So it's just not strong here. It's just not the right track for this car right now. But I mean, they do have the ability to change the aero settings on these cars this year. The front wing the front clip and the rear wings, so that can make the cars definitely more comfortable, more manageable, and more navigatable around a racetrack, which will obviously relate to more speed. But I suspect that they just haven't dialed this car in yet, just based off the information that I have from my own testing. We have Lemony Squeeze here in the GTR, the 45 GTR, facing some huge adversity here. They did face a mechanical failure in stint 2 or 3. It cost them about 3 laps worth of time here on the racetrack by the time they got that car sorted and back out into the race. So they're doing everything they can to try and collect that time back, but they're just bleeding a little bit of time away here in this stint bit by bit to Project Platypus Mercedes up in front. And then we got RA's Honor here in our final Race Asylum entry here into Split 1, the 77 GTR. Been a tough race day here for these guys. They were involved in a little bit of an incident early on in the race, and they got them some damage, and they had to pit early on, and they've just been kind of chasing that back foot ever since. So giving it everything they got, and they currently have, I'm not sure who it is in behind them right now. It is actually Lemony Squeeze in behind them here right now, looking to overtake them and put them an extra lap in behind themselves as well. So this is kind of an important battle for, in a sense, even though it's not really a battle. Obviously, Honor is the blue flag car in this situation and will need to concede the position to the 45 car, but the 45 car still has to close in close enough to get the courtesy from Honor to get that position conceded as well. So I mean, it's not just oh, I'm here, give it to me. You know, they got to get close enough for that blue flag car to go, okay, nope, I got to concede the position here, and he is starting to close in. So unfortunately for Honor, this is a very important pass here for the 45 GTR, because this puts the 14 car a lap in hand behind them, so gives them a lot of wiggle room. Something they don't need to worry about for the rest of this race potentially is that car in behind. If they can get around them, then really it is trying to catch up to P12, who, I'm not sure what happened there. There was a moment here, something happened here to Project Platypus Mercedes. They had a larger gap over Lemony Squeeze than that, as we were talking about this potential blue flag situation here. There is about a good chunk of seconds dipped out of that gap and closing now. I can confirm there's no damage on the AMG Mercedes. However, I do feel like there was definitely a mistake made on track, a partial spin or a spin that has cost them some very valuable time. And for the 45 GTR, any glimmer of hope for this team right now is a win, and that is a glimmer of hope. Another position potentially to be gained after the tough start to the race here today. That's what a team needs to kind of get that momentum starting to shift back in their garage's favor. Momentum is a real thing. I mean, we see it all the time in professional sports. You see it in baseball, football, hockey, soccer, English football, rugby. I mean, every sport out there, you see that. I mean, the momentum can drive a team to straight victory. It's no different in racing. Momentum is so massive. The confidence in the garage, when you have momentum, becomes even stronger. The drivers become even more confident, and that confidence just exudes their skills behind the wheels. So W right now for last minute racing in that 45 GTR, having a positional battle potentially brewing up in front of them here. So 44 seconds is the gap. So the determination right now, based off my question, is they're just going to slowly but surely continue to allow Mike to just chip away a little bit at a time at that gap. They have a very comfortable gap, so I mean, they're not by any means in panic mode here right now. They've obviously got their race strategy and they're sticking to it, and they've got their car in a very good position currently here in the race to do exactly that and stick to it. 13th position currently. They have just gotten around Honor, and again tracking in on that Mercedes AMG here, and I almost feel like the driver in behind the wheel of Platypus, Project Platypus Racing Mercedes, maybe a little bit rattled from whatever happened up ahead there a couple laps ago, or a lap ago. We're not sure, we missed it, but definitely gave up about half that gap that they had. We're about 3.5, almost 4 laps down currently. They lost a solid 2.5 laps due to the penalties, so it's been a tough day. It's been a tough day for the 45 car for sure. But I mean, it's not over for them. I mean, they've got 4.7 seconds to 12th place. We go up into 11th place here. But that gap is a little bit larger. There's about a lap there in between, so they definitely gonna have some work cut out for them to get up another spot from there. But I mean, we've got 14 plus hours of racing left to go here yet today, so it's definitely not out of the books for this team to gain positions. Much goes for the same for the 77 GTR, the Race Asylum GTR as well. I mean, this race is not over for them. I mean, it is not even halfway over here yet today, so anything can happen in front of them. And we've got our number 5 Lexus, our race leaders here, actually just making their way around Project Platypus Mercedes there. So moving and grooving, giving up a little bit of time here right now to that Corvette in behind. Mike is full taking advantage of the fact that they're just going to allow this time bleed and try to get as much of it back as they can for his next pilot. Dino here is 43 to 2. Losing a little bit of pace currently to Mike. He's probably about a minute 40 down from the second place driver currently, almost a lap at this point, if I'm not mistaken. So he has Loose Moose Racing has just navigated around the GT Finland Corvette there as a blue flag scenario and continues to track up the racetrack. So now it's Team Grid Life here in 4th place, grabbing a position a few laps ago there over Stig. 29 seconds in behind Dino. So I guess the question is, can they start to chew on that gap a little bit and start to try and track back towards that podium? You know, this team was a strong team last season. They were a top 6 contender in the 2024 season. They revamped the roster up a little bit, brought in some great drivers from all over the North American sim racing community, and the one thing I can definitely say about this team, and I know this team very well with the exception of King Ears, I don't know quite as well as the rest of the drivers that are on the team here. They're very consistent drivers, much like our defending champions. The one thing that we can guarantee we're going to see out of the number 3 team is very consistent laps. And we've seen that today, and that consistency has kept them up in the top 6 all day long, and they started in 9th place. So Team Grid Life is having a really good race here right now. They are up 5 overall positions from their starting point here at the beginning of the race today. We've got the Sector 7 Racing Boomers Aston Martin. This car was placed second in the grid, I believe, in qualifying. Yes, I think it was second, maybe third. Currently down a couple of positions, but showing that this team is very strong and they are far from out of this race themselves. We head down to 6th place here, our defending champions. So we're about midway through the stint here now. I'm just going to do a little walkthrough. Guarantee we're going to do it for Dale, brother. God bless. Hey. The GOAT. So Ortiz Neo here, he is starting to give that time up a little bit to Prima GTR. So the Sector 7 McCougar team, that Lexus, he's tracking. I mean, Prima GTR all stint long has just been chipping away at that ORT BMW up ahead of him here. And I mean, we jump on board, you can see him. He's there. You can see that car up ahead. He is more than aware that that is a positional battle car up ahead there. Well, you can see a couple other cars up ahead of these guys. Those are going to be blue flag cars up ahead of the racers here. But, I mean, especially as you come through the Le Mans chicane here, I mean, boom, right there. Hello, that is the tail lights. That's what I like to see. So, I mean, it's game on here right now. And, again, momentum. You're starting to close the gap. You've been closing the gap all stint long, and now you can see that car here almost in striking distance. It's just an adrenaline push. Go get him. That's just what goes on in your mind. Let's go get him. Alright, so we got Jeli here. He is in 8th place. He's got 20 seconds behind Prima GTR. He's got the blue flag flashing in his mirrors here. It's our third place team, Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin, looking to navigate around the Corvette here. But obviously the Corvette is a very strong, fast car here, especially on this banking area of the racetrack. So it'll take a couple of hot minute or a hot corner or two to for him to finally close in on that Corvette to get close enough to get the conceded position. But in the meantime, the Corvette is just going to keep moving and grooving, and we should see this position given up here within probably the NASCAR banking, if I had to guess. 33-second gap to our 9th place driver, Eric's Racing's Slim. Again, just in no man's land. Been doing a good job at continuing to open the gap back up to AHR's Jacko, who's holding down the 10th place position here right now in the grid, and he's only got 9.8 seconds to Tom Fear. Now that gap has stayed pretty consistent over the last, I would say 10 dozen laps, and Tom Fear was closing in on Jacko there for a little while, but that gap seems to have just settled in at about 9.5 to 10 seconds between the two drivers for the time being. We've got Ross Thorm and Lemony Squeeze here, and we talk about momentum. GTR smells blood, and the blood is Project Platypus Mercedes. So the 45 car going to try and get the job done here on lap 38, and a massive gain under braking here, and game on between the Mercedes and the GTR. Project Platypus goes semi-defensive there, just enough done to keep the line from opening up, and battle on here between 12th and 13th position, and it doesn't matter where the battle is in the grid, they're always good battles. So here we go in the slip. He's just settled in behind that Mercedes here right now, and this is a huge battle. Oh, and a big move right there for the GTR. A little bit of a miscue maybe on the understanding where that Mercedes was going to brake, or the Mercedes potentially was conceding the position there, and just that was reactionary, but a huge drop underneath the Platypus Racing team there, and that 45 GTR is going to find themselves now up into 12th place, so slowly but surely chipping away. Let's take another look at that. I just want to see what happened there. No, it was just looked like it was normal braking there from Project Platypus Racing there. I think that the GTR anticipated on coming in a little bit later under the brakes there, just to close that gap up a little more, and I think that the braking of Platypus's driver there just caught him out a little bit, but he was on it. He was ready for the reaction, and the gain was a position. So a little bit of a tense moment right there. That could have been a little bit scary for the two drivers, but I mean, split one. These guys know what they're doing. Handle that like a pro. All right. Been a fairly uneventful stint here so far, hey everybody? I mean, quiet time of the race. It's nighttime here in Daytona as well, so the drivers are really just focusing on putting in great quality laps. The car is happy right now. The car is nice and cool. The car is loving this track right now. The tires, however, hard to say. I think once you get these tires up to temperature under these cooler conditions, the cars probably feel pretty good, but I think as the cars start to wear those tires down, especially the drivers that are being a little harder on their tires, trying to close gaps potentially, may beg to differ on the slipperier track surface. But overall, it seems like it's definitely not slowing the pace down in the lobby. I mean, Mike is at a 43.138, so a slight improvement on the fast lap by a couple tenths. That's been held for a while. So the cars seem to be doing quite well here on the racetrack. We've got King Ears here. He's got 30 seconds to Dino. I think that gap was a little bit bigger, a little bit smaller actually, the last time we checked, and Stig has closed in a little bit closer, so potential little mistake made here somewhere along the way by Ears, piloting the 5 Grid Life Lexus here. So our 774 Aston Martin Sector 7 team here, Stig, I mean, he's right there. He's hanging with King Ears, and like I said, maybe he conceded that position to try and just tuck in, save fuel, and use pit strategy for when they come in for their second set of pit stop here to try and gain time and leapfrog in pit lane. Not sure, but that's what I'd be thinking about behind the wheel right now. All right, we definitely got battle brewing here. We've got ORT's Neo in 6th place, and I mean, he's been slowly but surely giving up that time to the Sector 7 Racing Lexus in behind the 64 car, and that gap is down to 1.2 seconds here, so a little bit of lap traffic coming into play here as we see Honor just getting navigated around here by our number 1 car. You can see he is going to now be in between himself, between Neo and Prima GTR. So Prima GTR is also going to have to navigate around these couple of lap cars, as well as they manage on. Project Platypus Racing there, realizing that the 6th place driver was there and just taking the outside line into the Western Horseshoe, allowing the number 1 car through. But now he's going to have to worry about the 64 car here as they're coming out of the left 90 into NASCAR 1 and 2. I would suspect that we're going to try to see the Sector 7 racing car here try to get around as quickly as possible, because you don't want to lose this BMW on the big straight here. You're definitely going to want to utilize the Lexus's power compared to that BMW on the top end to try and continue to close up that gap. So you can see that move done heading into the Le Mans chicane there from Prima GTR around Project Platypus Racing. And again, very great job by the AMG driver there to navigate those 2 lead lap cars through in a very good, safe manner, and not too much time lost there from any parties involved. And that gap is back down to his 2nd here. So maybe the timing of when he passed the Platypus Mercedes there also helped them gain some time with a little bit of slipstream, slingshot engaged style passing there as well. So maybe that was the strategy here from the 64 Lexus, and I mean, it worked. It got him within 0.7 of a second of the 6th place driver Neo here in the ORT number 1 BMW. So battle on, and this is where we're going to sit here for a minute, because, well, this is a battle for position here on the racetrack, and we ain't going to miss it. Got Project Platypus closing in on the 14th place driver Honor there as well, so that eventually will turn into a blue flag scenario here as well, and behind our 6th and 7th place drivers. But our interest is most certainly on this battle for 6th place here overall right now. And I mean, it's 64 Lexus from the Sector 7 McCougar team here, absolutely putting in some hard-earned effort in stint number 5 here, and they've got themselves potentially into a fight for 6th place. So let's get it. Let's see it, boys. Let's see what you got. We love battles. Battles are what thrives us in the booth. Heading into the Le Mans chicane, only separated by about a car and a half right now are the 2 racers, and great run through the bus stop there from the 64 Lexus, and this should be enough to get into that slip and get this move done heading into turn number 1, but we'll have to wait and see what happens here. And ORT is going to try and break the slip early as they head up into the high banking of the racetrack there, and it's going to be side by side here as we come across the start finish line. And the 64 Lexus now technically up into 6th place. Is the ORT BMW going to respond here and try to make the move into turn 1? No chance there, as it was covered off by the 64 Lexus either way. And I think that ORT is going to do much of the same as what we've seen from that 4th place battle when Stig got passed by years. I think the aim here is just to sit in behind and save a little bit of fuel here before the pit stop sequence. So with that being said, our race leaders in the pit lane here and grabbing some tires and some of that there good old racing petrol. All right, Mike is just in behind. He comes out just, and I mean just, in behind the race leader right there. So that gap is currently 3/4 of a second. It was about 8 seconds the last pit stop sequence between the 2 after the number 5 Lexus pits. So this is about an 8-second gain so far from pit stop 1 to pit stop 2 for esports race asylum. So a good little chunk of time taken out of the race leaders here so far, but the 44 Corvette is going to have to make that pit stop here as well, and they are going to give that pit time back. We'll have to see how much time though they do give back. We have King Ears in 4th position here, 31 seconds now in behind Dino. So that Aston Martin is slowly but surely just opening up a little bit more of a gap, over that number 4, to the 4th place car, the number 3 Lexus, pardon me. I am tripping over my tongue in this stint. I'm sacked too if I keep this up, I tell you what. We got Sector 7 Boomers here in 5th place, car number 764, Stig behind the wheel here. He's been doing a great job managing the pace of this car here, and he's still got these guys up in the top half of the field here in this car. He did lose that position to King Ears in 4th place a little back, but still doing a great job, only 2.5 seconds in behind Ears currently. We've got our 3rd place driver from Loose Moose Racing now coming into pit lane here as well. Oh, we got a yellow flag up ahead, and who is in trouble here? Oh my, we got a stricken car, and oh, that looks like it is the Raw Talent Racing BMW there that was most certainly in trouble there, as the yellow flag was flashing in front of the 64 and number 1 cars there, so that could have been a little bit of a tense moment. You have to consider that there's a car potentially on the racetrack around the corner. Thankfully here at Daytona there was good open sight lines, and I'm sure there was great radio communication between the spotters and the race car drivers, so they knew exactly what was happening. But tense moments there for our 6th and 7th place drivers as they come around to a stricken racer making a bit of a mistake on the racetrack there. And we're going to head to the Raw Talent Racing car there and go take a look and see what we see. And we will confirm that there is some damage picked up on the Raw Talent Racing BMW here, but I'm not going to tell you what kind of damage. We got Lemony Squeeze in 12th place. Now that gap is 1 minute 53 seconds to Raw Talent Racing. Now, with that being said, they just picked up some damage. That means they are going to have to pit at some time to fix that damage. However, we're right there at the pit window for the 2-stop strategy. So I would assume that that car is just going to finish their stint, bring it in, and fix the car when it is a scheduled pit stop. Anytime now within the next couple of laps. Going to bleed away a couple seconds of free time to the 45 car in behind, but you still have a lap in hand. So at this point, I think right now the best case scenario for Raw Talent Racing after that moment on the racetrack is going to lose that lap cushion on the 45 car, but still have an overall minute plus gap on that car once they transition this pit stop sequence. You hate to see it, but hey, racing is racing. The drivers make mistakes. The cars do funny things sometimes. Cars break. When cars break in the middle of 160 miles an hour, I mean, lots of other things can be broken all of a sudden afterwards from the end result. So, par for the course over a 24-hour race. The cars, the drivers, the teams, the officials, everybody takes a beating throughout the process. So you just got to take it one step at a time, one roll of the tire at a time, you know. Smooth for the win. Love that. Freebird intensifies. Just don't get spicy. Lucas. Alright, so 39 seconds is now the current gap between Esports Race Asylum and Sector 7 Esports Racing Team. And right now it does appear that this race is going to be between those two cars. So we got a battle here between Ears and Stig. Mistake clearly made here by King Ears, and I mean these two are side by side as we head towards the Le Mans chicane here. And I guess the question is anybody going to give up here, or are we going to see a first 2x2 here through the Le Mans chicane? And no, Stig is just going to back it off a little bit, tuck back in behind the number 3 Lexus there, and not make it too wide through the Le Mans chicane. And actually we're going to see a push here from Stig on King. So a little bump draft going on here, and this is most certainly just due to strategy here. Obviously both these drivers are within their pit windows at this point and not deciding to race into pit lane here, I guess. A little bit of a pull out there from Stig right at the line there, but Grid Life team number, the car number 3 definitely getting in just ahead there. So We've got Prima GTR, they will be making a stop soon. ORT has made their stop. We've got GT Finland Corvette currently in pit lane, with Eric's Racing GTR also coming into pit lane here. AHR has made their pit. We have Tom Fear here in 11th position, also has made their pit. Lemony Squeeze has not, so they will see a pit stop here yet. Ross has made a pit, and Honor also still needs to make that final pit stop. So the majority of the field here has settled into that final pit stop and run to the driver swap. We love to see it. Alright, 39 seconds of gap between first and second place, and we'll do a full walkthrough once we get the pit stop sequences out. Currently, right here is probably where you should really be paying attention to. So, pit stops are over. These drivers literally went into pit lane basically side by side, and they basically come out of pit lane side by side. With the differences, they're just nose to tail right now, and about two car lengths separating King Ears from Stakes. So this battle still ensues. Now both drivers are on fresh racing rubber, and with their desired amount of fuel in their racing cars. Any adjustments made to these cars and game back on. So half a second separating fourth and fifth place here currently, and we're going to sit with this for a minute and see if anything develops here early on on our fresh tires. We've got Eric's Racing just in behind him. We see the 45 GTR just in behind them as well. And a pretty quiet stint. We've seen a couple of good positional battles, nice clean battles, but for the most part it's each team just trying to find a way to gain position and gain time on the drivers in front, and in the case of our race leaders, trying to continue to open the gap up to the pack, chasing it behind. So nothing really happening here right now between these guys. After the pit stops of our number 1 BMW and our 64th Lexus here, it is a separation of 2.4 seconds. So Prima GTR has just opened up a small cushion over Team ORT there, and we'll have to wait and see if they continue to open that gap up, or if the ORT driver makes sure that gap does not get any bigger. We'll have to wait and see how that plays out. The 66 Corvette here of Gély, the GT Finland racing team, is about 2 or 3 seconds in behind our current second place driver right now, and same car, C7 Corvette. So we got Eric's Racing Slim in 9th place here, 32 seconds to Gély, the GT Finnish racing team, and he's got a little over 30 seconds to the AHR BMW here, piloted by Jacko GT7 currently. We head down to 11th place. That gap is 21 seconds between 10th and 11th place here. Unfortunate for Raw Talent Racing, the BMW was starting to track back up the field a little bit here, and then had that moment in Western Horseshoe, and it gave some time away. So about roughly 15 seconds lost overall there to Jacko in front of, but most importantly, they've allowed the 45 GTR back on the same lap as them, and that time gap is only 50 seconds, so they gave up a significant amount of time to the 45 GTR of last minute racing, about 35 to 40 seconds in total there. So Lemony Squeeze has put in a massive stint here for last minute racing, has really come up huge for these guys, and not only that, we still have a pit stop here, so we will see that gap grow. I did not realize that all our drivers have not pitched yet, so we will see the 45 car come into pit lane here. However, that should be a shortened pit stop because they're going quite deep into this second tire stint, which means they're going to have to take less fuel on board, so that may help a little bit, but we're going to see another 35 seconds roughly of time loss for the pit stop, most likely maybe 40, which will put them at about 1.5 minutes in behind Tom Fear and Raw Talent Racing, which is about right for what I suspected they would gain in time with that incident from Raw Talent Racing's BMW driver just a few laps ago. Raw Storm here, Project Platypus Racing in Mercedes. A minute 16 in behind Lemony Squeeze right now, and it's been a tough day for that Mercedes, and it's been a tough day for the 77 GTR from Race Asylum here as well. But yeah, you know, you have your good days and your bad days on the racetrack sometimes, and again, like I said, it's good to get that adversity out of the way earlier in the season than later in the season, in my opinion. Alright, so 38.6 seconds is the gap here at the first and second place. Again, number 5 car doesn't seem to be too concerned about giving up a few seconds here in this stint right now to the ERA Corvette. Again, they still have a very healthy gap of 38 seconds. It's not a small gap. It would take a pretty big mistake from number 5 Lexus to give up that much time, knock on wood. We have Dino here in the third position. He's actually getting waved the blue flag from the second place driver right now. So he's about to just give it up there. You see, he just lifted off the throttle right there on the back straight. Maybe gave up a little bit more time than he probably wanted to there, but safety always comes first on the racetrack, and that was a great call made there from Dino to allow Mike to get through before the Le Mans chicane. We got number 3 team Grid Life here. They're currently sitting in 4th position, and the gap is 34.5 seconds to 3rd place. So slowly but surely, Dino is just opening up small increments of time per lap. I want to say maybe 2, maybe 3/10 of a second a lap right now, and that is slowly but surely allowing the gap just to grow a little bit to the 4th place Lexus here right now. So we'll have to see, and we'll keep our eye on that as the stint progresses. Again, Stig, though, I mean, he's still in this conversation here for 4th place. He's only 1.6 seconds in behind King, and he's not stressing, that's for sure. He's just chilling behind the wheel of that car right now, and he's just trying to get back into that slipstream range so he can essentially continue to save fuel and make up time. Maybe get the position back before they go to turn the car over to the next driver. So we got Prima GTR here, and slowly but surely chipping away at opening a gap to our defending champions ORT and their BMW in behind. So he's worked 2/3 of the stint essentially to close that gap up and grab that position, and has successfully done so. Now he's going to have to spend the last third of this stint to try and open that gap up, so when they hand the car over to their next scheduled pilot, they have a little bit of a room to work with to get settled into the car in their stint. So Neo here is 3.9 seconds in behind, and they're just bleeding time away, and that time bleed away is going to most certainly be in these higher speed sections on the racetrack. In comparison, the BMW just does not have it in the top end compared to obviously the GTR in front, or not the Lexus in front, pardon me. Prima GTR's name keeps confusing me. Eric's Racing Slim here in 9th place, 35-second gap to GT Finish Racer and Corvette up ahead, and 31-second gap to Jacko in the AHR BMW in behind. He's just chilling right now, again, just trying to maximize clean air and run the best laps he can. That's all you can do when you're in this position at this point in the race, and hopefully you can use a little bit of strategy and tactics and you know, find some time gain at some point through the race. We're not at the halfway mark yet. We're just lurching into hour number 10 here as we progress, so plenty of racing left to go yet tonight for sure. But it is Jacko GT7 here in 10th place, and 5 minutes down from the overall race leaders here, so we're seeing quick separation in the early part of the race here. I mean, we're seeing some teams that are 2-3 laps down already. At the end of the race, I mean, it's not that big of a surprise to see a team 10, maybe 11, 12 laps down. My hands up in the air. We were that team last year. We stepped in for AHR for 2 races last season as they were unable to make those rounds, so 10-10s came in to fill in their spot for 2 races, and boy, did we learn a lot in our first attempt at racing, and then came back a little bit stronger in the second attempt. But I mean, you know, coming out of a 12-hour race and seeing that you're 8 or 9 laps down, it is a tough pill to swallow. It is a tough pill to swallow. But that's a part of endurance racing. It happens, and that's just the way it goes. So, like I said, it's how you approach the race debriefing at the end of a long race like this. Obviously, everybody's tired, so rest is always the utmost and foremost, most important thing. The people that are behind the scenes that are supposed to take care of that stuff while the racers are recuperating, and then the next day or a couple days later they'll sit down, they'll go over footage, they'll go over notes, and they'll have a discussion about what happened over that race, and from there you try to figure out how you can make it better for the next round and how you can make some changes. It's just a learning curve. It's a learning process. So we'll see, some of these teams that look like they're struggling right now in Split 1, as the season grows on, become stronger and stronger because they're just getting more comfortable with the style of racing that's seen here. This is no typical open lobby championship style racing where you jump in for a 40-minute sprint or a 1 hour quote-unquote enduro, as they're called. Really, it's a sprint race. I think the maximum you see typically is 90 minutes to 2 hours, and those are pretty rare to get lengths races like that in a normal 10 or 12 week championship from an organization within the community. Those only kind of prepare you for a race of this magnitude. It's not just the drivers in the cars on the track, it's also the crew in behind the scenes in the Discord servers and PlayStation chats or wherever it is you're doing your communication. 1010s we use crew spotters, live crew spotters, and PlayStation setup to communicate with our racer that's on track, and our job is to just relay that important information so the driver only needs to focus on getting the car around the track as efficiently as possible. Just trying to eliminate the amount of work on the driver. The driver's already got enough to do. They got to run 70 laps around here before they pass it off to the next driver. The last thing you want them worrying about is fuel load and percentages and timing gaps and all these things. And that's why you have a team. That's why you have a crew in behind the scenes. So, it's a learning, and even the drivers that are succeeding and doing well, and the teams that are finishing in the top end of the field, even those teams are coming out learning massive amounts of knowledge every single racing round. If you're not learning, you're not trying, and that's just the bottom line. It doesn't matter how good you are, there is always something to learn. Alright, so we got Dino in third place here. We don't know what the gap to Mike is right now. He's a lap down, we know that much, so it might not show us that live timing gap for that reason. Dino is 33 seconds, however, ahead of King Ears. So King Ears has settled that gap down. It's not getting bigger anymore, and he's not necessarily closing in. It's just very stable at the moment, and that's not the worst thing in the world. They've already gained a position here so far in this stint, so it's been good forward progression for the number 3 Grid Life Lexus. And the Sector 7 Boomer car here having a good stint themselves as well. They lost one position, granted, to the Grid Life Lexus, but they're still right there, only 3.4 seconds behind, so they really have only lost about 20 seconds in comparison to the previous stint and the previous driver. So that's not that bad in the grand scope of the scope of racing that's going on here over the next 24 plus hours. So Prima GTR has 5.7 seconds now built up over ORT's Neo. You can see he's just up ahead of the 45 Last Minute Racing GTR here, who's a few 2 or 3 laps down now. But they keep chipping away, and I wouldn't be shocked to see them potentially, depending on what drivers take the helms of the 45 GTR and brain is failing me. And the Raw Talent Racing BMW, that's correct. The gap is a minute 26 right now, so if depending on which drivers line up in each of the cars here coming into the next stint, there is potential for possibly the 45 GTR to close that gap up, or maybe even gain position. A minute 26 is a lot to gain over 2 hours, but not impossible, depending on, again, the driver situation. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out there. They're definitely giving it everything they've got. We've got Ross Thorne here in Project Platypus Mercedes. They've got 42 seconds behind Lemony Squeeze now, and I mean, that GTR is just absolutely checked out from 13th place at this point. And heading down to the last car here, in our number 77 Honor. Last but not least, and I mean, in the grand scope of things, this driver is actually technically P14 out of 28 teams, because there is still split 2 that needs to run in a couple weeks time. So technically he's in the top half of the field here. So again, it's all perspective on how you look at how your race went as a racer, and that's something that myself as a racer and a developing racer in this situation is learning very quickly. And as a team owner, I feel like our learning curve is a lot steeper than the racers that race underneath of our window. So yeah, game on. That's all I can say. Let's go on. That's right. It's all in how you look at it. I mean, and I can say this comfortably because we were that team last season. We were the team that was struggling, not necessarily because we were off pay, making mistakes or crashing a lot. It was only just because we just didn't have the pace level of the drivers we were competing against, and you kind of let that knock you down and beat you up, which we did after our first attempt, and it took us a long time to recover from that, but at the end of the day, the team grew stronger for it, and we back for another season. So it's all in perspective, but that's perspective that we've had to learn the hard way. So 36 seconds now separating first and second place. These are the only 2 drivers currently on the lead lap. Every other car in the field has been lapped at least one time at this point. We head down into our 3rd place position. They are on lap 57, so they are now a lap down to the race leaders. They have 31 seconds to Team Grid Life in 4th place, who is 1 lap down from the race leaders as well. Heading down the field, we have Sector 7 Boomers here, also 1 lap down from our race leaders, and the other Sector 7 racing team also just 1 lap down. That puts ORT also only 1 lap. Jaylee is 2 laps, so GT Finish racers are 2 laps down, also with the Eric's racing team as well, and the AHR racing team as well. Now, they had a pretty unfortunate incident, which definitely cost them many seconds, and I mean, that is unfortunate. It's unfortunate there's nothing that can be done to correct that, as it is just a quirky game issue that caused it too. So you know what, they just put their head down and keep pushing through, and just keep on racing. So we've got Raw Talent Racing here. They are 3 laps down now, because I believe that the leaders have started lap 59. So 4 laps here for Ross, and 5 laps here for our 14th place driver. So not too bad yet. Shout out to anyone still awake right now. The viewers are definitely not awake right now, or they're very busy eating dinner and spending time with their families, because we're definitely seeing some low viewer numbers here in this early part of the stint here. So people are definitely tucking into their warm bed zones and getting that good siesta for sure. We are seeing some responses. We still have people alive. Alright, so it is Mike here in 2nd place, and that gap is really stabilized between 1st and 2nd place here. And I mean, we just unfortunately don't have any real close battles here. King Ears is starting to open the gap up on Stig a little bit, 5.6 seconds now. I mean, we've got Team ORT and Sector 7 Cougars within 5 seconds apart from each other here as well. But other than that, I mean, that's what we got. That's what we got right now. So, night racing at its finest. What can I say? Go Moose Go, says Tommy Turismo. Where is our lovely Aston Martin Loose Moose racing team here? We'll hang out on them here for a moment as they start to navigate around the GT Finland Corvette here. So the 66 car is blue flag car. So we thought we were going to see the position swap there. It kind of looked like that GT Finland racers were given the spot up there, but I think that Dino just opted not to take the line. He wasn't quite close enough maybe to make it stick. being very patient, though, however, is the 35 Aston Martin right now in behind the Corvette, and we'll see if the Corvette gives the position up here into the oval, because maybe he's on pace, I'm not sure, but definitely close enough at this point now to be considering the fact that blue flag is waving, and at some point you got to be considering when you're going to concede the position to the third place driver. But the Corvette has pace. I mean, the Aston Martin is not just closing right in on its rear bumper here at the same time. So this is why it is so important to have that communication behind the scenes. These teams having that live crew spotter or a race engineer on there with the driver to help them navigate these situations, and when to decide, okay, you know what, we're pushing our luck here, we got to let these guys by, right? I don't think that's the case right now. I don't think that there's anything wrong here right now. The Corvette's clearly on pace. He's staying just far enough ahead of that Aston Martin right now to honestly probably stay ahead of him, but he does give the position up leading into the checkered flag there, and that's a tough spot to give it up there. Probably could have waited another 100 meters and just stayed high in the braking zone there coming into turn one, and probably cost himself a lot less time, but boy, oh boy, Dino almost got it wrong there. That was a massive wiggle coming under throttle coming through turn one there. Boy, he threw that car into the right side grass there, and managed to keep it underneath him. That's the important thing here, but he's going to have to re-engage this situation again here, and I mean, that's just unfortunate. That's just unnecessary time loss for the 35 Aston Martin. It's of no fault of GT Finland Corvette. Heck, did nothing wrong there. It was just a mistake made by the Aston Martin driver at an inopportune moment, and he's going to have to re-navigate this blue flag situation again due to it. But I mean, that's racing. That's racing. So it has, unfortunately for Dino, that gave up 5 seconds to the Grid Life Lexus in behind. So the gap down to 28 seconds here now between our number 3 car and our lab car. I can't remember what number it is. I was just looking at it. I'm obviously getting tired. My brain's not quite working properly. And we have not seen that 142.8 contested yet in this race. I figured if we're going to see that fast lap get bested, it's going to be in the cooler conditions of the racetrack. We just haven't seen it yet, and it's not that there isn't drivers that are capable of doing it. There's most certainly plenty of drivers in this field that are capable of beating that 42.8, but that 42.8 is holding up very strong here right now, and that was done very early race, stint 1 as well, by number 5 Lexus, currently leading the race. So they on fire. Prima GTR has now got the gap to 7.7 seconds over our defending champions over Boost Racing BMW here. So again, you know, they're doing really well with this car. This car is definitely a little bit outweighed compared to some of the other cars here on this particular racetrack at Daytona, and you know, they are the top BMW in the field right now, and they are in the top half of the field still. So, you know, some see it as a surprise that ORT is not leading this race and dominating here in the early goings in 2025, just due to their sheer performance last season. Nothing has changed. Their performance has not changed. If anything, their performance has probably gotten better since last season. It's just a step up in the competition through all the teams here this season in 2025 has just leveled the playing field, and I don't think there is necessarily going to be a overall dominant team this season. I think we'll see a dominant team per round, but I don't honestly think it's going to be the same team over and over again. I could be wrong. They could prove me wrong. So be it if they do. But based off of paper and based off of many of the drivers and how many of them I know, it really is anybody's championship. It really is. All right, we in a chat talking about Tim Hortons. Let's not. That's my place, man. That's my jam, and I mean, I could use some coffee. So don't taunt a brother like that. Come on. All right, Raw Talent Racing, 24 seconds. So closing a little bit here on AHR. A 121 now for the 45 GTR. So they have picked up another 6 seconds on the Raw Talent Racing BMW up ahead. So before the stint is even over, he is working hard at closing up the gap, and he's actually closing in on our 10th place team, the AHR BMW here as well. So I'm actually going to stick with this for a minute because this is an important pass for Lemony Squeeze. And this is a car that is a lap ahead of him right now, essentially. So again, trying to get the lap back from another positional car up ahead of him, and that's pretty important as this team continues to try and chisel away at the unfortunate reality of a major car malfunction, or equipment malfunction, I guess we can call it, with the disconnect early on in the race. So I believe that was stint number 3. That we saw that happen. Now that my brain's finally working again, it was Quintus was in the booth, so it was stint number 3. Moose's and Timmy's Canadian. It doesn't get too much more Canadian than that. Throw in a beaver and some maple syrup, and we got a winner. We got us a winner. All right, so Ross Thorne here, closing. I mean, 54 seconds. Has found some pace in this Mercedes suddenly. The cars just starting to come in later on in the stint. We have seen that today. I have speculated that some of these cars are better on the early part of the run, and some of these cars seem to be better on the latter part of the run. And then there's the Lexus out of all the cars. The Corvette, I think, is probably arguably in this category as well. Are probably the most consistent 2 cars on track here today as far as well-rounded for the racetrack goes. I guess the GTR, it could be, but I found in my testing the GTR was just lacking a little bit, and that little bit is corner exit. Huge top end in that car, but it takes so long to get it there. And Daytona's just not quite big enough for it to really utilize what it has under the hood. The bigger tracks like Nürburgring, Le Mans, some of these two-minute plus tracks, those are the tracks that you're really going to see the GTR stretch its muscles a little bit. Spa as well. Those are tracks that the GTR can actually give what it has to offer. So it's a tough car to manage when you can't get it right into its top end of the gears, because that is where it produces its power. So it is Sector 7 Esports, 35 seconds up the road right now from second place, and holding very strong at this point. Where on lap 65 of 70s, we're actually getting close to the driver swaps here already, and man, that absolutely flew by. Just got a ping here. I'm just making sure that is not something that is immediately relevant. So I do apologize. I hit the wrong button there on the stream. Alright. We're all good. We're all good. No panic. No panic. We're good. No panic in chat. We're good. 35-second gap here between first and second place. We are going to take a closer look at the timing here now for race control, as we are getting near the driver swap. So bear with me here. We are going to take a little bit of an elongated walk through here, just so race control can get an accurate read on the live timing, just in case they need it. So number 5 Lexus is currently 35 seconds ahead of second place Esports Race Asylum's number 44 Corvette, and they have a gap over Loose Moose Racing of, we'll have to wait and see. I was hoping it would change there. So we got 35 seconds to the race leader. We got 2 minutes and 34 seconds. So they are 2 minutes behind Esports Race Asylum Loose Moose Racing 35 Aston Martin currently. We had to do some math there. Had to do it on the fly. We move down to our 4th place driver, the number 3 Grid Life Lexus, is 25.9 seconds in behind Dino and 2 minutes and 59 seconds overall behind the race leader. Stig from Sector 7 Racing's Boomer, the 764 Aston Martin car, is 9.4 seconds behind Lucas King Ears and Grid Life, and currently 3 minutes and 9 seconds overall behind our race leaders. We head down to the Sector 7 Racing the Cougar team, the 64 Lexus. They are currently 32 seconds behind teammate Stig, and a total of 3 minutes and 41 seconds in behind our overall race leaders. That leaves us with the number 1 BMW of Overboost Racing team. They are 9.3 seconds in behind Prima GTR in the Sector 7 Racing Lexus, and currently 3 minutes and 50 seconds behind our overall race leaders. Jaili in the GT Finland Racing Corvette, the number 66 Corvette, is 22.6 seconds in behind our number 1 BMW ORT team, and currently 4 minutes and 13 seconds behind overall race leaders. Eric's Racing Slim is 45 seconds in behind Jaili in GT Finland Racers, and 4 minutes and 58 seconds in behind our overall race leaders. We're doing this a little more quickly here so we don't miss the driver swap sequence. We've got AHR's Jacko in the BMW. What number is that car? I cannot see it. Not sure. We'll get to it in a minute, but they are 31.7 seconds in behind Eric's Racing, and a total of 5 minutes and 30 seconds behind the overall race leaders. That moves us to Raw Talent Racing and the BMW, 28.5 seconds in behind the AHR BMW, and a total of 5 minutes and 58 seconds behind the overall race leaders. That moves us into Last Minute Racing, the 45 GTR, 1 minute 17 seconds in behind Raw Talent Racing, and an overall 7 minutes and 13 seconds in behind our race leaders. That takes us to Ross Thorm and Project Platypus Racing Mercedes, the number 11 car, and they are 58.6 seconds in behind the 45 Last Minute Racing team, and 8 minutes and 12 seconds behind the overall race leaders. And our final team here, the 77 Race Asylum GTR, is 1 minute 7 seconds in behind 13th, and overall 9 minutes and 18 seconds behind our current overall race leader, who will be coming around 2 laps to go for driver swap. 69. Thank you. I knew there was a 69 in the grid. I just couldn't remember which one it was. It is AHR. Got it. Love to chat. Chat is a vital part to what we do here in the booth. The chat keeps the broadcasters honest and on point. So we appreciate the chat very much. So thank you very much for your for clarifying that. Alright, so we are going to sit with our race leader here for the remainder of the stint at this point, until he goes into pit lane. There's nothing happening on the racetrack as far as immediate battles going. We have a couple of two car packs that are separated by a handful of seconds right now, but nothing immediately brewing, so to speak. So we are just going to hang out with our race leader, and actually, you know what? Let's jump on board with the race leader here, and like this one better. So we're going to switch it to the roll cage mounted camera. And it's funny actually, as I was watching the broadcast on the jumbotron at the racetrack while I was enjoying the sights and sounds of Daytona in the off time in the booth here, and Evo and Splurge were on. I noticed that when we went into roll cage cam that you really got a good visual on how steep the banking is here at Daytona. So I meant to do that sooner, but I get lost in my own talking and forget things. So we'll get an opportunity here to see this on the race leader. He's going to take us into pit lane on board with number 5 Sector 7 Esports Racing Lexus, our current overall race leaders, leading into our number 10 of our 24-hour Daytona. And again, appreciate all the viewers and all the support and everybody watching as always. And Don't forget to like and share the stream out. Get people in here to come and check this out, because we have some of the best names in Gran Turismo 7 in the field here today. And it is a pretty star-studded lineup. You're missing out if you're not here checking things out, I tell you what. Honor did very well. He had a good stint there. It was a very good, solid, head-down stint. I fully agree. That was a great stint from Honor. You know, you guys are just putting your heads down and just putting in that time and getting that experience in that car, and that's going to be massive. Yes, we have hit 400 subscribers here. We would like to thank everybody that has subscribed to the channel today. We started at 352 subscribers today, so that is a gain of 48 subscribers. Absolute legends out there in viewership land. We really appreciate all the support. Thank you so much from International Racing Organization. Absolute legends. A lot of you, no matter how you support our championship. Alright, so race leaders are coming in. So it is Sector 7 Racing's number 5 Lexus coming into pit lane, and this is going to start the transition into stint number 6. And I'm not sure who's taking the helm in stint number 6, to be honest. Let's go take a quick peek. I looked a little earlier, but I forgot who it is. Ah, it's our man Cupcake. Cupcake is going to be stepping into the booth for stint number 6 here. Another great broadcaster, and I promise you'll enjoy what Cupcake is going to bring to the booth here for everybody. And you know, not only has the racing talent gone a step up here at IRO, the staff and behind the scenes has gone a step up here at IRO. The staff in the booth has gone up a step here in IRO this season as well. Across the board, IRO has just stepped up the game to bring the absolute best championship in GT7 endurance racing wise in the 2025 season. So much love to IRO and the huge amount of work over the last 2 months that they have put in to get this 2025 season ready. And they had to make a massive adjustment by adding a second split into a series. That was not intended to have a second split initially. So the staff and behind the scenes have worked vigorously to bolster the roster up, find extra hands on deck, and really knock out a crazy, fantastic season this season. So much love to our officials and staff and behind the scenes that are putting all this together as well, because 60 days to put together a championship that runs over the duration of a year to this extent is not easy. Massive kudos to our staff here at the International Racing Organization behind the scenes running the show, because oh boy, what a doozy they put together. Absolute doozy. We do our best for sure. We definitely miss stuff. We get a little wrapped up in the action sometimes, but it's been a quiet stint, so it's really been a great opportunity to interact with our viewers and everybody tuning in. You know, that's something that's really great about live streaming as opposed to watching a cable TV show, because, you know, when we were kids growing up watching our favorite NASCAR drivers or Formula 1 drivers or GT racers, whatever the case was be, you know, we were yelling at the TV, you know, saying what we wanted to say to the announcers and correcting the announcers, and it just falls on deaf ears. They can't hear you. But with live streaming and having an open chat during the live stream, it allows that open line of communication between viewer and organization, and I think that is a really great dynamic moving forward into the future of technology and how we watch and utilize our shows and what we love to do. So I think this is a great dynamic of being able to really communicate with the chat and really try to connect with our supporters, because I mean, at the end of the day, the viewers are the biggest reason why we do what we do. You are the support system, and without the viewers, this championship just falls on deaf ears and goes unnoticed. So the viewers are the real all-stars and are the real winners every single week in and week out. So just a massive thank you. So I mean, we do our best to try and give back to those that support us as well, and we appreciate that. We are definitely trying very hard to be as interactive as we can with the community and our viewership as well. All right, so our defending champions here coming in 7th place, or 13.9 seconds in behind ORT's Neo here. Sorry, Prima GTR here from Sector 7 Racing. Got myself all distracted. So that takes us to GT Finland Racers here, and you can see the driver swap screen up on the top right-hand side of the screen here now, which means that Cupcake will be taking over the stint fairly shortly here, as we see GT Finland Racers bring in that 66 Corvette to prepare for driver swap. We got Eric's Racing Slim will be the next one in the pit lane. He had about a minute in behind Jalé here, so it'll be a few more corners yet before we see Eric Slim get into pit lane to turn that car over to the next pilot for Eric's Racing. I just see all these big names and the position on the racetrack that these names are currently sitting in here in this race, and I'm in awe. I'm in as awe as the viewers are, I think, right now, even being in the booth, knowing what I know, having the information that's available to me, and seeing the paper, the stats, and everything going on, seeing what's happening behind the scenes. I'm just as surprised as you guys are. This is going to be a very unpredictable season. I can't wait. I honestly can't wait. So we got AHR coming in here, Jacko GT7 behind the wheel, about 5.5 minutes to the race leader here right now, but is on that in lap here, so we'll be, of course, handing over that 69 BMW, copper and black BMW, a nice different look here on the racetrack compared to the other cars as well. So pulling into pit lane here to prepare the driver swap. Love it. Love it. Alright, so we got Raw Talent Racing here in the number 20 BMW, and a little bit of a tough stint here. One mistake so far in the stint that we definitely know of for sure there, and it set him back about 20 seconds of total time, and that's what you love to see on your
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you guys are at in the world. This is your boy Cupcake coming at you live for IRO's round 1 at Daytona. This is a 24-hour race, and we are currently in stint 6. So with just under 14 hours left to go, looks like the field has separated pretty well. We're on board here with, or actually I should say we're looking at Eric's Racing's Alessandro. Just got out of the pits, I'd say about 30 seconds ago. Looks like we have Jack So It Is coming out of the pits as well, sitting in 10th position. Got a couple more guys in the pits, just wait for their teammates to come in the previous lobby, which right now looks like V-Chappers with Raw Talent Racing. He is currently fueling up right now, so let's go through the grid, shall we? So in first place we've got Al's J Marty in the S7 Lexus with a 1 second penalty. Not going to do much though in terms of time. He does have a healthy 48.8 second gap ahead of second place, who is ERA's Candyman in that Corvette C7. Third place, we have currently our Labs in the beautiful looking Aston Martin. I must say, it is nice to see an Aston Martin here on the field. I think this car really just doesn't get used all that much. Fourth place, we've got SV's Paymay with Grid Life Racing, piloting that Lexus car. Looks to be about 25 seconds back from our lab, and 10 seconds ahead of 5th place, which is S7R Turbo. Turbo, meanwhile, is holding a very steady gap to 6th position. 21 seconds separates him and ST2's Banana, who is a part of S7R in this round, and looks to have an 18-second gap ahead of 7th place, which is Azorian, which I do believe that is with, that is with Overboost Racing Team. Azorian having a 22-second gap ahead of 8th place, which is Nibelai. Looks to be heading into turn 1. Yeah. Yep, so doing pretty good there. 52 seconds ahead of 9th position of Alessandro, who we were looking at previously in that Eric's Racing. 10th place, we have Jack So It Is. And then 12th, we do have Giannis Racing. Excuse me. About a minute 6 back from V Chappers. And then looks like we got somebody just now fueling up. That's going to be that full Tobias. That's a lovely name. Currently fueling up here. And then we should be seeing Race Asylum's Kaizen get ready to pit here in a minute. So yeah, that's what we have so far. And it looks like Owl's J. Marty has set a fastest lap of 144.089. And actually is he's running purple at the moment. So running very, very consistent laps. I'm not seeing any kind of battles going on. Candyman setting, let's see, 44s. Oh, look at that steady stream of just 1 minute 44s. Yes, I mean, everybody is setting about the same pace. I mean, lap time wise, I know it's early in this stint. We're only lap 5 out of 71. Turbo setting 145s. And then we got Banana. He set 144.4 and then 0.8. But I don't know if that's going to make too much. Well, no, they're on the same lap. But running, I would say, every bit a second faster on average so far versus Turbo. So definitely want to keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, Azorian, yeah, running 44.7, 44 or 45.4. Nibblize setting some really quick times. I mean, best or fastest lap is a 144.2. I imagine these times are going to come down. Just as you see there on the left side of the screen, fastest lap is now at a 143.667. That is going to be set by none other than Al's J. Marty. And ladies and gents, I do have the stream up. And looks like we've got the calendar here as well. So this is going to be rounds 1 of 10. So right now we're at the Relics 24. And then at the end of February, we're going to be back in Bathurst for the 12-hour race. So as you can see here by the calendar, we're running like one race a month. Which, I mean, it don't sound much, but trust me, it is. If you look at these races that we have, we've got Bathurst 12 hours, 8 hours of Red Bull, NERB 24, Le Mans 24, 8 hours of Glen, you name it. I mean, it takes a lot of preparation, folks, to really, really run these races. So, as I was saying, I do have the old iPad set up here. I am watching comments, so y'all want to say hi or you have any questions, I will be watching that while I am commentating. So the gap between first and second looks really to not change all that much. LJ Marty's already going into the pit. Oh, that's interesting. I don't see any kind of damage, but I know fuel-wise, I don't know if maybe they just forgot to fuel or if they're running a different kind of strategy, but that's going to give Candyman possibly a chance to really make up some time, actually. Let's go on board with him. Maybe see if we could do like a cockpit view. Kind of, let's just say, see what they're seeing in a sense. So yeah, take a look at that, guys. That is going to give Candyman a chance to pass J. Marty for the lead. King Ear saying they underfueled. It's not a very good mistake. really thought that was going to give him the lead, guys. But still, 2 seconds back now from J. Marty. So I think we got a battle brewing for first place, folks. Looks like the folks backstage telling me looks like the number 5 car forgot to put in fuel. Yeah, that's not the kind of mistake that you want to be making as a team, especially when you're almost halfway in the race. I know we still got just under 14 hours left until the race finished, but you have once was essentially a very healthy 40-second lead is now down to 1.8 seconds. King, you're saying brought ERA right back into contention. Yeah, that's what I was just saying too. I mean, it definitely did. So this is going to be interesting. We're going to keep our eyes peeled on this, what looks to be possibly an upcoming battle. I didn't really see anything else going on. Now, I was talking to one of the other commentators before we went live, and he shared some insight about this race, and it kind of blows my mind. So, you see positions 1 and 2, they're battling, right? Those 2 cars are the only cars on the lead lap. Just let that sink in. Two cars on the lead lap, and we're not even at the halfway mark. That is insane. So now the gap seems to be holding pretty steady. Let's just maybe well, now we got some lap cars that we have to deal with. So I wonder if that's going to affect J. Marty any. Doesn't look like it. Let's see here. Yeah, so we got 1 lap car, but I don't think they're really going to pose any kind of an issue. Candyman not having to put up with it or deal with it in a sense. Alright. Yeah, gap seems to not really be closing up any, but I'm going to see what this lap car does. Luke is saying we want money, Jackson. Well, hold on, I'll show you the money here in a sec. Just want to keep an eye on this, see how the boys at ORT, are they going to let J. Marty through, or what are they going to do? Let's just go over to P7, which is ORT's Azorian. Clearly get the blue flag message. ORT, S7R, or ES7R, and ERA are all in the same part of the circuit, just not the situation you might expect. Yeah. Definitely a shocker, but, I mean, with this season of IRO, it is filled with truly world-class drivers. I have never seen a series in the 5+ years I've been in the sim race community as competitive and as tense as this one. And I mean, obviously that's just my opinion, but I mean, that's just, like I said, it's from what I've noticed, observed. So Luke is saying they want money, Jackson. Well, here's the money. Currently running 12 seconds ahead of S7R Turbo and 25 seconds back from our lab. So, kind of in a no man's land sort of thing, but I mean, if Paymay's got the pace, he's definitely going to be able to possibly, or actually pass our lab for 3rd place. that gap between first and second has opened up even more. There's about a 2.5 second gap separating J Marty and Candyman. Whew. Certainly a lot to talk about, y'all. So we'll go into the cockpit view for Al's J Marty. Quickly catching up to Azorian. And let's see. I imagine J Marty's going to be able to get some kind of draft here coming out of this turn onto the oval. Maybe up to that Le Mans chicane. You're doing a nice job. Just holding that line, using that draft. Let's see what happens here. Yep, gets even closer. Look at that, currently purple, so we might see a time quicker than that 143.667. There goes Al's J Marty going on the outside into turn one. And looks like Azorian's not really going to give him too many issues there, so worked out great for Al's J Marty. Also opened a 3.3 second gap to ERA's Candyman. Meanwhile, 25 second gap separates Paymate and our lab. And Al's J Marty did set the fastest lap at a 143.419. Okay, so there's Azorian. Not seeing any kind of battles going on. But, I mean, they are spaced at a very decent place. I mean, as far as, like, the gaps and stuff go. Because there is 13 hours and 41 minutes left of the race. So it's quite interesting to see that, because V-Chapper, so it looks like for P11 down, you are kind of going into that minute plus gap separating the drivers. But it is still impressive to see that from P10 to P3, I mean, yeah, there is a good amount of time between that group, but it's still a good amount of time to make up, in a sense. Josh said, Tina, hi Cupcake, hi J-Set. What a time to be commentating. Alright, so Giannis, had engine damage, front splitter damage, and damage to the driver's front wheel, having to make a pit stop. Ugh. Definitely not a good situation. With that full Tobias, I need to quit saying that. Tobias in 13th, he's quickly gonna make up lost time. So currently fueling up, and then has to, yep, there it is, repair the damage. So let's cut to P13. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at that. So Tobias, instead of having a minute plus gap to Giannis, it is now down to less than 12 seconds. So an unfortunate thing for Giannis, but kind of a still a blessing for P13 of Tobias. Being able to close a minute plus gap to P12. So, speaking of gaps, let's take a look at P1 and 2. Yep, it's opened up. 4.2. Yeah, 4.3, so, wow, okay. But still, we're only lap 15 to 71, so still plenty of time for things to happen. Paymate gaining a little bit of time on our lap, really nothing to write home about, maybe about 3 to 4 tenths. Did open up a bigger gap though on S7R's turbo. Looked to be about a second and a half. Because last I checked, I think it was around the 12.5 second mark. So Paymate doing a very good job holding down 4th place. And then Turbo, still running good laps, 144s, very consistent. S2T's Banana, running really good lap times, low 144s. Have some 143s. And then Zorian. I mean, these folks here are setting some lap times and a half, people. I mean, constant 143s, 144s. It is crazy. Lucas saying Peyton Money Jackson. Yeah, that's a fact, Jack. Alessandro instead of 145.1. I imagine something must have happened. Maybe got into the grass, tapped the wall, something. But Jack, so it is with AHR Racing setting very consistent 144s. Now, who is that behind him? I do believe that is the folks at, excuse me, J. Marty with S7R. And I am right. Okay. Yep. Now, this I wanted to look at. So, even though Tobias was able to gain about a minute on Giannis, the gap still seems to be holding the same at 10 seconds, 10.1, but still within striking distance. Jay Marty, though, is really putting that Lexus to work. As you can see there on the times, look at that, 143, 143, 143. I mean, constant 143s, people. And has the fastest lap so far, but that was not. It looked to be like his lap there was going to be the fastest of the race, but just got denied by less than a tenth. But still, a 143.507. You compare that to P2's a Candyman. Yeah, constant 144s, low 144s now, mind you. So you got a 144.2. That was on the last lap. While Jay Marty ran a 143.5. That's about 0.8 of a second difference there. Whew. Alright, alright. So I do want to ask everybody, how have you been enjoying this race in general? How have your guys' teams been doing? Are you all happy with what's been going down so far? Or just give me thoughts. Thoughts, opinions, suggestions. Or just kind of like a general vibe. I mean, how do you guys feel about just everything? I gotta pull up my handy guide there. HR Jacko saying we had a bad start, but making a great comeback. Loving it. Well, that's something I'd love to hear, buddy. Now, if memory serves me right, no. Clearly, my memory's not serving me right. I do believe it is. Nope. Cannot believe that. Okay, so... Ray saying AHR on the hunt per their team name. Yeah. Yeah, doing great. Ray also saying, although they're hunting the field of drivers and not just apexes. That is true. And I believe... Yep, I have found them. Okay. My apologies, folks. So, yeah, that is the team at AHR. I wasn't able to catch the earlier streams, but still, sitting in top 10, or in the top 10... with only 22 seconds back from 9th, I mean, that definitely has to be a good feeling, considering they had what they were saying was a bad start in the beginning. I imagine that put them down a pretty good ways, so to be able to claw back, and still with just over 13 and a half minutes to go, they've got to be feeling pretty good. Oh, yep, just like that AHR Jacko, we started P6, crashed, and dropped to dead last. So, yeah, dropping to dead last and then climbing up into 10th, I mean, it's got to be a good feeling for you guys. Could definitely be a whole lot worse. And I must say, that is a nice looking livery on that Beamer. Very simple, but kind of matches the BMW's aggressive look. So speaking of aggressive, Al's J. Marty is clearly pushing that Lexus to its limit. Now at a 7.4 second gap to ERA's Candyman, and is purple by almost 0.2 of a second. Let's keep an eye on him. I want to see if he's going to set the fastest lap this time around, because he's been close the past few. But let's look, y'all, and he's going and going and got it. Yep, 143.331. S7R Stick saying, geez, that was nerve-wracking. King Ears had my number. You know, old Kingy's pretty good. But I know for a fact that every single one of these drivers are just massively talented. Okay. AHR Jacko King Ears is absolutely rapid, yeah. I could learn a thing or five from him. Pay may not really close in any kind of gaps to our lab, but it still opened up another 2 seconds on S7R's turbo. So Payme running very, very consistent. Just trying to keep the car rubber side down and on the track. Okay, S7R's turbo. I really like that livery. That one's pretty cool. On the old Aston Martin. Get that white, the red, the blue. Some could say that is a homage to Aston Martin being in the UK, and some could say it's a homage to being in Daytona for the US flag. I will let you folks battle it out in the comments. And then Banana with S7R and that gorgeous Lexus. Not seeing any kind of battles. Hey, Tobias gained about 2 seconds on Giannis Racing. And then Kaizen, unfortunately, in his own little world there, 9 minutes back from the leader. Minute 13 back from Tobias. And I think with, well, I was kind of thinking with S7R's J Marty kind of pitting early due to that refueling incident, might put him at a slight advantage over Candyman. Candyman hasn't pit yet. And, I mean, J Marty's already gain every bit 8 or 9 seconds. And our lab doing a very good job, still being consistent. 144.2's G's. Money Jackson over here with Grid Life. Eva saying J Marty has a fresher set of tires at the moment as well. Yeah. Oh yeah. That's why I was kind of wondering, because granted, it looked like Candyman was going to pass J Marty for the lead, but J Marty came out, it was like 1.8 to 2 seconds ahead of Candyman. And with having fresher tires, more fuel, because I'm thinking Candyman probably has to pit within the next few laps or so. I don't know if he's going to do it this time. Let's take a look here. He is not. And I mean, J Marty's already up on him by 10.1 seconds, so I think maybe it could possibly pay off for the folks at S7R and J Marty. Philippe asking who's behind Turbo. That looks to be Mr. Banana with the S7R Lexus. Running about 14.5 seconds back from Turbo, but is 22.5 seconds of ORT's Azorian. Such a lovely livery. GT45 Gaming saying, after 10 hours of 45 minutes of racing, the number 5 Sector 7 Esports still holds the overall fastest lap with a 142.827. How? Like, I would love to, like, just start picking people's brain and figuring out what they're doing to achieve those lap times. King Ears having a little bit of banter with Candyman, who's running second. And then Ray's saying, I'll get the spare kettle out. Yeah, I need about 5 cups of coffee. I'm working on coffee number 2 right now. Candyman still hasn't pit yet. But I would imagine by maybe the end of this lap or the next lap, he is going to pit. GT45 saying, right, I was happy with a 145.010 the other night. Yeah. I've been running mediums and I can only do like mid 146s, so I would just love to see. Just let me take a look. Let me pick your brain. Ooh, Candyman getting a little bit of loose, a little bit of scraping the wall. Luckily, no damage though. Our lab still running in third. 2 minutes and 19 seconds back from the leader. That is crazy. And there we have it. Yep, Candyman coming into pit. So take note of that time there at the top, separating him and Jay Marty of 11.86. And let's see what the gap is by the time Candyman leaves the pits. No damage. Looks to be standard tires and fuel. Just taking a look at that gorgeous livery too. I love that, like, cyberpunk aesthetic. Which, if you guys didn't know, that livery was created by our very own JP. An absolute legend in terms of livery designs. Alright, so Candyman out of the pits and is going to have a 52-second gap to Jay Marty. So, I say initially he's like 4 seconds back from really where he was at the beginning of this stint. So it's going to be interesting to see how all of this plays out. So why don't we do this? So S7R Turbo looks to be coming up on lap traffic. Let's do a little bit of camera work here. We'll do like a hood cam in a sense. No bumper. Pull up my trusty guide here. I'm still trying to figure out the keyboard, folks, so apologies. Just quickly catching his draft. I do believe that is either Tobias, I do believe, in that lovely looking Mercedes coming into the Le Mans chicane. Turbo getting a pretty good run out of it. Looks to be better. GT45 saying doing great, my man. Thanks. It's like my first legit commentary in this kind of series or this kind of league in general in years. So Turbo is going into the pits. Paymay has already entered. So let's take a look here. Let's see what the gap's gonna be after this. Turbo with 2 more liters of fuel than Paymay. So that is gonna save Turbo maybe 0.6 of a second. But not really enough to close the gap in a sense. Yep, and there goes Paymay. Alright, blue flag is up. I wonder who that is for. Yep, that's gonna be for J Marty. So J Marty is quickly approaching SV Paymay with Grid Life. King Ears saying 42.8 is obscene. I'm happy with my 43.6, which is a usual 0.8 difference. I am off the top 10 times at daily race time trials. Sheesh. And even though Candyman does have fresher tires and more fuel, J Marty is still putting a gap on Candyman. It was around 52 seconds when Candyman left the pits. Now it is up to 53.3. So it is a second. Streeter, Tom, hi Cupcake, hi buddy, hi Tom. Glad you can make it and watch us or watch this race. So our lab coming out of the pit, 3 minute and 1 second, 3 minute 1 second gap to J Marty. So I'd say it was lapped once, maybe twice, or getting ready to get lapped twice. Let's take a look. Yeah, it looks to be might be getting lapped twice there at the end of this stint, but it's all good. You're holding down 3rd position. You're 25 seconds ahead of SV Paymay with Grid Life. So, doing very good so far in this stint. GT45 Gaming clearly has a favorite here in this series, and that's going to be Grid Life. And as you guys can already tell, that livery looks to be a tribute livery to good old Dale Earnhardt, the Intimidator. Numbers, how are you, buddy? So Turbo and Banana are now separated by 11.3. Still hasn't changed. Really nothing has changed, come to think of it. There he goes, Orion able to get around P10, or wait, P11. Yeah, oh, okay. GT45 maybe as it's my community, got a slight favorite perhaps. Oh yeah. Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with having favorites. Perry Astons are way more competitive in the top end than I would have guessed. Yeah, like I'm surprised people are running the Astons. I mean, I've always known them to be kind of, I don't know, sluggish in a sense. I mean, I remember years ago they were compared with the Corvette, but clearly with GT7 coming out, I think that they were just not as competitive as they used to be in sport. So, like I said in the beginning, it is nice to see these Aston Martins finally on the field and doing as good as they are. I mean, the top Aston we have so far is running P3. So it's neat to see. And I think it's with the rules with drivers now allowed to adjust downforce that really gives some of these, like, other cars that really nobody uses a more competitive edge. Because I would put money on it that if the folks at IRO were just to run straight BOP, no tuning, just brake bias, you wouldn't see these cars on track. I put money on it. Perry saying downforce tuning sadly did not help the AMG. It did not. And then S7R Mazda, Aston can run their downforce. Yeah, that seems to be what's going on. GT45 loves seeing the Astons. I do too. Like I say, it's like a nice... It's like a breath of fresh air in a sense. Because I'm so used to seeing Corvette, Lexus, GTR, and Beamer. And then, ooh, look at that. J. Owls. Kind of making a ballsy move on the inside. Let's take a look at that real quick. So you see going around the International Horseshoe, just kind of bumping Paymay a little bit there. Nothing too crazy, but let's see. Alright, we are back. So that is going to allow J. Marty kind of stretch his legs a little bit there, not have to worry about battling or trying to get past a lap car, which is SV Paymay. Perry's saying we're already considering taking the point deduction for a car swap. I mean, it's early in the season. And like what GT45 was saying, not the best track for the Merc. I mean, I don't know, man. Like, I definitely would maybe run the next 2-3 races and then kind of go from there. But, what do I know? I'm just a commentator. Alright, S7R Stig saying the Aston regular BOP has super high rear wing. Bring it down and it's competitive, but it still lacks the top end compared to the rest of the field. But I mean, they're still doing good, especially at a track like Daytona. I mean, Daytona, as you could tell, is pretty much a high-speed course. I mean, once you get onto the oval, I mean, that's where some of these cars are really going to shine. Pear's saying, oh, we're hopeful for the next few, but realistic. Well, yeah. Yeah, I mean... You just want to make sure your ducks are in a row. Pardon me, folks. So let's take a look. I do want to see... Chappers, and then we had Jack. Then we had Yanis. See, I thought Yanis was kind of up there. Not sure what happened. Perry, yep, bingo, jack of all trades. Yeah, because, I mean, do you really want a car that's good at one style of track? Say, like, do you want a car that's just good at Daytona, Le Mans, Nürburgring? Or do you want something that is actually well balanced across the whole board? I mean, that's ultimately the million-dollar question with a lot of these drivers, and that's where a lot of the car choices came in. Is it well-rounded? Is it better with the downforce adjustments? And is it something that clicks with everybody? Ooh, Yana's getting a half-second penalty. Cut that Le Mans chicane a little too much there, buddy. So let's go on board with our lab. Let's do cockpit. Getting ready to lap said car. Let's see what happens here. Is he gonna... Yep, he's gonna go wide, allow our lab to get past. No harm, no foul. So good work on his end. Whew. Paymay's still hanging with Jay Marty. I guess pretty much just letting him know, hey, I'm down, but I'm not out. Turbo's still kind of in no man's land. S2T's banana in 6. We are pretty much just about the halfway mark of this stint. 13 hours and 7 minutes remaining. And I mean, racing wise, we're still pretty close in terms of gaps. You know, I mentioned that only the first to second position cars were on the lead lap. But that's not to say we're not going to see any good battling going on between 3rd and, I would say, 10th. Because everybody's separated about 30, well, I'll just say 10 to 30 seconds apiece. So, might have some things kind of get a little bit spicy in the later stages of the Daytona 24. I will say that Mercedes does sound good. Perry saying the problem with the AMG is that it is decent at everything but is outclassed in those things by certain cars in this league. The tracks it will be good at, the other cars aren't necessarily bad. 10-4. Oh, I just got your reference too. You're Perry and it's Project Platypus. Ha! That's great. I love it. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll go back be a professional. Alright. So, Candyman. And then our lab. Now, I will say, I am shocked to see that the GTRs are not as high up in the grid as I thought they were. I mean, it seems to me like the Astons and the Lexus and the Vets are running extremely well at this track compared to the GTR. Perry the Platypus saying thanks for the love on the livery. Yeah, I love it. Dude, it looks great. Our lab just getting a little bit loose there, nothing to really worry about. Turbo's still doing a great job in P5, still is holding both gaps pretty steady. And again, those Astons, man, I love to see it. Love to see it. S2T Banana running in 6 with the Lexus. And then the old Beamer. And that is ORT Azorian. Let's do a little bit of camera work here, shall we? Grab the trusty controller. And I do believe, well, I know that's AHR, but I don't think they necessarily are lapping Azorian. I do believe that is going to be Candyman. Yep, Candyman coming out of the Le Mans chicane. Looks like it's going to be lapping 2 cars. That is going to be AHRs and I believe Azorian as well. Candyman running very solid lap times too, 143.7s and then a 143.9. Yeah, and ran his fastest lap of the race so far. That was a 143.5. I do believe. So what are these lap cars going to do? Are they going to allow Candyman to get past, or are they going to kind of give him a little bit of a hard time? Candyman flashing the lights, letting them know, hey, let me through, trying to chase someone down. Yep, there goes the AHR, intentionally braking early, allowing Candyman to get past. And now we've got Azorian. Azorian scraping the wall a little bit there. Racing, hashtag the Aston Gang. And did we just lose stream? Okay, it looked to be lagging there. It is lagging a little bit. Uh-oh. King Ear saying Candyman not washed. Now, Candyman's been on a roll. He's now starting to gain on J. Marty. Looked to be gaining about a second. And Paymay was able to unlap himself. So I think them tires are starting to take a toll on him. So he's going to have to pit, I'd say, within the next lap or two. Lukey saying good morning. How's it going? It's going good, Lukey. Glad to have you on here. Or glad to have you watching, I should say. Streeter Tom saying Paymay just unlapped himself to leader. Leader's tires fading. Yeah, that's what I kind of figured. Paymay doing a really good job though, like keeping up with J. Marty. Like, granted, he was lapped, but he's been able to keep pace with him, so definitely nice to see. King Ear saying ERA smashing it. Same for Grid Life. RA2 have had a painful race so far. Yeah, I saw the beginning of the race and not a good way to set the tone, I will say. But, I mean, all you can do is learn from it. Try to claw back. And I mean, that's about it. King Ear saying Peyton is on fire. He sure is. Just take a look at lap times real quick. I want to see here, because you've got, thanks to Polyphony's lovely servers, you can't see lap 38 and 36, or 36 time I should say, but last lap was 144.245, and then Paymay was 143.6, so yeah. Tommy Turismo, who all is in the lead lap here, I will just show you. I won't say anything. 1, 2. That's it. 2 cars are on the lead lap. Third is 3 minutes behind Jay Marty. So from 3rd to 14th, everybody is... from 3rd to 14th, nobody is on the lead lap. Except for 1st and 2nd, and that is S7R's Jay Marty and ERA's Candyman. King Ear saying Jay Marty trying to stretch his tires, so he only has to pit once more, same as Candyman. Yeah, but his fuel says otherwise. I honestly see Jay Marty pitting at the end of this lap, or maybe at the end of lap 40. But I mean, meanwhile, look at Candyman's times. 143.7, 143.9, 144.0, 143.546. That is the last 4 laps. So running anywhere from mid to upper 143s. Did sneak in a 144.0. But then you look at Jay Marty's lap times. Obviously with the tire fade and the low fuel, you've got low to mid 144s. And yeah, looking at the fuel, yeah, he's gonna pit at the end of this lap. Yep, there he goes. Melissa Howell, what are the leaders driving? Jay Marty is in a Lexus. P2 of ERA's Candyman, or ERA's The Candyman, is rocking a Corvette, and then in 3rd we've got an Aston Martin. But like I said earlier, there's only 2 cars on the lead lap. That is going to be Jay Marty and Candyman. King Ears, I still think Jay Marty will try and go to the end on the next set of tires. If you put 70 to 75% fuel, then he's trying it. Let's take a look. Look at 50, 60, 70, 79. All right. All right. It still comes out ahead of Candyman. So now 2.1 seconds. Anybody running medium tires? No. No, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen anybody put a set of mediums on. I think somebody did in stint 1, and I think they quickly realized that was a massive mistake to try and do a 1-stop at this track. And they reverted to the softs and have been running it the whole time. Shadow Chef saying not worth it. No. King Ears with a pretty interesting take. Definitely trying it. Pre-update, 35 laps on softs was quite easy to do in the Lexus. But the wear is way worse post-update. With Chef adding in, yeah, it depends on your inputs. That's definitely true. Weak ABS is quicker than default now, but wears the front tires more. Tommy Turismo chiming in like the Lexus needed the help. Yeah, definitely some other cars that they could have, like, buffed a little bit to make it more competitive. Peyton now has a 20-second gap on S7R Turbo, so what used to be a 12-second gap in the beginning of the stint is now at a 20-second. So Peyton doing a really good job locking down fourth, trying to open up a gap even more to separate him and fifth. Kind of help the the next driver up in stint 7. King Ears, I would like an explanation on that too, like maybe on Discord about the weak ABS, because that's something I could never get down. So J Marty, 2.2 second gap on ERA's Candyman. Alright, so enough talking about the folks there up top. Let's give some love to some guys towards the back of the grid, shall we? So we'll start with 8th. That's going to be Nibali in that Corvette. I love that blue and black and white, by the way. Looks great. 18 seconds back from Azorian. And is actually running really good lap times. Look at that. Lap 36, 143.443. So just over a tenth of a second off of the fastest lap of this stint, which was set by S7R's J Marty with a 143.331. So Nibali is nibbling away at the gap. Sorry, I had to throw in a pun. Alessandro with Eric's Racing. I love that look on the GTR. Nice color combo. And guys, I do want to throw this out here to anybody that is watching and hasn't subscribed to this channel. If you like what you see, if you like the commentators, especially the folks or the other commentators such as Jaeger, Toddy, GT45, Cruentus, Evo, like and subscribe. I mean, there's plenty of racing to go around, plenty of stuff to watch. Granted, these events do run once a month, but when it runs, it is a show. So be sure to like and subscribe. Jack, so it is with the BMW. And then we got a little something there going on between Azorian and Candyman. Candyman lapping him. Let's see where V Chappers is with RTR's BMW M6. Another beautiful looking livery. I love it. There we go, RTR Tempo saying, come on, Chappers. Chapper's doing a pretty good job in 11th. I mean, he's been running very, very consistent lap times. So, doing a good job with that. Did something happen to P1? No. Well, yes, but no. Pretty much what happened to J. Marty in the beginning, kind of forgot to fuel up. Had to take a very early pit stop, but it hasn't really affected J. Marty that much. You could call it somewhat of an undercut in a sense, because J. Marty did pit a few laps ago. Candyman is going to have to pit again. So, that 3.2 second gap, don't let that deceive you, because that's going to quickly go back to a good 48, or, well, I'd say around 40 second gap. We'll just call it like that. We got some shop talk going on here in the live chat. What is the other drivers in the P1 team? Unfortunately, I do not know. Yeah, King Ears corrected me. They did under fuel, so. Sorry, I saw Chappers gain 6 seconds in turn 1. Not quite sure. Well, unless maybe it was during the pit sequence, I'm not 100% sure on that. Let's get some love to, let's see, Giannis. In that simple yet elegant GTR. Giannis doing a pretty good job there. I believe he is laps down on the Chappers. Yeah, so 5 minutes and 50 seconds to the leader, 8 minutes and 3, yeah. Yeah, I'd say a lap. King Ears asking, can we see the gaps between P3 and 4? You got it. So, Paymate really hasn't been gaining on P3, which is our lab, Mr. SBS. Still a good 25 second gap. But yet, since the beginning of the stint, has opened up another 10 seconds on Turbo. So, what was 12 seconds separating between 4th and 5th has now gone up to 22 seconds. Let's go back to giving some love here to some other drivers. So, Tobias with Project Platypus. And then, Shadow, I see your comment here. Just give me a sec. I'm just trying to give some of these other drivers love. Maybe help boost morale, you know what I mean? J-Set saying, let's go Paymay. Yes, indeed. So, Kaizen's about 9 minutes and 39 seconds back from the leader. And is a minute 22 back from Tobias. So, Shadow going to P5 and 6. Yeah, so the gap there is 11.2 seconds separating Turbo and Banana. King Ears loving the work that Paymay has done. Say happy days, pulling away from 5th, and the gap is stable to 3rd. Yeah, I mean, it's been stable all stint long. I mean, I've been keeping an eye on it because I thought maybe it would close up a little bit. We would see some kind of battle. But I think you guys would rather have it hold steady than to increase. So, Paymay doing a fantastic job in that Lexus. Shadow Chef, all good, yeah. So I will say the boys at S7R as a team must be having a pretty good time so far with having a driver in first and then fifth, sixth, and I think that's it. But 3 cars in the top 10 with 1 leading the race, you cannot get mad at that. And I'm just going to throw this out here too. I didn't even realize that your all's paint scheme of Project Platypus was kind of the same colors as Perry the Platypus. That's pretty neat. Love it. Leaders drivers are Macho Monkey, Bombardier, Antonio, Goncazo, and Grejo. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. I'm not too good at that stuff. The C National or C Natal. Really, if you just keep the stream on S7R teams, that would be great. Nah. We gotta give love to all these guys, man. They're taking on a 24-hour race. They all need some love. Now, Kaizen, the team here at RA, I believe it's RA2, pretty much are having a race to forget. Unfortunately, had a very, very bad start to the race. And ever since then, I mean, they've definitely had their work cut out for them. Just trying to gain time, try to move up positions. We're 12 hours, 41 minutes left of the race, so we are approaching the halfway mark. But just not having a good time, unfortunately. Leo's saying, good eye, cupcake. Yeah. So that gap has now, oh, it's going to open up even more. There goes Candyman into the pits. There was a 6.5 second gap to S7R's J Marty. So if I was a bet man, it's probably going to be around the 40 to 45 second mark. Give or take a few seconds. But let's just take a look and see what the outcome's going to be, folks. Thankfully, Candyman didn't have any damage. Got a new set of tires on. Fueling it up. Alright, yeah, so 46 seconds, 47, 48? No, 40 seconds. 47-second gap between first and second. And look at that, Candyman going to the inside, trying to get past Azorian, who is now down another lap to Candyman. So Azorian doing a good job going wide there on that turn, allowing Candyman to make the maneuver, make sure there's no contact. Ooh, Azorian getting a little bit loose there, but we're all good. Jay said, Cupcake, we going to get a song. No, you're not. Nope. Nope, sorry. Me and Jaeger already agreed. No duets, it was horrible. Our lab, Paymay, and then we got Nibelite in the pits. Well, I wouldn't say might. Let's take a look at Azorian. Azorian doing really good. Okay, so Azorian just pit a lap ago. So Nibelite is just now pitting, so that is going to give Azorian P7 and then some. Yep, so just as I thought. So that'll give us Zorian P7 and some change. I say probably a good 30 seconds. Let's take a look. Okay, I was off by a mile. This is 17.8. Still a pretty respectable gap. Turbo and Peyton are in the pits. And then Banana. So both S7R cars are in the pits. Paymay is currently getting fueled up. C National. Okay, now you gotta sync. No, won't do it. Alright, so Peyton successfully pit, which is good. And he is getting blue flag. I do believe that is from P1's Al J. Marty. Yep.
I'm reading things about someone should sing. That is my job, by the way. Just wait for it. Roughly 1 hour, and you get a lovely tune presented by Jaeger. So, that's the deal.
Yep, so now we got IRO's music studio, headed by our very own Jaeger. Just teasing y'all with a song for next stint.
Yep. Leave Cupcake alone with the singing. We agreed, yeah. Never ever.
That, and I've got a sore throat like no other, so I would rather not.
Yeah, one of the classic Jaegers incoming.
Oh yes, we love to hear it. Oh, King Ears, look at that! Finally, we have a Jaeger.
Wayne, yeah, that's probably very tough. If you're driving and listening to the stream, it might be pretty tough to focus.
Very well could. Well, actually, it would. I mean, come to think of it. Benji, how's Eric's doing? I will take a look. I believe, yep. Alright, running P9 right now in the pits. They were 36 seconds back for Niblai, who is running P8. I imagine that is going to go up. So, Alessandro currently getting fuel. Coming out, let's take a look at the gap between 8th and 9th, and it is going to go up to 1:14. King Ears wants to know what treat is planned for our ear holes.
I'm not spoiling it. No, no. But it will be a new one, trust me. I'm not repeating myself.
A new one?
Of course. Yeah. Like I always do.
Well, I think everybody would love to hear that then. Sav, I heard there was a concert here, a duet with Cupcake and Jaeger. You heard wrong.
Fake news.
Yeah, fake news. Benjeet just pointed out something to me that I completely missed, and that was Al's J. Marty a couple laps ago setting the fastest lap of the stint at a blistering 142.886.
Oh, that's close to the fastest overall time. I think it was a 0.871.
I believe.
Number one. Something like that. So yeah.
I believe it was. I'm going back in the comments here because I am curious. Yeah, 142.827. So, not quite the fastest lap of the whole race, but very, very close.
driving for the same team?
Oh yeah. Yeah, S7R did not come here to play.
Yeah, that's definitely not nursing the tires.
It's
You go for
not.
the fastest lap.
Then, ooh, Marty getting a second penalty. Looked like he took a little too much curve there at the Le Mans chicane.
Yeah.
Not good, not good. So Candyman's been running some pretty good laps too. Last lap was a 143.7. Is using RTR's draft. And oh! Oh! Candyman spins out RTR. Let's get a look at that. We'll do chase cam. We'll see what happens here. Oh, no, 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 no. That is not how you do it. Not how you do it, folks.
Feel like an incident report incoming.
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say. I imagine the folks at RTR are not too pleased. Yeah, Chappers is going into the pits. Luckily has front splitter damage and had to pit anyways. King Ears asking what was that? I don't know, dude. I mean, you could tell RTR was moving to the left with the right turn signal, kind of letting Candyman know to take the right. So I don't know what was going through Candyman's head. Benjeet saying massive communication error. I don't know what it was.
That's what it looked like.
Yeah. Either way, 100% preventable. So I hate to see that. Yeah, Tom Fear not too happy about it. Yeah, got a little bit of chatter going on in the comments. I'm not going to read any of that. Yeah, so it did look like a massive communication error. But that's not for me or Jaeger to sort out. That is for the race officials.
Yeah, luckily the head steward is also the lobby host, so he has a good look at it probably, what happened there. And if it was like a communication problem there, I think we saw the indicators and then maybe just confused. There's a rule where you should indicate where you want the other car to pass you. Maybe that was the issue. Confused with right or left. Boom, here we go.
Very well could have been the case. I mean, I have known some racing series where if you want someone to pass you, you throw on your turn signal to the right, but I know obviously that's a different series, that's a whole different animal. And like you said, that was stated in the rules of how to use turn signals and procedures when you get lapped. So, like I said, out of our hands. I'm not siding with anybody. I'm leaving that to the race officials and race control. And we'll go from there.
That's how we roll.
Yep, I am just here to jabber away. Payday still opening up a gap to S7R's Turbo, another 2 seconds, so we're now just about 25 seconds separating P4 and 5. Alright, King Ears has to be feeling good about that, as well as Tom, and I believe Jakey as well. So they gotta be pretty happy they're sitting in 4th, still 24 seconds away from our lab, but about 25 seconds ahead of P5's S7R Turbo. So Jaeger, you've been watching this race, you've been commentating. What are your thoughts on everything so far?
Crazy pace at the front. We saw that also in the qualifying Super Bowl. That was mighty impressive, and the talent that got added to this year, GTC, is crazy to see. Some unfortunate events for some of the teams with damage, with a disconnect. So all the usual stuff that you have in a long endurance race, we have it. And at that point, it's quite common that we see some bigger gaps. But this can all change. You see the timer? Still over 12 hours to go. Plenty of racing, and yeah, once we get through the night, then we get onto the final stretch of this 24-hour, and we will see what drivers the teams will bring out for them to drive. So yeah, don't go away.
Yeah, adult people. Like, we got plenty more racing to come. Yeah, I was telling folks earlier in the stream, in the years I've been in the sim racing scene, I've never seen such a more competitive lineup than this series. It's just amazing to me. We've got World Tour drivers, we've got folks that are on the cusp of becoming World Tour drivers, participating in this IRO season. So, I mean, it's just awesome to see, awesome to commentate. And ooh, what happened to Marty getting into the grass? Ooh, uh-oh. Disconnected. Ladies and gents, J. Marty has officially disconnected from the lobby.
And here goes the first bit of drama.
Yeah, so that is terrible for S7R, but wonderful for the folks at ERA. ERA Candyman is going to be in the lead now.
You don't want to see that happening, but
no,
yeah,
especially to the race leader, who held a good 40-something second gap on Candyman.
Definitely, yeah. Some Fs in the chat there for Sector 7 Racing. We touched on that topic earlier, I think, with Evo and Splurge, and those are the things that are just happening in those longer events. So just a little hiccup in your internet connection or whatever, boom, you're out of that stint.
Yeah, out of that stint, and I mean, what does race control do about that?
They can, of course, resume the race in the next stint. So there's a calculation formula about laps missed, time lost compared to your competitors. So they'll figure out, the admins in the background, race control. They have it under control, and they will tell then the team in the next stint when they can leave the pits. So it's like a fairly so we got this scenario like covered from last season as well. I heard there were some improvements happening, so I don't know the exact details, but let's say there's a formula in place for such situations, and we want to see all 14 cars / drivers out on track in the next stint then, of course. So it's not game over, let's put it that way.
No, it's not, but now the folks at S7, or I should say like ES7R, they're going to have their work cut out for them. I mean, disconnecting with, I'd say, a good 13, 14 laps left in the race. I mean, that's just bad news bears for them. But we're going to have 12 hours left.
Exactly, and we know the gap when we go to stint number 7. So then we'll have an updated leaderboard, and we see where the Sector 7 team can rejoin. So I guess it will be still P2, but it would be interesting to see what the gap to P1 then actually is. Will they stay on the lead lap? Will they lose that lead lap? That is probably the biggest question.
Yeah, and what's going to be crazy to me too is depending on the gap now, like you were saying, how far they're going to be behind the lead car, what have you. We very well could have a situation where there's only one car that is on the lead lap. Everybody else will be at least a lap down, if not more.
Yeah. Maybe it was close to the end of that stint, so maybe they get lucky and keep that lead lap. It could be close.
Yeah, it could be very close, but man, talk about some drama. So that, like I said, it's going to give Candyman the lead right now. Our lab's in second, 2 minutes 13 seconds back from Candyman. And that's going to put Grid Life's Paymay up into third. Only 22 seconds back from our lab, Mr. SBS. So, 22 seconds back from second, and 26, almost 27 seconds ahead of P4, which is S7R Turbo. S7R Stig saying let the stewarding process play out. I know, I'm just listing hypotheticals. I don't know exactly the whole process behind it. I just commentate blind, if you know what I mean. So S7R Turbo 9 seconds ahead of P5, which is another S7R car of Banana, who's 21 seconds ahead of P6, which is ORT's Azorian. And then Azorian's 14.7 seconds ahead of P7, which is Nibelai. Nibelai is a minute 18 ahead of Alessandro. Meanwhile, Alessandro's ahead of P9 of Jack, so it is by 18 seconds. Jack, so it is 43 seconds ahead of P10's V Chappers with RTR. And then V Chappers looks to be well ahead of Giannis, looks to be about a lap and a half. Giannis 23 seconds ahead of P12, which is Tobias, and Tobias is a minute 27 seconds ahead of R.A. Kaizen. So just a quick rundown of the grid after that unfortunate DC. Then we got King Ear saying P3 for Grid Life, loving it. numbers. Money Jackson pulling back some time to P2. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Peyton's done a wonderful job in that Lexus so far in this stint. Started 12 seconds ahead of S7R's Turbo, and it's now 27.5 seconds ahead. So, doing a very good job holding down the fort. Running a very clean race, no damage, no mistakes. Been running stupid consistent. So it's been great to see on Grid Live's end. And I bet the folks at Grid Live, they are very pleased so far.
Yeah. Dale would be proud. Come on.
So you got Candyman just pretty much kicking it at this point. I mean, 2 minutes, 13 seconds ahead of Mr. SBS with Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin. So I would say at this point, Candyman just needs to stay consistent. There's really no need to burn up your fuel, burn up your tires. Tommy Turismo saying, what, man, you disconnected? Jay Marty with S7. Disconnected.
Number 5,
had, yeah, the number 5 Lexus disconnected with a 48-second lead ahead of ERA's Candyman. I've always wanted to know what the inspiration was behind Loose Moose Racing. I mean, I always get the feeling that obviously it looks to be kind of a Canadian thing with the Tim Hortons and what have you, which I'm just going to come out and say it, Tim Hortons is the best coffee, bar none. But that's just my opinion. King, you're saying so unlucky as he was recovering from his earlier fuel whoopsie really well and had actually gained time over ERA despite having to stretch his second and third tire stints. Yeah, I mean, it kind of looked like the mistake was helping him out more than anything. Oh. Numbers, that's adorable. I love that. Not seeing any more battles. Just doing a little bit of adjusting here. Oh, okay. Oh, Billy Nelson has joined the... Okay. Just random. Tommy Turismo. Alright, so it's Ishmael's Truth and T's Bad Baby. Loose Moose is Canadian, but drivers come from all over. Oh, that's cool. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I mean, a very nice looking livery too. Very clean. Fits the Aston. Curtis Trainer, evening, buddy. And then look at that, Paybay's still opening up an even bigger gap on Turbo. 29.5 seconds separates third and fourth. and has gained about a second on Mr. SBS. Yeah, looks to be hovering around 20.9 seconds to P2. So, Money Jackson there really letting that Lexus eat. Peace Seguin, join the room, don't know who you are.
Stop joining the rooms.
Yeah, please.
Come on.
Host, if you're watching this, just start booting. Alright, let's go to Tobias. I want to take a look at this. I know he just got lapped, looked to be by S7 Turbo, or it might be Banana, one of the two. But we're going to run on board with Tobias, getting a little bit wide. Not going to do any kind of harm. Then on to the oval. I will say too that this game does not do this track a lot of justice. Like, we just watched Tobias go through that banking there in the oval. And just a little fun fact, I was actually at Daytona last weekend to watch the Rolex 24. And seeing these kinds of cars go through the oval portion was insane. Because I would take a tram to go to the infield and look over at turns 2 and, well, we'll just say 1.5 and 2. And you could sit there and look at the very top of these cars. I mean, it was almost like they were just, I guess, completely like up on a wall in a sense. I mean, it's just insane. Payme still opening up the gap, 30 seconds. And then, alright, so that was Banana that had passed Tobias, or who had lapped him. Lee's saying, Cupcake, you're a legend. Yeah. No comment. Tobias really not liking the fact that they just got lapped by Banana, really fighting them to try and get unlapped. It's very interesting to see nonetheless. Oh, you and the crew, legendary, all of you, yeah. Definitely a weekend to remember.
It's not over. It's not over yet. So.
It is not. And Tobias just not having none of it. Ooh. That could have been bad. Take a look at that. It looked like Tobias about got into the rear end of Banana there. So coming up to the International Horseshoe. Yeah, ooh, very close. Very, very close. That could have been disastrous. So ERA's Candyman is currently on lap 66. If I'm not mistaken, Jaeger, he is done at the end of lap 69? Or is it 70?
No, 70.
70. Alright. This Candyman really delivering the goods. Still setting one low 144s, 143s here and there. And Mr. SBS doing about the same. So everybody's pretty much running the same lap times, which is crazy to me.
Just a shame that are those big gaps already. This would have been awesome, like if they're really close.
Oof.
Now running basically the same lap times, but yeah.
Yeah, because it's mainly been low to mid 144s. I mean, obviously Candyman, Mr. SBS, Paymay, they've been setting like high 143s here and there. Yeah, 144s, 143s, 144s, 143s, 144s, straight. 144, 143s. Sheesh. It is amazing to me.
The consistency.
The consistency, yeah.
And also the lap times with that consistency, right? We can be consistent like driving 146s probably, but not like doing 43s with that lap after lap after lap.
Yeah, it is definitely interesting.
The scoring is done by who sees the checkered flag at the end. So it's a continuous race. That's why we're doing this lobby swap, driver swap, box to box system, if you want to call it that way. So we have like one continuous race across multiple lobbies. And that's why we don't have to like then compute total times per stint or whatsoever. It's just like get to the finish line first, you win it.
And it's definitely a tried and true method. Works extremely well. GT Slider, what was with the weaving? No point wearing tires, just go.
That was the next lobby on the in-lap. Drivers were weaving, but they will be sitting like for 10 minutes in the pits now. Tires will get cold, so this is probably just a habit of race car drivers, like warming up their tires just in case. Who knows?
Yeah, I think it's one of those that old habits die hard. So Tommy is asking, right, so my question is, how does the DC affect their time?
So they will rejoin the next lobby and they will get the time when they can leave the pits. So they will probably come out in P2 sometime behind the leaders. And then they just continue the racing from there on.
Yeah, it's like a formula, is what Jaeger was saying a little bit ago. Just so we don't know off the top of our heads, but there is a method to race controls madness. So that's all I'm gonna say. And someone left the pits early in the next stint. Ooh.
Yep, I saw that. Someone is parking outside of the pit. seconds already. That's like a little slap on the wrist by the stewards, definitely.
Definitely is. Oh, race control's gonna keep it spicy.
Ooh.
Spicy!
1.8 seconds. Woohoo!
My word. So that's gonna make a very interesting start to your stint there, Jaeger.
Definitely.
I think old Pay May Money Jackson has cracked the 20-second mark to P2. So he's now 19.7 seconds back from Mr. SBS and is now 33.4 seconds ahead of Turbo. And the King here is saying they lost 50 seconds from the DC. Yeesh. So it
Yeah,
could have been
definitely
worse.
could have been worse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does P6 have damage? I didn't think so. No. No, just running a little bit low on fuel. We're on lap 68. So, let's see. Candyman. We should start seeing the race leader pit here pretty soon, Jaeger. Candyman is going, or getting ready to go through the Le Mans chicane on lap 70. So it should be soon.
Better get ready then, yeah, with everything.
GT Finland is closing on ORT. Hey, let's take a look. Yeah, 4-second gap separating Niblai and Azorian. And look at that, ERA Candyman going into the pits. Candyman doing a really good job with the pit strategy. He is in and only had 1% of fuel left, or 1 liter. Meanwhile, Mr. SBS has just started his final lap. Paymay shouldn't be too far behind. No, get ready to come up to the start-finish line. Splurge saying ORT might be having to super economy run to make the end of the stint. Yeah. Whew, they were low on fuel. Yes, so folks over at Grid Life, they are on their final lap. Azorian, yeah, looking pretty low, but has opened up the gap to P7. Was 4 seconds, now it is 5.9. Wonder if something has happened to Niblai, if there's any damage. No. They look to be fuel saving as well.
Okay, interesting development. So the Sector 7 car, they took a little less fuel than the esports race Salem, and they are back in the lead. You see that in that small window. Sheesh, yeah.
And it looks to me like I mean, there's some pretty close racing there between first and second. Mr. SBS is coming into the pit lane right about now.
Yeah, just 3/10 separating P1 and P2 after their outlap.
Yep, so we got Mr. SBS P3 now in the pits. Paymay is in the pits as well. He'll be P4. Paymay doing a really good job that stint. 18.6 seconds back from Mr. SBS. 35 seconds ahead of Turbo. So Turbo getting ready to pit.
And we have the two drivers still very close. Under half a second. That gap between Gregu and Adriano. I love to pronounce French names, by the way.
I couldn't pronounce it to save my life. I think it was King Ears that mentioned the lineup, and I said, I'll just call him Greg.
Craig. Okay, let's call him Craig.
I'm not trying to offend anybody with a bad pronunciation. So we have Turbo, Banana, and Azorian. They are in the pits. Azorian did have to fuel save. He came in with 0 fuel. King Ears, where's RTR parked up in stint 7?
At the end of the pit exit on the grass, so not on the racetrack, but causing a yellow flag situation there by the game. So the drivers have to be careful, especially P1 and P2. If they're close coming out of the first turn, don't go for an overtake. You will be presented with a nice 3-second penalty by the game if you go for an overtake here. So but it looks like we are moving. We don't have a yellow flag situation anymore, so that's good news. So we can go flat out, and we will continue, of course, with that battle for P1. So I guess I will switch to full screen for stint number 7 now, with that lead battle raging on. So thank you, Cupcake, for your stint 6 commentary, and we will see you later for stint 11, and maybe on your...
Alright, so now we should be full screen mode here. Stint number 7, it's Jaeger on the comms, if you haven't noticed. So halfway through this 24-hour event, and we have a lead battle, and we still have a yellow flag situation coming through the first turn. It's Sector 7 Racing leading, and Esports Race Asylum in P2. Oh, and I see the RTR car still parking that car there. So difficult situation for the drivers, as I've mentioned earlier on. If you go for an overtake under yellow flag, it's a 3-second penalty. You don't want to get that, of course. So we see Adriano now leading for the Esports Race Asylum, number 44, and Craig, as Cupcake suggested, we call the Sector 7 driver, the number 5 car for the Esports team, now sitting in P2. Quickly on through the other drivers out on track. Ishmael for Loose Moose Racing, the 35 Aston Martin in P3. 2 minutes and 15 the gap to the leaders. Then Lucas for Grid Life Racing, doing it for Dale, the number 3 in P4. then a mullet for the boomers of Sector 7 Racing in P5. Another Aston Martin hovercraft for Cougar Sector 7, so P5 and P6 for the twos, under roughly 2 seconds that gap. Then it is ORT in P7 in that BMW with the number 1 on their side, so the reigning champions, with Sir Fonseca behind the wheel. In P8 it's GT Finland Racers Beetlejuice for the 66 Corvette out on track. Then it's Eric's team with Xavi driving that golden Nissan GTR and using all of the tricks. You see the windshield wipers going, wiping away the dirty air, improving the aerodynamics. That's how you do it. In P10 we have slide rules for Apex Hunter Racing, the 69 BMW in P10. Then we have Tom Fear for RTR Raw Talent Racing, so they're finally running in that lobby. And then we are missing 3 more cars. We see the last minute racing 45 car finalized, taking over, just coming out of the pits. So 2 more drivers missing to complete their driver swap. We see Harry for Project Platypus also currently refueling that AMG, and then we're waiting for Kenny for the Race Asylum number 2 car back to that lead battle, because we don't want to miss a thing in it. So Adriano with a purple sector, a 43.3, setting the straight, the pace straight away, and Sector 7 trying to keep up with the Corvette, currently leading. So a nice little battle for the lead. We get a little bit of onboard footage. See, still nighttime here at Daytona, but lovely conditions here for the racers. Probably one of the best times to be out on track, like you're zoned in, focused in those nighttime conditions, but the track with some good lighting, illuminated pretty good, and Adriano opening up that gap already roughly a second, braking for the Le Mans chicane in between the 1 and the 2 board, and then use as much of those curbs as possible, but not too much. You don't want to get that track limit penalty. And this was a good run, bringing that gap down to under 7 tenths again, using the slipstream, getting closer again. So Lexus versus Corvette, and 6 tenths when they cross the line for another lap, braking for the first turn. And here we go, so close again. The traction should be good for that Corvette coming out of the first turn, braking for the International Horseshoe into the right, slow turn we go again. Better traction for that Corvette, opening up that gap slightly to 7 tenths, braking to the kink, not, but for the Western Horseshoe it is. Again, a slow right-hander, and then early on the power again, and coming back onto the oval part, the banking. NASCAR turn 1, 2 it is, and we're back onto the oval, running towards the next braking zone. So far, not much separating the top 2 on pure pace. Oh, that Corvette going strong in a straight line through the Le Mans chicane, aka the bus stop we go, and nice run again for both of the drivers. Adriano with a good run. Can he break free out of that slipstream? Now we see the gap not changing that much. But yeah, the top two really close. Let's have a look further down. The gap. P3 Moose Racing, that's 2 minute 18 to the leaders, so 1 lap down. And 16 seconds the gap to P4 Grid Life. And have a look at the numbers. 43s for Lucas. Ishmael doing 44s, 45s currently, taking it easy on those first couple of laps, losing a couple of seconds though to the number 4 on the grid, the number 3 on the car. In P5 for Sector 7 Boomers in that Aston Martin, it is Mullet, 31 seconds that gap, and Hovercraft in the third Sector 7 racing entry, Cougar in P6, 2 seconds, just that gap. Oh, that could get close. We'll see about those lap times. 44 lows, 43 high for Hovercraft, and yeah, 44 lows, so gaining a little bit at this stage. Then it's 33, 34 seconds, nearly the gap to P7 over Boost Racing in that BMW with the number 1, indicating the champions in the 2024 season. Then the 66 car, Corvette for GT Finland Racers, Beetlejuice, currently driving for the team. 16 seconds, over a minute to P9 with Eric's team. Xavi, the number 7 Nissan GTR. Another 25 seconds to the final team inside the top 10. That's Apex Hunter Racing with slide rules. Another BMW M6 on the track, followed by another BMW, that Raw Talent Racing M6. P11. And this is the definition of probably no man's land. 1 minute 8. The gap to P10 in front, and 1 minute 20 the gap to the 45 car behind. So in that 45 car it's finalized. Another Nissan GTR for last minute racing. It's P13 currently the number 11 entry. AMG for Project Platypus Racing with Perry driving. And for Race Asylum number 2, the 77 Nissan, it is Kenny, 69. The gap to P13, let's have a look, 10. Here we go, 1 minute 41. So just under 1 lap, and we see some yellow flags appearing. So we go back to that lead battle, still under 1 second. The gap between those two drivers, those two teams. So yeah, if you have missed it, the number 5 Sector 7 Lexus, they were leading comfortably with roughly 40 seconds. And then they had an unfortunate disconnect in the previous lobby, and they could rejoin basically right behind the Esports Race Asylum 44 car for this stint. So we have a close, intense battle for the lead after over 12 hours of racing here at the Daytona International Speedway road course it is. And coming onto the oval part, it looks like that Corvette has some nice traction, opening up that gap. 1 second now. Oh, we saw that Craig is having a good run all the time through the Le Mans chicane and gained already 4/10 and has a massive run on Adriano. Adriano cut that chicane though, 1 second penalty, so we have a lead change once again. So Adriano has to serve that 1 second penalty. He will be dropping out of that slipstream maybe as well. That 1 second is painful. So 1.1, 1.2. He might just stick to it. We have a yellow flag on turn 1. So what happened? Not the leaders. I think it is the... Let me have a look. Kenny, maybe. Yep, a bit tail happy, that GTR, but he avoids the damage and continues with the racing, but that caused our yellow flag situation. And now facing some blue flags, the leaders are coming through. They're already committing to the high line, so getting out of the way early, not interfering with that lead battle. 1.3 seconds the gap though between Craig and Adriano. So Adriano got back into that slipstream. And does he get a good run through the Le Mans chicane this time? Yeah, looked decent enough, but still behind the Nissan GTR, the Race Asylum number 2 car, and lost that slipstream to the number 5 Lexus. Now we'll have a little bit of tow, and this brings him back into that slipstream range, braking for G1. And no drama coming out of it. Oh, a little wiggle though. Spoke too early, too soon. But again, using that traction out of the slow turns to get back into that 1.5 second range to pick up some slipstream down the straights. So for the Western Horseshoe, we see first gear, second gear, third gear on exit. So first gear just for rotation. It's 1.5, so needs to have a good left-hander coming back onto the oval. That didn't look that quick. Still gaining a little bit, nearly touched that outside wall, but is not inside of that 1.5. Still picking up a little bit of slipstream. Bringing it probably just down to 1.5 before the chicane. And through he goes. And you see the difference, but there was a little mistake, not sure. That was fairly even, the run for the top 2 drivers, 1.6 that gap. So Adriano's still in striking distance. So what we have learned so far from this race, the preferred strategy is a 2-stop on soft. So the drivers are currently on their first set of racing soft tires, and it's roughly 40 minutes for their stints, then to visit the pit crew, get some fresh boots and some fuel, and then continue with the racing. But through that middle part, the number 5 car had a good run, opened up that gap to 1.7, so that should be a nice little gap, especially if they nail the Le Mans chicane again. So also we need to have an eye on Lucas. Look at that, the fastest lap, 1:43.2. So we'll go to Lucas and Ishmael, 8.1 seconds, just the gap, and Lucas again is flying for Team Grid Life Racing. So 43s all the way. And Ishmael now mid to high 44s. We know Ishmael is a very smart driver. He's looking after those tires and will probably pick up a little bit of pace later on in his stint. But yeah, Lucas is definitely on a mission here, trying to catch the Loose Moose Racing car, and at the front it's still 1.6 seconds roughly between the two drivers, so we are not missing anything. So we quickly run through the grid again in P5. The Boomers, Sector 7, Aston Martin, they opened up that gap to Mikugar. Team 4.5 now, that gap. In P7 it is Overboost Racing Team, 44 lows and basically the same lap times as Beetlejuice for GT Finland racers in that 66 Corvette. Javi is putting in some solid, really solid lap times in P9, gained a couple of seconds already, but the gap over 1 minute. Just have to be consistently quick, and we'll see how that gap will look like after the end of that stint for the team before the driver swap. Slide rules, mid to low 44s now, getting into the groove. Another minute and 9 seconds to Tom Fear for Raw Talent Racing. 44s, 45s. So I think I saw a message in chat early on where he wasn't feeling that car, so not really enjoying that BMW by the looks. But still staying with it and keeping that car going, and hand it over to the teammates for the rest of this 24-hour race. Finalized for last minute racing. Personal best a 43.8, now currently lapping 44s. Gaining a little bit on P11, that is. Perry 44.0 last time around, also with some improvements on his lap times in P13 with 35 seconds the gap to P12. And Kenny for the Race Asylum 2 team, the 77 GTR, 45s, 46s at that stage. And that gap has opened up between P1 and P2. Now 2.6 seconds. Maybe another track limit penalty for Adriano, 44.2. Yeah, that's 6/10, 7/10. Could be half a second penalty, probably. And leaders are just flying, but so is Lucas. So under 5 seconds that gap to Ishmael in P3. Oh, get some onboard footage from that Lexus RCI. And we are witnessing a lap now on board with Lucas, chasing down that Aston Martin, the 35 Loose Moose entry. Very patient on that throttle. First gear and for rotation, second gear for acceleration, and then going through the gears using maximum revs. Gained another 2/10. We wait for the Le Mans chicane. Carries the speed. Look at that. This is where Lucas is gaining most of his time. Half a second nearly since coming on to the oval. And probably another 43 incoming. Maybe a low 44. Yeah, 43.7 it is. On fire. Oh, Ishmael, let's have a look what he's currently doing. 44 high at this stage. He definitely has a game plan, a strategy here in place. And he won't be stressed that much. Would be my guess, at least. He's a very experienced driver. So, would say everything under control. That gap is melting like ice in the sunshine. 2.5 seconds now, that gap. So we might see an overtake happening very, very soon. Another 43 incoming. Yes, of course. So that is consistency. 43.7, 43.7. I think that 43.6, 43.5, 43.6. So that is a massive opening drive for Lucas. Definitely the hottest driver at the moment, comparing that to the leaders. Get also into the 43s, but on the upper end of the 43 range. Adriano trying to get into those mid 43s again, a 44.2, so not happening this lap round. And we see the sparks flying under 2 seconds, that gap now. And again, we will probably see that massive chunk of time gained for Lucas through the Le Mans chicane. Here we go, 3/10 already, and it will be more. So we have to go to my favorite camera perspective. It wouldn't be a stream without me doing that. So here we go. We see that car approaching, getting closer and closer. 1.2 seconds now, that gap. And now right behind, within a second now, coming out of the International Horseshoe 1.1 to be precise. But we could see a move happening into turn 1, maybe on the next lap. Little wiggle, but carries the speed. Back onto the oval. Bit of a better run for Ishmael this time. If we will see the same run through the Le Mans chicane, then Lucas might be within half a second. Very, very early. Yeah, look at that. It is crazy how much more speed the American driver can carry through that chicane. And now within half a second, and could get the run into the first turn. We see he's gaining. Not quite yet, but now right up Ishmael's bumper. So will we see a move into the International Horseshoe? No, not yet. Lucas being patient. So where's the next opportunity? The kink? No. You have to go single file through that one into the Western Horseshoe. Probably too far behind at this stage. So it's probably just sitting behind now, waiting for the run onto the oval. He should get a nice little toe, and then he will use his run through the Le Mans chicane probably to make that move stick. Maybe too close already. He's getting like usually 3 to 4 tenths through that chicane alone. He's within 2 tenths, so he probably doesn't get the usual run out of the Le Mans chicane, but good enough still. Under 2 tenths, and will we see a little bump draft or going for that move early? Yeah, playing it tactically. I think he doesn't want to overtake too early, and now tries to pull out of the slipstream. High line, side by side they go, crossing that line, a little bit off contact, and then braking for turn 1. And Lucas makes that move stick. Yeah, here we go. A textbook overtake at Le Mans. Let's watch that once again. So maybe a little bit of desync in the lobby. But all good. Both drivers survived. And they continue racing, and Lucas moves up onto the podium position. So now I also see the fuel getting lower on those cars. So we have a look at the other cars as well. In P5 it's still the Sector 7 Boomers. Open up that gap to the Sector 7 Racing P7 is still Overboost Racing Team. Gaining a little bit on P8, so that gap goes up between the two drivers. Beetlejuice for GT Finland Racers. Xavi under a minute now, that gap. So is pushing. In P9 currently, Eric's Racing. And slide rules for the Apex Hunter Racing crew in P10. Bit of no man's land as well at the moment. Same goes for Tom Fear in P11 for Raw Talent Racing. We see some blue flags, but still not that close. Doesn't have to yield for now. Finalized in P12. Mid to low 44s on average. Probably the same as Perry for Project Platypus in the AMG. So not much changing between those drivers. And Kenny at the back of that grid with running with a little bit of damage as well. So we see it on the right hand side, the lap times. 48s now, so that lap 14, 155, and then 48, so probably this is where the damage happened. And we see Adriano coming into the pits on lap 23. Greg still staying out for the number 5, but probably not that long. That fuel also very low. Could stretch it maybe if needed, but probably not worth it. So Adriano in refueling. Where is Lucas? Going for another lap and might jump Adriano here. Could be close. But there's still a lap down. Oh. And they're 2 minutes 30 behind leaders there. That's why they're not jumping the Esports Race Asylum car. So still we have the situation. The top 2 are on the lead lap. And then P3 downwards. At least 1 lap down so far. So we'll be seeing now the next cars approaching their pit crew, the scheduled pit stop sequence now starting again. And leader is out again. Where's Adriano? I think Sector 7 esports team gained a little bit during the pit stops. 5.8 seconds that gap now. Lucas still running. And Ishmael pitting now. So this moves the boomers up position into P4 for now, but they will have to pit very soon as well. Same goes for the Mikugar Sector 7 Racing car. So Ishmael or Loose Racing in P6, but will move up into P4 next lap probably. So alright, I think it is time now. You've all been waiting for time for another Jaeger karaoke moments. So I will be performing a song by a British band. You might have heard of that band. It's the band called Queen, and the tune, the song, will be I Want It All. Here we go. So 3, 2, 1. I want it all. I want it all. I want it all. And I want it now. Yeah! Rock on. Give Queen some love. Freddie Mercury. And we are going into the first verse. Adventure seeker on an empty street. Just an alley creeper. Light on his feet. A young fighter screaming. Without time for doubt. With the pain and anger. Can't see a way out. It ain't much I'm asking. I heard him say. Gotta find me a future. Move out of my way. I want it all. I want it all. I want it all. And I want it now. I want it all. I want it all. I want it all. And I want it now. Listen, all you people. Come get around. I gotta get me a game plan. Gotta shake you to the ground. Just give me what I know is mine. People, do you hear me? Just give me the sign. It ain't much I'm asking if you want the truth. Here's to the future for the dreams of youth. I want it all. I want it all. I want it all. And I want it now. I want it all. I want it all. I want it all. And I want it now. I'm a man with a one-track mind, so much to do in one lifetime. Not a man for compromise and where's and whys and living lies, so I'm living it all. Yes, I'm living it all, and I'm giving it all. Yes, I'm giving it all. Ooh. Epic guitar solo, come on Chad, give it up. What a tune, exactly, yeah. Show some love in chat. Show me the horns. No stopping now, we still have a little bit of song to go. Wait for the end. You need to feel like Brian May's guitar now streaming. Much I'm asking, and if you want the truth, here's to the future, hear the cry of youth. And now everyone, I want it all. I want it all. And I want it now. I want it all. I want it all. I want it all. And I want it. And I want it now. I want it! I want it! Now! Woohoo! Here we go. Applause, applause, applause. One of my better performances, I think. But let me know in the chat. You're awake. I hope. Now, if you were sleepy, you have to be pumped. I hope. So. So here we go. Oh, you survived one of those crazy moments again during a 24-hour stream with me. So sorry for that, but I know deep inside you're all loving it. Yeah, the silent moments were the best one. I agree, totally agree. So, let's get back to the racing action, yeah. We still have cars on track fighting for every second on the track. So Sector 7 Racing, the esports team, the number 5, Lexus, still leading that race. 4.5 seconds the gap to the esports Race Asylum 44 Corvette in P2. And then Team Grid Life Racing with Lucas in P3. What a drive so far. P4 we have Loose Moose Racing 35 Aston Martin. And then P5 it is Sector 7 Racing Boomers. Under 5 seconds behind. Sorry, all that singing got my vocal cords a bit stressed. It's Mikuga for Sector 7 Racing. In P6 and P7 we have the reigning champions. You see the number 1 on the car, Overboost Racing Team. P8 then we have GT Finland Racers. A 66 car, another Corvette C7. P9 it's Eric's Racing. And in 10th position we have the Apex Center Racing crew, currently facing some blue flags, but taking the high line, and through goes Lucas. Tom Fear for Raw Talent Racing. In P6 need to grab me something to drink now. In P11 finalized for Last Minute Racing. In P12 and we have Perry for Project Platypus. In P13, 42 seconds that gap currently after the pit stop. And Kenny for Race Asylum number 2 after fixing the damage, putting in personal bests. Then straight afterwards a 45 low for that 77 Nissan GTR. So after Lucas chasing down Ishmael, we don't have a close battle currently. So we stick with the leader now for a while. And stay hydrated, folks. Especially if you're singing like that early on. For me, it is it was 4:30 something in the morning. Yeah, what a time to sing. Totally worth it. Yeah. So let's have a look at the lap times. 43s again. Running, and I saw some blue sector times appearing. I could see a new personal best incoming. Still up on the time. And it is a 43.4. Adriano also a 43.4, right? So keeping that gap roughly between the 4 and 5 second mark. Well, that's still nothing compared to the race distance the drivers did already. So nearly 13 hours of driving behind. This also means 11 hours yet to go. So still a very long race for everyone involved. But this is nice to see. We have those two cars on the lead lap running very close still. And yeah, every little mistake could bring those two cars closer together. So, and Lucas opened up that gap to Ishmael, 12.7 seconds already. The number 3 car running in P3. It seems to be like a good match for now. So, and the 35 car now is starting to put in personal bests and getting those lap times down to mid 44s now. So can they get into the 43s later on? The car behind, a mullet for the Boomers. They are catching, they are running those 43s, so roughly 6-7 tenths per lap currently the gain. 26 seconds, 30 laps. This could get close if it continues like this, definitely. Also, hovercraft lapping high 43s, low 44s, so also gaining on P4. And the gap to Overboost Racing Team, roughly 40 seconds. The last couple of laps, I don't think that much changed, though fairly evenly paced at this stage. The 66 car is losing a little bit of time. think I remembered 16 seconds at some point, 18, now 22. And also have a look at Xavi for RX Racing. That gap was way over 1 minute between P8 and P9. Now we are down to 46 seconds, so also a great stint so far for the number 7 Nissan GTR. Yeah, I told you those windshield wipers are OP. Oh, that was a bit much. Cut that grass on the entry. This might be a penalty. Yeah, 1 second. That was too much on the entry. Slide rules. Keeping that P10. Ooh. That looked sketchy. Coming out of the Western Horseshoe. But yeah, roughly a minute to the drivers around him, so all good, I guess, for the 69 car. And the same gap for Tom 2 finalized. Raw Talent Racing and Last Minute Racing in P11 and P12. 45s, 44s for Tom and 44s for finalized. Gaining a little bit, but not that much. With still 1 minute plus the gap. Perry also doing roughly the same lap times as finalized. Oh. Slowly improving. 44.8, 7, 5, 2 now. And Kenny with the personal best, 45.0. But then makes that little mistake into the first turn. And probably lose 2 seconds with that mistake. So what's that gap to P13? 11:35 to 9 minutes roughly. That is 2 minutes 30, so more than 1 lap separates P13 and P14 at the moment. Personal best for Craig or Sector 7. Adriano is still like somewhere in it. That gap was roughly 5 seconds at some point. Now 3.5. So he's definitely charging to and pushing to stay with the leaders. Lost a little bit through the infield section, but probably still a 43 incoming. We should be good, but yeah. So while we are watching the driver, I can just bring up the race calendar for the 2025 season for all of you. So 10 rounds in total. And you see on top we are at the 24 hours of Daytona. And then at the end of February you have the 12 hours at Bathurst. And we don't have any racing in March, but we continue April at the Red Bull Ring, 8 hours. And then we have the Nürburgring 24 hours in June, start of June, followed by Monza, another 8 hours race in July. That is June, by the way, sorry. Oh, a bit confused. So we have Nürburgring in May, Monza in June, and Le Mans in July, of course. So Le Mans the next, the third 24-hour race of the season. Then another 2 8-hour races, Watkins Glen and Fuji. And then 2 big races to finish that season. 12 hours at Road Atlanta, aka Petit Le Mans. And then the season finale, the Spa 24 hours in November. So yeah, packed calendar for this season. Plenty of racing action to come after this one. And yeah, we're not done here. 13 hours in, just under 11 hours to go. This one, and the top 2 still separated by roughly 4 seconds. Very consistent, fast lap times for the 2 drivers, for the esports Sector 7 racing team and the esports Race Asylum team. Driver of the stint, but probably has to be Lucas, up to P3 for Grid Life Racing. And keeping that gap roughly at 2.5 minutes to the leaders. But did something happen to P5? I'm not sure, no. 21 seconds. No, still lapping in the 43s. Very, very strong pace. Also very consistent pace. So under 21 seconds that gap. And hovercraft for Mikuga, Sector 7 Racing, trying to keep up with the Boomers car in P5. Also 43s, low 44s currently. 3 minute 17 the gap to the leaders. So that is cool. Whoop, whoop, whoop. It is still 1 lap down, but in danger of losing that another lap. P7 or T, they are 2 laps down at this stage. Roughly 4 minutes the gap to P1. And they are definitely increasing their lead over the 66 car in P8. 24 seconds roughly that gap. 41 though to P6. That's a long way to go. So the 66 car lapping mid 44s, also very consistently. And also one of the drivers of that stint, Xavi for Eric's Racing. Another good set of 43s. Yeah, and they see some yellow flags. That is the leader, yeah. So they are. Let's see, what was that gap? 5 minutes. That is 3 laps. Roughly. We'll be losing another lap to the leaders, probably. Very soon. And you also see that Adriano is catching a little bit. 3.2. Gained a couple of tenths. So we are also getting closer to the second sequence of pit stops. So probably 4 or 5 laps for the top 2 drivers before their final scheduled pit stop. A nice lap for the 3.6s. Usually 43.8. Yeah, a little bit of time lost compared to esports Race Asylum. So will this get close again after the pit stops? So I can tell you that Adriano used a little bit more fuel for now, not much. So they might have to refuel a little bit more. This would also lose them probably another second during that pit stop. But it's still close between those two teams. But just keep it clean through the Le Mans chicane. You don't want to pick up any track limit penalties. And we should see another 1 minute 43. Just. Yeah, another 2 tenths gained. 3 seconds, roughly that gap now. Let's go a little bit on board with that Corvette. Wheel spin, that rear, but still amazing traction. Gained another tenth so far. Again, that rear getting loose by the looks. And definitely coming closer now. Gained another 2 tenths. Can clearly see the leader now on the long straight, of course, also through the middle sector. So that is probably a nice target for Adriano. Again, we see that through the bus stop chicane, or the Le Mans chicane as it is called, a little bit of advantage for the Sector 7 team. Another 43 for Adriano. And bringing that gap down. Just have a look. Fuel and tires don't look too bad for the number 5. Just losing 2-3 tenths every lap now. So Adriano is definitely pushing. So they're getting closer to that swap. And they want to be as close as possible. Of course. So looking at the fuel levels, my guess would be that Adriano will be pitting earlier than Greg. 1 lap. Maybe go aggressive 2 laps earlier for a bigger undercut. Use those fresher tires. Solid run again through the Le Mans chicane. 2.6 seconds that gap now between the 2 cars. And yeah. My guess would be leaders will be pitting lap 46, 47 at the latest, and Adriano going aggressive, coming in this lap. So lost a little bit this time, coming out of the international horseshoe. We can have a look at the 2 other Sector 7 racing drivers, of course. Mallet gaining still on Ishmael. Last time it was roughly 21 seconds, now 16 seconds to P4, and the gap between the 2 drivers, see it on the screen, 9 seconds-ish. But both gaining on the Loose Moose Racing 35. Oh, that was a big cut for Adriano. Penalty incoming for sure. And lost the momentum as well, half a second. So I think this would be now the perfect opportunity to pit. Serving that penalty. And then straight into the pits for a change. But no, they're staying out. So okay, I think you would have lost less time if you were pitting that lap with a penalty. And just like that, with that one bad run through the Le Mans chicane, Adriano lost 2 seconds. Poor run and a penalty. But that is the risk. Lucas keeping it very consistent in the 43s. Still 25 seconds that gap to Ishmael now. Who is lapping in the 44 still, but losing time. We can clearly see now that the tires, they have a little bit of a drop off now, so it's tough to get into the 43s again. So we see 44s now happening. So pit stop not too far away for all of the drivers. So a bit of a lonely race for Overboost Racing and also for GT Finland races. P7, P8, the other driver on fire in that stint for Eric's Racing. In P9 gained 20 plus seconds on P8 so far. So what's the situation at the front? The leader staying out, Adriano also staying out, so they stick to their plan by the looks. Don't want to go for a very long final stint on those tires. It looks like roughly 23 laps should be the goal to do the final stint. Maybe 22, but the fuel is now kinda low for both Craig and Adriano. Wouldn't be surprised to see them pit now. 5 seconds, not that gap. So Adriano is very low with the fuel and struggling with the pace a little bit. Craig could do another lap, and that's what is happening. Adriano will be pitting now for 5.2 seconds. Will have the undercut. Probably gain a little bit of time on the outlap with fresh tires. Also we see a little bit of traffic for the leaders now. So how much will this impact the lap, the in lap? Greg's still able to run 43s with kind of worn tires. No, Adriano wasn't able to do that. 44s, 45s even with that penalty. But here we go out on track. Fresh soft tires, and away we go till the end of that stint. So at the end of lap 69 is where the next driver swap will be happening. And Lucas right behind, but they also need to pit very soon to get fresh tires and some fuel. So here we come. Leader is in now. So gap was roughly 5.2 seconds before the pit stop. And let's see if Adriano gets a good outlap. Close that gap. I also think that Corvette might be a bit more thirsty compared to that Lexus. Oh, starting to refuel, and Adriano crosses the finish line any second and has to go the long way around turn 1, and Craig already coming out of the pits. Let's have a look at the gap when they break for International Horseshoe. Indeed, it is 7.5, so gained roughly 2 seconds here during the pit stop. So can Adriano close that gap again? He was roughly with 2.5 seconds before that maybe crucial mistake through the Le Mans chicane, penalty and a slow run. And then that gap opened up again. So we see Ishmael hitting, fresh soft tires refueling. So the two Sector 7 racing cars moving up a position once again. And they will be pitting this lap as well. But the gap was last time roughly 15 seconds between Loose Moose Racing and Sector 7 Racing Boomers. Probably went down a little bit. Yeah, Ishmael lost 3 seconds, so I could see that gap going down to less than 10 seconds, maybe, between the drivers in P4 and P5 then. So wait for Mullet and Hovercraft to pit. This should be happening right now. And here we go. Depending on the fuel, I'd say roughly 8 seconds the gap between Mullet and Ishmael. So Loose Moose Racing with Ishmael should still be running in P4, but that gap will be less than 10 seconds. So round turn 1 we go. The car is still refueling, so maybe it is roughly 10 seconds. No, let's see. Yeah, just under 10 seconds. Woo. But I think this is still doable for I'm Mullet and the Sector 7 Boomers to catch Ishmael and the Loose Moose Racing team. Xavi is doing great. So definitely gaining on the drivers in front. So he gained like 25 seconds on P8 so far during that stint. And into the pits they go. So the 66 car now refueling for the final time for the stint. And they're out on track again. 23 seconds that gap to P7, so that didn't change too much. Yeah, we had the gap between Beetlejuice and Xavi 1 minute 5 at the start of the stint roughly. And now under 40 seconds. And gained also 1 second, I think, during the pit stop. So 36 seconds it is. For now, pretty sure he will bring down that gap to roughly 20 seconds towards the end of this stint before the driver swap. Slide rules in the pits. The same goes for Tom Fear for Raw Talent Racing, whereas finalized also low on fuel for last minute racing, but going for one more lap. In P13 it's the AMG with Perry driving for Project Platypus. They're also low on fuel, so they can pit or maybe go for one more lap. Same situation as finalized, basically. So up to them to decide what to do. Looks like they're staying out. And Kenny in P14, 3 minutes and 15 seconds the gap to P13 at this stage. Also the fuel is getting low. Also the tires not looking that great, not gonna lie. We'll probably be pitting very soon. Have a look at the gap. So Adriano is pushing again. 7.5 down to 6.5 over the last 2-3 laps and going for a purple lap, maybe? Purple first sector it is. Oh, let's stay with the Polish driver. Let's see if we get a new fastest lap off that stint. 43.2 currently. I lost a little bit, but still okay. With a good run through the chicane. Yeah, up again, so it's definitely close on the edge. Again with the run, but again a bit down, but maybe gets a decent run out of the final turn. The wind direction not really helping for the run towards the line. Still a very good 43.3. So gained a 10th on the leaders. And let's see that gap. Oh, we see spicy situations here happening for Mullet. Blue flags, double blue flags it was. He got past the last minute racing car and the 77 Race Asylum GTR, and we also saw that finalized, got past Kenny. So under 7 seconds, that gap between the Boomers Aston Martin and the Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin. Was still nice to see those two Aston Martins on the grid and performing that good, running P4 and P5. So we heard it earlier in the broadcast. No one was really expecting to see that car on the grid and then also performing that good, with the possibility to adjust the downforce settings in this season. That Aston Martin definitely able to compete on lap time. We heard it still lacks a little bit of top end, but if you run a bit of a low aero package on the rear wing, that this car is competitive overall. Definitely, yeah. And I think the latest BOP update also like helped the Aston Martin a tiny little bit with weight. So yeah, nice to see those cars performing very well so far here at Daytona. So under 6 seconds, and Mullet is pushing. Now got through the traffic and can focus now on catching Ishmael. Also, at probably the next stint, we should be seeing a little bit of daylight. So I think we made it through the most part of the night. And this is usually a sign for the teams and the drivers that the end is approaching for this race. If you think the final third, the last 8 hours, we will see the sunshine again. But yeah, so far those conditions are also very, very nice to drive in the Daytona. Nighttime, not an issue at all with the lights around the track. So a 43 last time around for Mullet, and under 5 seconds that gap now. Ishmael lapping with a 45.0. Was there also traffic involved? Maybe. $44.7. 43.9. Nearly a second again. Clearly see that Mullet is on a mission. He wants to catch Ishmael and get that P4 before the driver swap. And he's on a good way with that pace. Yeah, the gap is coming down, just over 4 seconds. Another great lap so far. And I think it's, yeah, you can see that car now. Again, gets a great run through the Le Mans chicane. And will bring that gap down to 4 seconds when they cross the line. $43.9. 47, so consistent lap times for Ishmael. But I think now at this stage he might be considering to defend that position. So it's the final 25 minutes roughly for a stint. And just have a look at the leaders. We get back to 7.5 seconds. So 44th at the moment for Adriano, Craig 43.5 last time round, 44th as well. So probably a little bit of blue flag scenarios there for the leaders now. But up for a good lap. Personal best, sector 2 time. Oh, and not sure what the personal best is at the moment. Maybe a 0.3, 0.4. Can he challenge that fastest lap of the stint? The 43.2. I lost a little bit through that Le Mans chicane though. So probably not attacking the fastest lap. Still a very good lap. Mid 43 incoming. 43.3, yeah. Adriano back into the 43s again. Also, the lapped cars, the traffic gone for now. And Lucas very fast still, 43s at this stage. Gained a couple of seconds on the leaders, 2 minutes 29, so still more than one lap behind the top two. They're still running on the lead lap. And then Lucas in P3, Ishmael in P4. We saw that Mallet is catching 3.3 seconds now, that gap. Also hovercraft for Mikuga, Sector 7 Racing, 8.5 seconds that gap, so add another 3. That is 11.5 the gap to Ishmael. This could be a bit too much, but he's also gaining a little bit on the 35 car currently running in P4. Then the Overboost Racing team in P7, keeping that gap like to P8, 22-23 seconds, so that didn't change too much. But we see Eric's Racing Xavi 32.5 with a 43.2. Oh, look at that! I was nearly got that fastest lap of the stint last time around. What was my prediction? To under 30 seconds, 25. I don't know what is that towards the end of that stint. Maybe roughly 20 seconds. I don't know. Running very good stint so far. Slide rules for Apex Hunter Racing still running in P10, keeping that gap to roughly 1 minute to the Raw Talent Racing team. And another 52 seconds to finalize. To is gaining on the car in front though, a little bit. We were asking for the AMG Lugi. Here it is in P13. Harry driving currently for Project Platypus, and mid to low 44s last time around, and Kenny in P14 for Race Asylum number 2. But I think it is getting close now between Ishmael and Mullet. 1.6. There is a car sitting in between the two. That is the AMG. So, and Mullet gets a nice little tow. 1.3. So here we go. Hunting down the Loose Moose Racing 35 Aston Martin. Aston Martin versus Aston Martin. Now with the tow into the Le Mans chicane we go. Aggressive downshifting into third gear, but keeps that speed and has the tow now under 1 second. So it will get close between the two, and the question is, will Ishmael defend that position? So here we go, 6/10. Good middle sector for Ishmael. Now, can he defend without any help? Mullet has the slipstream now, and gaining and gaining and gaining. Six, 7 tenths into the chicane. A little bit of understeer, not the best run, still carries some decent speed, and it's 6 tenths, and that gap will come down even more with the tow. Now look at that. We could see a move into turn 1. No, it's 4 tenths. Not yet, but 3 tenths braking for the first turn. Gets a nice turn in. Good run in third gear. 3 tenths Ishmael. Yep. Going semi-defensive. Not offering like the free pass. Through the kink, and will we see the sand? No. Ishmael keeping that inside line. But now it's probably gonna happen. Under 4 tenths. The gap coming on to the oval. NASCAR turn 1, 2, and Mullet has the tow. He will wait for the Le Mans chicane, not gonna force and do anything stupid into that chicane. He should rely on his speed and run through the chicane. Here we go. Gained already another 10th and now has to slip, and probably nothing Ishmael can do about that overtake. Mullet not going for the immediate overtake again, playing it tactically. Now going for the move, but has to go around the outside. So Ishmael still on the inside, but Mullet carrying more speed. He has his nose in front. Ishmael dives down the inside. They go side by side into the first turn. Still there, still there, still there. The spotters would say. And now I think we'll see it, a little bit of contact happening between the two cars, but Mullet got the inside line and makes that move stick. So we go with the replay, instant replay. Of course we do. And here we go. Mullet had his nose in front, but then Ishmael on the inside line braking kept him honest. Long way around the outside, but they made it work. And then into the International Horse Show. Sorry. Mullet got jack position and put his car in front and already opening up that gap. Roughly 1 second it is. And the gap between Ishmael and Hovercraft under 10 seconds. But that little bit of fighting helped the 64. 7 Sector Racing Mikuga car. Look, I just read that GT45 has some PC issues. It's okay. We would have a backup here for now. But yeah, I don't care who's going for the next stream, but you have roughly 5 minutes to give me the stream link for the next stint, please. So, not sure if you can hear me. Let's hope we get the next stream up in time. We are getting closer and closer to that driver swap sequence of 5 laps to go. Waiting for the confirmation now who sorry, I have to keep an eye on Discord now. Get everything prepared for the next stint. We'll just cycle through the grid a little bit. We had a drama on track, now we have drama in the broadcasting crew. Well, Hovercraft gained another second roughly on Ishmael. Will it be enough? They have 6 laps to go. Gap will come down. How much? That is the question. Also see the ORT team is currently running with a little bit of front aero damage. Not helping their lap times. 46s, 47s, 46s. Lost big amount of time. Look at that Beetlejuice for the 66 GT Finland racers. Within striking distance, 3.6 seconds, and Xavi, yeah, 25 seconds. That RX Racing Nissan GTR is flying the fastest lap of the stint. .173 on lap 57, and is gaining E10. So finalized seems to be gaining on Tom Fear, Raw Talent Racing in P11 and Last Minute Racing in P12. 45 seconds that gap. I think we need to go to ORT versus GT Finland races. So that BMW running with the damage, 1.4 seconds that gap, and 66 car is catching. .5. I should pick up some slipstream now. Yeah, gaining 2/10, 3/10, maybe 4/10 before braking for the Le Mans chicane. Make it 5/10, 6. No, to say 7. That gap is coming down rapidly to the chicane. There you go, and under 1 second, and should pick up a nice little toe again. Running towards the start-finish straight, and we could even see an overtake. That damaged car is losing so much speed. Yeah, no chance for that BMW. And the 66 Corvette moves up a position into P7. Under 6 seconds the gap between Hovercraft and Ishmael. And at the front it's 9 seconds between P1 and P2. So, eagerly waiting for the stream link. Oh, we don't have much time. 9 seconds between P1 and P2. Lucas in P3. 47, 48 seconds the gap to P4. 6.5 to P5. But that gap is coming down as well. 5 seconds between Ishmael and Hovercraft. So we'll see also a bit of traffic ahead now. Got it. Was 5 seconds, and yeah, lap cars all around. Ishmael got through the most by the looks, and Hovercraft has 2-3 cars sitting in between, still gaining though, and the leader, they are starting their final lap of the stint now. When they cross the line, that is. The final lap for stint number 7. Adriano as well. We go. And just get there in time for the swap. We go. I think we're fine. I think we're fine. The leader coming round, and I have the stream ready. Oof. We see the transition. Nice one, GT45. Into the pits we go for the leader. And Adriano following right behind. 9 seconds, that gap. So where's the car here? It comes. Service time. Adriano also coming in for the service. We have Lucas next up. We have a look at the gap between Ishmael and Hovercraft, under 5 seconds still. They're on their penultimate lap of the stint, so next driver to go into the pits will be Lucas. There on their in lap now, before the Sector 7 Racing team Boomers. Nearly 10 seconds that gap to Ishmael. With some traffic and with lapped cars going for a move around the outside, that is the 45 and the number 9 getting past Ishmael. Ishmael loses a little bit of time, but also gets a little bit of slipstream. Finalized outbrake themselves into the first turn. So behind Ishmael once again, the gap down to 3.7 seconds. It is. Wait for Lucas for Grid Life Racing in P3. Yeah, no drama. So we will stay with that one. Ishmael sitting in between 2 cars. Should get a nice little tow. The Eric's Racing team, they were definitely on the move. So we have a look at the gap. 16 seconds, just the gap to P8. And Lucas now coming into the pits for the driver swap for Grid Life Racing. And we have Mallet coming through the Le Mans chicane, cut that a little bit. Maybe he has to serve a penalty. Wait, was it just fine? It was just fine by the looks. So into the pits, they go as well. Ishmael kept that gap using the slipstream. The 45 car into the pits. Loose Moose Racing in P5, 2.4 seconds, just that gap to P6. Mick Hugar, Sector 7 Racing. So, and then I think we will go full screen with stint number 8. It will be GT45 Gaming covering that stint for you. So that's it for me for now. See you in a bit.
So we are definitely rooting for this number 3 Grid Life car, and we're really happy to see that they're having a really fantastic race here today. We've got Distinct Simon back out for the Sector 7 Boomers. Aston Martin here, the 764 car, 43 seconds currently in behind SV's Payme and a Grid Life Lexus, and currently has 15.2 seconds over the current pilot of McNaughty Gaming in behind the wheel of Sector 7 Cougar, the 64 Lexus. Just being navigated around by Candyman from Esports Race Asylum 44 Corvette there. We've got our 6th place team out on track here now as well, and it is the other Aston Martin. Unfortunately, we do not see that livery. So maybe you guys see it on stream. Nope, this livery unfortunately is not showing up, so that sucks. They do have a approved livery that is on track. Unfortunately for this next 2 hours, we're not going to get to see it. And a mistake made there from McNaughty Gaming, and that is going to change positions there. So a quick position swap right out of the gate here in hour number 14, and unfortunately we just missed it. So rip the dream. Huge love to Jaeger that was running through Stint 7 there. Great work, amazing entertainment value as always there from Jaeger, and this man is the magic behind the scenes. Everything you guys see on screen all race long and through the qualifying sessions is all a byproduct of Jaeger's master plan in the production side of the booth here. So very silently he's off in the corner monitoring all of us commentators while he works the graphic magic here from the International Racing Organization. So I mean, the guy is pulling some serious double duty here every race weekend. So much love to Jaeger, and outstanding job as always in the booth. All right, let's keep rocking and rolling here. We've got they were all showing up literally before I hit the button to go live. So rip. This is the number 66 Corvette of GT Finland Racers. They have a beautiful white and blue livery on this car. It's unfortunate that we don't get to see it in this stint. I do apologize, ladies and gentlemen. We're at the mercy of game and the coding of the game. Sometimes we have workarounds around these glitches. Apparently it didn't work this time, but GT Finnish Racers are about a minute 16 behind Sector 7 McCougars here, and currently sitting 13.4 seconds ahead of our defending champions, the number 1 Overboost Racing Team BMW, who's just being lapped there by Macho Monkey from Sector 7 Esports, but has about 8.6 second gap over Alessandro in the RX Racing GTR here. So the number 7 GTR from RX Racing here, gaining a little bit of time there as well, while Valsa Lenta, pardon me, had to allow the race leader through, so that did gain a good half second there for Alessandro as well. But now Alessandro is also going to have to allow Candyman through here, our second place driver, as we come around the interdivisional horseshoe here, and we would expect to see this exchange happen before the Western Horseshoe, ideally, but Candyman doesn't quite have the run here, so I don't think we're going to see that happen there, but we got to continue ripping through here. We got Paco Hunts. Okay. That's an interesting name. I'm sure there is some divine reasoning behind that. It would be an interesting story I'd like to hear sometime, I'm sure. And in that BMW M6, we have half the liveries not showing up. I did my due diligence. I apologize to the viewers. Again, at the mercy of the game sometimes here. We got 3 car liveries not showing up here in this part of the broadcast here, unfortunately, and I mean, I don't know what to tell you. We have Raw Talent Racing number 20 BMW now heading out on track, and I seen a GTR that doesn't have a livery on it too as well. They're just on the screen a second ago when I was flipping through, looking for the next driver coming out here, and I mean, what do you do? That's not the important thing anyways. The important thing is the racing on track, not what the cars look like. Obviously it's visually appealing, but again, at the mercy of what we get to deal with here. So we are all fired, right? I know. Even though I reset my cache half a dozen times before I came in here, I had to literally reset my whole stream before I went live because my computer decided to crash 10 minutes before I went to go live. So don't even get me started when it comes to getting ready for this stint. I assure you, it was a stress fest. We've got to tell you 458 here for Raw Talent Racing in behind the wheel here, and about a minute in behind Paca Hunts, and roughly about 40 seconds ahead of newly signed Race Asylum driver Shred. Shred here is in number 77, Race Asylum GTR, I believe. Can't see the color because we're not seeing liveries. I mean, that's not even a factory livery on this car either, so the game is that broken right now. It's not even showing its own livery that it puts on the car. Currently sitting in 12th place. You can see the blue flag waving here. We got Alex here in the Platypus Racing, Project Platypus Racing Mercedes here in 13th position, and for some reason that just absolutely that's number 45 GTR that doesn't have delivery showing up from Shred. Pardon me. We have the 77 Races on GTR sitting here in pit lane waiting for their release still, and that's Frosty. So unfortunately we've got 5 cars in the field, which is really going to mess me up figuring out which one is which when we can't see the livery, so bear with me. Yes, we can see McNaughty. Yeah, absolutely. Our 6th place driver here currently, and closing in very quickly here on Toto Wolf up in front in 5th place there as well. So we do have a battle developing here. So we'll stick with this here for a minute. I appreciate that heads up there, Chef. And we have a blue flag car currently in between the positional cars here, if I'm not mistaken. So this is technically a battle between the 5th and 6th place, and I believe that was 12th place we've seen in the middle of all that. So again, 45 GTR, do not let what you're seeing on screen deceive you. Unfortunately, the actual scheme on that car just is not showing up. So rip the dream. don't need to worry about it for the next couple hours because this broadcast won't continue on with that. Lucas is an OG and one of my administrators of GT45 Gaming here, so I have nothing but the utmost respect for Lucas. So it is Lucas and will always be Lucas to GT45 Gaming, no matter what any of you say or say his name is. Alright, it's a great battle here between the 64 Lexus and the 764. Not the 764, the Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin. Had to figure out which one it was there for a second. Yeah, we're having brain fart moments. The spotter guide doesn't even help in this case. Because the spotter guide doesn't have the name of all the drivers listed for each team, right? It only shows the livery of the car and has the name of the team underneath the car. So the spotter's guide essentially is completely useless to me right now. And I don't typically use those things. I do everything right from memory. It's a thing. It's my OCD. I don't like rustling papers and filtering through information while I'm trying to live broadcast and distracting myself. I just like to put it all in my brain, etch it in there, and file it away. So that's pretty much what we've done here as this race has gone on. We've pretty much just hard memorized each car's livery and the team name and number that goes with it. But when you don't have one to look at, you got to dig a little deeper into that etched memory. So this is a battle between Loose Moose Racing and Sector 7 McCougar 64 Lexus here right now, with Total Wolf behind the wheel to Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin, and of course McNaughty Gaming and behind the wheel of the Sector 7 Lexus here. So at least we know who the teams are. It just took a little bit of a minute. Toto's a brick wall. Good luck to McNaughty, says Dylan. Well, we're about to find out. We're about to find out because it is game on here for 7th and 6th position. For 5th and 6th position. It's been a long day. This broadcaster will, I swear to God, wake up. We just need our brain to decompress from the stressful 20 minutes leading into the stint here, as I was having some technical difficulties leading up to it. So my hair probably went a year grayer just in that 10 minutes. So definitely being assessed here right now. Is McNaughty Gaming. I mean, he is looking for a hole for sure to get in, but as it was just stated in the chat there, that Total Wolf can make that Aston pretty wide when needed. And that was point in case right there, a semi-defensive line going into the Western Horseshoe there, and that semi-defensive line was enough to cover off the inside so that Lexus could not get its nose in there, even though he definitely tried to make the room to get it done. Eventually had to back off there and made small contact to the rear of Total Wolf. But we're going to send it to the bus stop here. All right, side by side the bus stop, and going to get the job done, and you know that is replay worthy right there. That is the first time all race long that we have finally seen the move made into the bus stop. And sometimes when you need to get the job done, you got to do it when your opponent least expects it, and that's exactly what just happened right there, in my opinion. McNaughty realizing very quickly that this was not going to be an easy task, so got to make it happen in the spot that you least expect it, and that's going to be the Le Mans chicane. A great job by both drivers. Lots of respect given there by both the drivers as they went through the Le Mans chicane there side by side. There was plenty of room provided from both those drivers as well. That was a very hard fought, clean elbows out battle right there from McNaughty and Total Wolf, and I really hope that is not the end of this one, because if that is just a small inclination of what these two guys are going to do here over the next couple hours on the racetrack, I am in. Set it up. Let's go. That was a big move from the Sector 7 racing team right there with the 64 Lexus on that Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin. So Sometimes the best offense is a good defense, and sometimes the playbook you need to go into the special tactics pages and send it where you typically wouldn't send it. So absolutely great pass right there from McNaughty Gaming. Fantastic stuff. Fantastic stuff. The best offense is the Lexus. GT Finland Racers, our 66 Corvette here. Beautiful livery on this car. You guys and gals will get to see the livery again on this car without a question of a doubt. Unfortunately, just not for the next couple hours. It is what it is. Currently sitting in 7th place and in no man's land right now. But they kind of have a task. They've been fighting hard over the last few hours to close in on our defending champion, the ORT BMW, the number 1 BMW, just a few seconds in behind. Have gotten that done. Now they're trying to open a gap up on Overboost Racing Team, and that is not going to be the easy task here today for these guys. But if I know GT Finland Racing Team, they are up to the challenge, and so far have been doing a pretty good job at maintaining that position up ahead of ORT. And speaking of, we're going to go say hello to our defending champions here, our 2024 IRO Endurance Champions. And up against it this season is a very level playing field here, and it's going to be interesting to see how ORT responds, no matter where at the end of this race here they finish it. So they could still come back and finish this race in first place. There is enough time for anything to happen. But even if that's not the case and they stay even right where they're at, I guarantee you that when they come back for the 12 hours of Bathurst in a few weeks' time, it is going to be a different team. This car, if I'm not mistaken, does quite well at Bathurst as well. Alessandro from Eric's Racing. Oh my god, I love his name. I love that name. Seriously. Say it all day long. Great name. Love it. In behind the wheel of the number 7 Eric's Racing GTR here. And running a pretty consistent mid-44 pace here right now. A little bit off the pace, typical pace of the front runners here in the split today, but good consistency. Consistency is really key in these long distance races. So 6 seconds in behind ORT, and just monitoring the gaps right now, doing what we always do here in the booth. This is the point in the race where it's not necessarily about sheer pace. Typically you're going to see a lot of the teams at this point in the race, in the middle part of the race, start to put in the lower pace drivers, maybe your slower end drivers for this particular round of racing. This is the time we're going to see those racers typically step into the wheelhouse of the race cars, and the job really of those racers is to just run good, consistent, solid, clean laps and just try to minimize any potential bleed time. And then of course teams will have it set up to have one of their higher pace drivers or one of their faster drivers come in to set up behind and in front of that 1 or 2 slower pace driver that may be on the field for that day for that team to basically balance out that little bit of time loss that may be created from that. So this is not too surprising to see that we're just seeing steadying gaps right now and not really a whole lot of overall position battles happening, because this is the part of the race where the teams are just settling in. There's still a few hours to go. The cars are starting to, wear down. They're starting to take a bit of a beating, and at the end of the day, you got to make sure that your race car is going to roll across the finish line at the end of the race, because if you don't finish, then you're not gonna get a whole lot of points. So you gotta always put the car ahead of everything else first, because if it is not there at the end of the race, there's no checkered flag for that team, which is going to hurt them in the point standings. So right now it's about keeping the car in good condition, not causing too much alterations or changes on it, i.e. hitting walls, taking major damage, changing something in the car due to contact. All those things will factor into how these cars are going to perform in the dying hours of the race. So perfect time right now to get your consistent racers in behind the wheel and put in those good clocked laps. And we're going to start to see the sunrise potentially here before the end of stint number 8 as well. So I believe this will be the last stint of nighttime hours, or early morning hours in this case, as we're starting to approach dawn, we should start to see the track naturally starting to light back up here, potentially near the end of our stint. If not, it will be early into stint number 9 for sure. So pack of hunts here, absolutely cruising right now. I believe this is the AHR 69 BMW on track here in 10th place. Again, not without having a livery. I'm really taking an educated guess at who is who in these cars without, again, fully knowing all the drivers that are on each team right now. This is the first race of the season, and broadcasters, well, we got 140 plus drivers. We got to remember who belongs where. So it's just going to take us. It's going to take us a little while to get that all in our brains, I'm sure. We've got Italia here in the Raw Talent Racing number 20 BMW here. Pretty much been the story here. Been hunting down that AHR BMW for a large portion of the middle part of this race at this point. 37 seconds is the gap. So if I'm not mistaken, they're closing in on 10th place here right now since the beginning of the driver swap. We got Matey Alex in a 13th position here in the Project Platypus Mercedes, the number 11 car here, and the team is very unhappy with how the car is performing here at the track today. They feel like the car did not just take kindly to the adjustments in all their testing and tuning and preparation for this race. They were just finding it very hard to get this car dialed in, and I mean, it just might not be a preferred track for this specific car here in the 2025 season. And the Mercedes is a great car to drive. It is not really exceptional at anything per se. It is fairly solid in every aspect, but it's not phenomenal in any aspect. So it does require some skill to drive it very cleanly and efficiently, and it's just a matter of figuring out whether or not you want to put more downforce or take some downforce off the car to get that extra speed that it needs. But by adding speed into the car and changing some aerodynamic force at times can also make the car a little bit edgy to drive as well. So it's a delicate balance. So I just, sometimes it takes racing teams a couple of rounds of racing to really kind of wrap their heads around their equipment that they're working with for the season. And this could be the case here for the number 11 team. They're here, they're racing, they're still turning those laps, and they are still absolutely trying to figure out how to get this car more efficient. And I can say we have seen this car go from a very high 45 average pace at the beginning of the race. They're now getting this car dialed down into the 44s. So it does tell me that they are, starting to sort out this Mercedes AMG 2020 Evo Edition GT3 car here. It's obviously a very high-tech piece of equipment. It's a fairly new piece of equipment, so they most certainly are still just, I think, kind of figuring this car out potentially. But what I can say is from the beginning of the race to this point in the race, we are seeing that team's overall pace start to lower down and down and down. Currently right now, a very solid mid-high 44 pace right now. So I mean, they have slowly dialed this car in to be almost a second faster lap as this race has progressed. So it may seem like an absolute failure or disaster here for the Project Platypus Racing Mercedes team right now, but what I see in behind the booth is a team that is working hard at trying to figure this car out while things are happening, and slowly but surely seem to be making forward progress with it. Unfortunately, that doesn't necessarily help their position on the racetrack here today or this weekend, but what it does is it does start to give them that very valuable information as we move forward into the future schedule. So I see good gains coming from the Project Platypus Mercedes here right now. They're giving it everything they got today, and that's all that matters at the end of the day. So, and then we've got our number 77 GTR Frosty here, our Race Asylum GTR here in 14th, getting away with the blue flag. Does have some lead lap traffic closing in on him here, and it is Raw Talent Racing number 20, I believe, it behind here. We have Logan having a little complication with the IRO registration, if you're listening. Alright, let's get back up top here. We've been giving lots of love to the back half of the field here in the early part of the stint. Let's go talk about the front half of our field here. An absolutely dominating performance here right now from the number 5 Sector 7 Esports Racing Lexus team here. They started in pole position. The driver behind the wheel currently is the driver that put these guys in pole position in qualifying here as well, and currently holding fastest lap of the session with 142.915. That is not the overall fastest lap of the race. That is still being held by the number 5 Lexus team, but by driver ERM's Antonio, and it's a 142.827. So we have seen a couple of drivers get very close to that overall fastest lap, and both drivers happen to be also from Sector 7 Esports team as well that were challenging that lap. So this team did not come to mess around here in the Daytona 24 hours. Sector 7 Esports came here to put their stamp on the 2025 season, and they say, hey boys, we're here and we came to race. That's the statement that's being made here right now from Sector 7 Esports. Absolutely very dominating performance here today, but that does not take away from the second place team. This is the only other car in the field here right now that is still on the lead lap with Sector 7 Esports, and that is Esports Race Asylum, one of our top 3 finishers last season in the 2024 season. I believe that they finished in second or third place. I'm not 100% sure, actually, right off the top of my head. But they have seen the race lead at points in the race here. Today we did see a disconnect from the race leaders, the Sector 7 Esports team, instant number 6, I believe it was, with, I believe, 15 or 16 laps remaining, and they came out literally about 2 seconds in behind the Esports Race Asylum team in that driver swap transition after the additional penalty time added for the disconnection. So very quickly they had a battle there, and of course they got themselves back out front, but the gap is not building as quickly as it was at the beginning of the race. It took only a couple of stints for them to really put that gap to a 30-second point, which is, in endurance racing, very comfortable gap in this situation, and that very comfortable gap has turned into a not so comfortable gap. A 12-second gap is not a huge comfortable gap when you've got Esports Race Asylum tracking you down only 12 seconds in behind. This team has been nibbling away at the Sector 7 Esports Lexus here throughout the day as well. So I think that this battle for the overall race lead is far from over here yet today, and strategy is going to become very important between the two teams. The big mover here today is this number 3 Lexus, the Grid Life team here. This is a top 7 finisher from last season. This is a top half finisher from last season, from 2024. They've made some new additions to the team for this season, an independent team from North America for the most part here. There is some UK-based drivers in the team as well, but it is compromised from a few drivers from several different teams from around the community here in North America, and I know the team quite well, so I don't want to give away their strategies. I don't want to give away, all the little things that they got going on here behind the paddock. But started 9th place here today at race start, and are now currently sitting in 3rd place in the podium position, 40 seconds ahead of Distinct Simon, currently in that Sector 7 Boomers Aston Martin. So the Team Grid Life is doing a fantastic job here in the season opener here in 2025, and I would imagine that garage is buzzing right now, but extremely focused at the task at hand right now. And again, you know, the team is very close to the heart here at GT45 Gaming, so we are very in tune with what's going on in behind the scenes over there, and they're looking good so far. Alright, so we got Distinct Simon here for the Sector 7 Boomers, 764 Aston Martin here. He's caught up to one of our lap down cars? No, he's actually been lapped by the overall race leader here. So is this him being lapped, or has he closed in on the race leader? This is interesting. He's giving him a little push here. Obviously, these are both Sector 7 racing cars. They have 3 cars in Split 1 here this season, so it's not a surprise to see two different teams that are quote-unquote competition here in the series also working together in this situation. All this does is benefit Simon right now. Macho's clearly got great pace, so Simon, if he can stay real tight and just stay tucked in underneath that fin, that rear fin of Macho, is potential trouble for number 3 Grid Life Lexus and Payme up 38 seconds up the road here already. We've seen a second get taken out of that time, so right now Distinct Simon is pulling out the playbook and using some strategy here to close up some necessary time on that 3rd place driver right now, and we are definitely keeping our eye on this situation, because that is just that is 200 IQ play right there. That is straight up just 200 IQ right there. Alright, McNaughty Gaming up into 5th place here, up position early on in the stint here, but that position gain is only 1.2 seconds in behind, so clearly Total Wolf and McNaughty Gaming are very evenly paced here, as they have hardly been separated by more than 2 seconds over the last 40 some odd minutes here. So this is I mean, every time we get into the booth, we seem to find ourselves some juicy little battles developing here on the racetrack. We love to see that. So got Snowman here in the 66 GT Finland Corvette. I know it says number 3 on it. That's not long story. We can't see the actual paint scheme on this car because the game doesn't want to show us, apparently. So they have a beautiful paint job on this car, but we do know that it is the number 66 Corvette of GT Finland Racers, and they are sitting in 7th place. They have not lost any touch with 6th place, but they also, in that sense, have not gained any time on 6th place since the driver swap. That time has been very solid at about 1:21 for the whole duration of this last hour, essentially. Alessandro, I just love saying that name. Oh my goodness. Here at 8th place for Eric's Racing, number 7 GTR here. He has 16.9 seconds of Snowman, and much of the same thing here. That gap was about 17 seconds, roughly 45 minutes ago, when he took over the car from his compadre in the last stint there, and still roughly at about 17 seconds, so not a whole lot has changed there. I take it back. They've gained a position, so a lot has changed there. My brain just went, hey dummy, you're totally not thinking straight here. So actually Alessandro has closed up a 7-second gap on the ORT BMW, gotten around the ORT BMW, and now put 6 seconds to the good over the ORT BMW here. So Eric's Racing, I apologize, is actually up a position here and 17 seconds in behind Snowman, and roughly that's what the gap from ORT to Snowman was at the beginning of the stint, is what I was thinking, and that is currently what the gap between Alessandro and Snowman is. So Alessandro is currently lapping quicker without me even having to go look, obviously, over these drivers here currently. Salenta, which kind of surprises me. This is a very efficient racer. Maybe just had a couple of moments or having a little bit of struggle. Potentially maybe just in the stint or with the car or something's just not jiving. But it seems to be a little bit off pace here. In this stint in comparison to what we've been seeing. We see a 46 there, which definitely tells me there was a oopsies or some blue flag situation where he had to give up some time, but 2 seconds is a lot of time to give up. We've got Paka Hunts here in 10th place. This is our AHR 69 BMW. They have a bronze and black livery on this car, but we can't see it, unfortunately. Sitting in 10th place, and they've kind of been there for a while now, slowly but surely trying to find some more position on track, but currently just chilling here in 10th place, kind of in no man's land. We've got Shred on track here, newly signed to Race Asylum team here just recently as well. In the number 45 last minute racing GTR here, and again we're not seeing the actual design on this car, unfortunately, but right now has 49 seconds to Italia in 11th place, and I feel like we skipped Italia. I think we did, didn't we? Totally did. Raw Talent Racing number 20 BMW here is in 11th place, has 14 seconds to Paco Hunts, and has been closing in on Paco Hunts all stint long and continues to do so. There was a little bit of a tense moment a few hours ago on the track with Raw Talent Racing and one of the race leaders in a blue flag situation to set them back a little bit here, but they seem to be recovering pretty well here right now, as again they are closing in on 10th place. Moving back to Shred here for Last Minute Racing GTR, and this team has had a little bit of adversity to face here. They suffered a disconnect in stint number 3, a very early disconnect in the stint, which cost them roughly about 3.5 minutes on top of their gap to the race leader at time of disconnect, which set them back over 2 laps down from the race leader. At the point of disconnect, they were sitting in the top 5, so the Last Minute Racing team here definitely having a tough day on the racetrack, and it's all about trying to salvage their race. And breaking news, we have a new race leader as Macho has disconnected from our race. That would have been lap 24. And the gap was, the last time we checked, roughly 12 seconds, 13 seconds to the good over ERA's Candyman, and again lap 24 right before pit stop. So Candyman coming into pit lane for the first of 2 stops here, and oh my goodness, it is going to be a large penalty for the Sector 7 Esports Racing team. And just when you think that, hey, you know what, we recovered, we're still in this thing, we still got a shot at the win, this one's gonna hurt. We just talked about the number 45 Last Minute Racing GTR disconnecting at about the same point in time in stint number 3, costing them well over 3 minutes. And that is going to be much of the same thing here for the Sector 7 Esports Racing team, and that is going to literally put them in somewhere around 4th, 5th place potentially, depending on how the remainder of this stint goes. So the race lead now belongs to Esports Race Asylum team, and boy, that Sector 7 Esports Racing team facing some major adversity here today, and it is just getting tougher and tougher as the race continues to get closer and closer to the end here. So they are now going to have their work cut out for them. They have been the dominant force here this race without a question of a doubt. They are now going to have to even take it to another level. Do they even have another level in them? Oh boy, we're about to find out. Again, endurance racing is not easy. This is a part of it. This is no different than having a car completely wreck into the wall in real life and have to go into the garage and spend 4 hours in repairs, go through safety tech to get a improve to put the car back on track just to finish their race and score their points. The DC is no different from that, except the only difference is if you're out of the game for 4 hours in real life, you are 4 hours behind. You are several laps down. In this case, the penalty formula does not penalize the drivers that heavily to only lose 2 laps on a very early quote-unquote major incident for that team is what we basically consider a disconnect as. It's essentially the same thing as having a major mechanical failure and the car has to go into the garage for repair. That's exactly what a disconnect is considered as. The only difference is they're only going to lose a couple of laps as compared to 50 laps that it would be before they can re-enter in the next stint. So it could be much worse. When you think about the big picture, but these guys are professionals. They are very high-skilled drivers, and they got a challenge ahead of them now. Appreciate you, Perry. Appreciate it, guy. All the broadcasters have been absolutely hitting home runs today. We've had some new additions into the broadcasting team this season, coming in hot and heavy and just smashing it. It's been an absolutely spectacular event from start to finish from all angles here so far, as we're nearing the 2/3 mark here. Alright, so that basically grandfathers the field up a position here until the driver swap, and then we will see where Sector 7 Esports settles in. That's tough. I mean, they're going to sit here now for the next hour and a bit, waiting to see what's going to unfold as they get that car ready to come back out in our number 17. So they're going to be behind the back foot here a little bit, and that literally leaves Esports Race Asylum at this point officially on the lead lap, and the only car now on the lead lap. You only had a 12-second gap over second place, though, Lucas. They're going to take over a 3-minute penalty, so it's going to hit pretty good. They're going to come out in behind the Grid Life team, I wouldn't doubt. Potentially even the other Sector 7 car right now with the way the time sits, based off of the time that Last Minute Racing suffered on their disconnect around the same time in the race. Right now we're looking at them slating out in about 4th place. Just have to bear with as we got P12 and P13 now, as we have lost to one driver. It will be 13 and 14 when we do see our Sector 7 team re-enter the race, but currently it is 5 minutes 10 seconds between 13th and 14th. Currently 12th and 13th at the moment. Roughly about 5 minutes and 10 seconds, pardon me. 5 minutes 10 seconds. You're most welcome. Frosty here in the number 77 Race Asylum car here, about 15 minutes down from the race leader here right now, who's currently ERA's Candyman, and the gap from Candyman to the Grid Life car is about 2.5 minutes, so almost 2 laps here, separating first and second place currently on the racetrack. So again, just based off rough math in my head, potentially going to see the Sector 7 Esports racing team come out somewhere around 3rd, 4th place.
That's 2 minutes, 28 seconds. They'll be just ahead of you if that's the case, depending on what happens here.
Throughout this stint, of course, that time could potentially be gained yet or lost some more, but it'd be very close, right around that 3rd place position. Then, yeah, currently as it sits right now, anyways. Hey, have yourself a good night, Tom. Hey, the Merc is doing pretty good. Like I said, they've been, struggling with the car, getting the car dialed in. But I mean, like I said, I've seen the pace go from mid-high 45s down to mid-high 44s. So even some low 44s here and there as well. So they're definitely starting to get it dialed in. I think a work in progress. I mean, it's just not the best track for that car potentially here today and this weekend, and that's showing in the BMWs here as well. As we have Raw Talent Racing in pit lane here, just you see the fuel man with the gas can there, just keep putting in some racing fuel into that BMW. They're going to come out with roughly about I'm not going to say. I almost gave away free information. See, it happens. We've got Shred coming in here, and well, the game is working so good. We're getting weird-looking tires now. We got some half white and some half rubber tires apparently going on to this number 45 last-minute racing car. Pull the paper off before you put that tires on, boys. Definitely having some video feed issues in spectator mode here currently, so I do apologize. Sometimes these things are just beyond our control, and we just gotta roll with it. Alright, we're hoping to see some good brewing battles here. I mean, this has been close this whole stint. We're an hour in here now, and again, McNaughty Gaming and Total Wolf from Loose Moose Racing in the Aston Martin behind here literally have not been separated by any more than a couple seconds for the entirety of the 27 laps ran on track here so far, and that includes the pit stop sequence. So very equally paced drivers, that is very clear, and it's just unfortunate they're not just slightly more equally paced, because with these two being able to be so close to each other for the whole stint, imagine what they could do if they could just link up and turn this two-car train into an absolute bullet train around this oval. They would potentially be able to peel some time away from Distinct Simon here, currently sitting in third place right now. So it's unfortunate there's just a little bit tighter in pace, because that potential for bigger time gain for the two of them to work together right now is there for sure, with the pace being so even between the two racers there. So I just think Simon has taken about 5 seconds out of Payme here over the last 10 laps or so. So roughly about half a second a lap quicker right now than the second place driver currently on the racetrack. That we will see those change a little bit after the driver swaps once our number 5 Lexus gets slotted back into their rightful position on track after the penalty time is added on. I hate calling it penalty time because it's kind of such a vicious word for such a bad thing to happen, but there's not really another word for it, I suppose. It's a fair play clause is what I like to call it. It just keeps things square as far as the way it should be across the board, in my opinion. I think it's a great system that they have in place, and it's something that wasn't perfect, and they've been slowly but surely refining, obviously, as the races have gone on through the 2024 season and as we prepared for this 2025 season. So slowly but surely, that formula that we use to determine that time loss, so to speak, for mechanical repair for the disconnect is getting quite refined and becoming a pretty good standard in science for the series. So when it happens, it sucks. The drivers feel it, the teams definitely feel the hit of knowing that they're going to be coming out not where they were, and definitely on the back foot a little bit. But that is what we call adversity in the sport, and that's something that a team and the drivers need to overcome. And not every race is going to go perfectly, and not every race is going to go your way, and things are going to happen that you just cannot control. And that's just one of those things you can't control at the end of the day. So we suck it up, we eat our cake, and we get back behind the wheel, and we put our head down, and we just do the best we can to make that time back up. That's all we can do as racers. And that's what we'll see from the Sector 7 esports team, I'm sure. So GT Finland racers here in the 66 Corvette, currently sitting in 6th place, a minute 20 in behind Total Wolf. That gap has not changed this entire stint either. And with that being said, he's still got about 17 seconds over the 7th place car. Now, it was Team ORT for the longest time, but now it's actually Eric's Racing in behind in 7th place, and that gap is still at about 17 seconds. So, you know, Jaeger touched on it last stint. It's very unfortunate right now that we have such a spread in the field right now, because the drivers are all on a fairly equal pace right now in the race, and if they were much closer together, we could have a pretty crazy intense race on our hands. But the unfortunate reality is endurance racing spaces the drivers out, especially in the middle part of these long 24-hour races. But as we start to near the end of this race is when we're going to start to see things change a little bit, and that's when we're going to start seeing the top drivers of the teams coming out to close those gaps back up and try to battle for those final positions. So you know, we'll have another stint or two where we're going to see some pretty casual, calm driving, and then we're going to see about the last 4 to 6 hours of a pace pickup, and potentially see that fastest lap finally get pushed a little bit lower even as well. So that fastest lap from stint 1 is still holding strong as well, which is incredible to me. I suspected for sure that sometime in these nighttime stints we would see that fastest lap get taken down due to the fact that it's just cooler temperatures on the racetrack, and these cars like to cool air. It just keeps them in better optimal running condition. So really surprised that we have not seen that lap get a little bit quicker yet. Yeah, Macho Monkey DC Nick on lap 24 there. So devastating blow for the Sector 7 esports team. The second one here today for them. So I'm sure that's something that they'll be working on figuring out going into the 12 Hours of Bathurst in a few weeks' time, because it's going to be a tough season having to face that kind of adversity all season. And again, you know, these are things that we can't control. You know, we're all using our online internet connections in order to do what we're doing here today as the racers and our lobby hosts. And I mean, you know, this is tested and you know, it's PlayStation 5 only hosts, and hosts with a minimum amount of upload and download speeds to maintain proper lobbies. I mean, the due diligence has most certainly been done on the back end. The fact of the matter is we just cannot control what happens to our internet at the end of the day, and the internet connection is what keeps us in these lobbies. And when that internet connection even fails from remotely briefly for a second, that is enough to drop you from the lobby, unfortunately. So it could take just a glitch in your matrix for a split second to drop you out of a race, and that literally could all have been what happened to Macho here. He just literally had a blip in his internet for a split second, and that is enough to drop connection on GT7, unfortunately. So things that are just beyond our control. We do everything we can to prevent it, but at the end of the day, it's out of our control. Alright, so Pame here, number 3 Grid Life Lexus, 2.5 minutes in behind Candyman. So Esports Races, I'm now leading the race here, and we'll have a very comfortable lead for an undetermined amount of time at this point. Obviously, with the disconnection of the Sector 7 team, that's going to very, very well put them out of the fight for the lead immediately. I don't think I discount that team. 2 laps down with still 8 hours to go. It's possible, I think, with the pace of that team. However, the issue is going to be getting around the Esports Race Asylum team 3 times to get the race lead back. And a bare minimum of 2 anyways, depending on where they end up in the field and what the timing is. But that's a big ask. That is a big ask. And I tell you what, if they come back from that and pull off a race win here today, look out for Sector 7 Esports. I mean, we've seen ORT, our defending champions from last season, have a similar thing happen to them in a couple of racing rounds too. You know, they made some mistakes, they took some penalties in one of the races that set them back. I'm making all kinds of noise in the background. I apologize. And you know, they came back pretty strong, and at the end of the season, they still won that championship. So, I mean, a setback in a round of racing out of 10 rounds of racing doesn't necessarily break your season. It just means you got to work a whole lot harder for the remainder of the season to make up for it. Very slow grid walkthroughs here right now, as again, there's just no real immediate battles. Even with McNaughty and Toto literally being separated by 2 seconds all race long, they haven't been close enough to actually battle for this, with the exception of the early battle from these two when the 64 Lexus made a very big move into the Le Mans chicane to get around Total Wolf. So but other than that, they've just been on a very equal pace. The Aston Martin just has not quite been able to get back into the slipstream range of the Lexus in front, and I think solely that reason alone is the only reason why potentially we haven't seen this battle redevelop half a dozen times in the last hour and a bit here. So anything can happen. Still got lots of time left here yet in before we swap drivers here again. So the GT Finland racers, a minute 21 behind Total Wolf. I mean, that gap just has not changed in over an hour. Alessandro is nibbling. It was 17 seconds from ORT when they came out, but Alessandro has gotten the RX Racing Team ahead of ORT BMW by currently 3 seconds. That gap was 6 seconds, so ORT has picked the pace up here a little bit as well. But it was a solid 17 seconds for quite some time. Nibbling it down now. He's got it down to just over 15 seconds, so has knocked a couple seconds out of Snowman up in front here in the 66 GT Finland Racing Corvette, but he's also bringing ORT with him here, only 3 seconds in behind as well. So when we jump on board of the ORT car here, I mean, you know, he's going to come around the 90 here, and he can fully see Alessandro and has been chasing those taillights for a little while now. So sometimes the only incentive you really need as a driver is to see the car ahead of you. From cold Germany, is it cold in Germany here today, Ruckus? Alright, so we have a blue flag coming here. We're just going to grab the old handy right joystick for a second. Grab the right controller. Oh, it won't let me look behind. Bet you it does now. And we had a blue flag waving, so the car directly behind Valsalenta here is a lead lap car. Which lead lap car I'm unsure of at this moment in time, but is the Sector 7 Racing Cougar team, I believe our 5th place team here right now that is closing in. Sorry, 4th place team that is closing in on the ORT BMW here, and then he is very closely followed by Total Wolf here. So actually, this could work out well, potentially for Total Wolf if McNaughty gets held up just slightly, navigating around Valsalenta. Then that could potentially allow Total Wolf to close up a small amount of gap. But that does also mean that Total Wolf at some point is going to have to get around Valsalenta as well. And obviously we know that he's not slow, so it's not going to be easy to close that gap to get into a point where you get that conceded position from that driver as well. So timing is everything when lap traffic starts getting involved and you're within a couple seconds of a battle. So I'm sure that both these drivers are thinking about that right now as this is developing in front of them as well. And we're just gonna kind of sit here, I think, with McNaughty and Total Wolf here for a few minutes. I mean, legitimately the closest thing we've got to a battle on the racetrack for actual position right now. So very quiet stint here from Daytona 24 hours here on stint number 8, and we're not surprised. This is pretty typical of long distance endurance racing, unless every single team on the grid has 10 all-star drivers slated up in their lineup that are equally paced across the board. You're not going to see nose-to-tail racing over 24 hours. You don't see nose-to-tail racing over 24 hours in real life. You're not going to see it in the sim racing world either. At some point, the pace differences between the drivers start to separate the field. Now, what we do typically see in long-distance races like this is packs. 2-3 car packs that stick within 3, 4, 5 seconds of each other, and over the duration of a race, those little packs will swap those positions around, battle each other for a little bit until ultimately one or more of those cars make a larger mistake and fall out of that slipstream range to keep them in that fight, and that's pretty much at the point in the race we're at right now. It's little packs, little 2-car packs everywhere that are just close enough to each other not to make a big impact on each other, but just have the driver around in behind or in front of take notice that they're there. And that's kind of where we're at with 4th and 5th place here right now. McNaughty knows he's there. He's been there all stint long, but just cool, calm, collected behind the wheel, and just doing his thing, and now starting to open the gap up a little bit there. So not even really all that close anymore. It's 4 seconds. It's not a comfortable gap by any means. I wouldn't even call that a cushion. I would call that enough pressure relief not to be looking in your rearview mirror constantly to see where that car is. That's about the distance they're at right now here at this particular track. The one thing we do know is that the Aston Martin just does not quite have the overall top end that Lexus does, and I think that is where the struggle is for our 5th place driver right now, trying to close back. You know, McNaughty is on the big run, the banking at the last half of the racetrack is where that Lexus just slightly excels over this Aston Martin here today. Need to get them an ISP for a sponsor. I mean, it's tough. The one thing I find is that our racers from Australia especially seem to just struggle sometimes to stay connected. I don't know why. I don't understand why. It's not like Australia is a third world country or anything like that. You know, they have internet just like we do here in several parts of the world. You know, it's a regular internet connection. They get the same speeds that we do. So I just don't understand why it always seems to be our Australian and New Zealand drivers that seem to really suffer with connections on Gran Turismo, and it honestly doesn't make sense because they're pretty darn close to home base for Gran Turismo. I mean, they're not really that far away from Japan, so I just don't get it, and it's really unfortunate to see because there is a lot of quality drivers in the GT7 platform that come out of Australia and the New Zealand area, and it bothers me because it is. I see a lot of it with our Australian drivers just not being able to stay connected. It just doesn't make sense. It's not fair, that's for sure. It seems like some areas of the world get affected more by random dropouts of lobbies than others. I mean, I've been sim racing and streaming. I mean, I host lobbies. I'm streaming the lobbies. I'm racing in the lobbies. I mean, I am absolutely taxing the living daylights out of my internet and my equipment sometimes. And I do not disconnect from lobbies, ever. I've had one disconnect in my entire 5-year career on Gran Turismo. In all of racing, and that was a couple of years ago, and that was a straight power dropout right in my neighborhood. So I mean, it wasn't even an internet disconnect; it was a straight the juice got turned off by Mother Nature, you know. And so it bothers me a little bit that there's certain areas of the world that just seem to struggle more with connection in the platform. And unfortunately, some of these areas of the world that seem to have these higher rates of disconnects in the game are some of the fastest drivers out there. and I hate seeing it. I just hate seeing it. It very well could be. It could be right, just the sheer distance, yeah. Ooh, there we go. Simon is definitely nibbling here at Payme. The gap was almost at 40 seconds at its highest point here in the early part of stint number 8. And as we draw into the hour 16-minute mark of the stint here, Distinct Simon's got that gap down to 28.7 seconds at this point. So he's nibbled about 10 seconds out of the Grid Life car, currently running in second position. That car is pacing Candyman right now. I mean, 2.5 minutes has been that gap pretty solidly for the whole stint from the race leaders here as well. So Payme is most certainly doing his job in behind the wheel of that Lexus. He's maintaining a very solid pace in behind the wheel of that car. But Distinct Simon is just a little bit quicker right now, roughly a solid 0.6 of a second faster per lap right now, based off of what I'm seeing on the live timing board here. So he is definitely making some tracks here around Daytona right now. And I mean, honestly, at that pace, if it continues, there is potential to see a battle for second place before the end of this race, before the end of the stint, pardon me. Maybe getting towards the driver swaps if it continues to stay at that trend. So Team Grid Life is, I'm sure, aware that that gap is closing, and it'll be interesting to see how they determine they're going to handle that now, sitting in second place here currently. McNaughty Gaming is 51 seconds in behind Distinct Simon right now, and just about 4 minutes behind the overall race leader. 5.5 seconds now to Total Wolf, who's just losing a little bit of pace here with that Lexus up in front. So McNaughty Gaming is just stepping up the pace a little bit here in that 64 Lexus from the Sector 7 McCougar team there. And Loose Moose Racing just starting to lose touch slightly with that Sector 7 Lexus. Our 6th place GT Finland Racing Corvette here has a minute 20 in behind our 5th place driver. It's been a minute 20, minute 21, literally for the last hour and 20 minutes. A very solid pace from most of the drivers here in this stint. I mean, very, very consistent laps is what we can definitely say we are seeing here in stint number 8. Alessandro really is the only driver that's kind of been moving here in stint number 8. Now, granted, McNaughty Gaming did grab an overall position from 5th to 4th place from Total Wolf very early in the stint, right out of pit lane. A battle was ensuing there, but Alessandro has tracked down and closed a 8-second gap to take a position, and opened up 2 seconds over that position since, and also closed up another 2.5 seconds to the next position of GT Finland Racing Corvette up ahead. So I think that Alessandro from Eric's Racing is right now the biggest mover here currently in this stint, as far as forward progression goes towards the next position of the car. I'm glad that our mods here at IRO posted that in the chat. We will be starting up the final part of the stream. We'll have a fresh stream restarted in the next driver swap sequence. So much like part 1 from part 2, the driver swaps will take place, and at some point during that driver swap sequence, you will see part 3 go live on the International Racing Organization YouTube channel. Do what we do, jump in there right away, get that thing popping, and immediately the first thing I need everybody to do when they get into part 3 of that stream, like and share it out. Share it out to everybody you know that loves cars, racing, speed, horsepower, smell of fuel, anything that is car related. get it to them and get them in here to check this out, because we are getting into the last portion, the last hours of this race, and this is when things are going to start to amp up a little bit. So the teams are potentially swapping drivers, the teams are potentially changing strategies, and it is going to be a tactical strike in the paddock over the next 8 hours. Good morning, how are we doing? It's quiet time here in our racing community right now, for sure. We are in that, what I like to call streaming dead zone, where most of the viewers worldwide are in that transition of sleeping or just waking up or right in the middle of dinner and family time. So definitely appreciate everybody that's still here hanging with us right now in the middle part of this race. I know it's been a bit of a dry last couple of hours here, but that's endurance racing. It's just the way it goes sometimes. But I promise this will be starting to spice up over the next few hours, so don't stay away for too long. Alright, Raw Talent Racing, our number 20 BMW, currently sitting in 9th place, has about 8 minutes and 20 seconds to the overall race leader. 35 seconds to Pac O Hunts in 10th place, and actually I believe that's position gained. Is that position gained? That may be a position gained. I believe that Raw Talent Racing was chasing Pac O Hunts, and I believe that they have now gained that position on Pac O Hunts, if my memory is working properly here. That gap was roughly about 20 seconds, if I'm not mistaken, from Pac O Hunts, and now he's 35 seconds to the good, if my memory is working correctly. That is. So I believe that Pac O Hunts here is actually down a position. Am I correct on that? No, I'm not correct on that. That's the AHR team. No, they were in 10th place. Alright. My brain was lying to me. It just took a little while for me to... You like my thought processing? That's how we figure things out in GT45 gaming land. The process of elimination. Talk to yourself till you figure it out. Alright, McNaughty here in 4th place, 53 seconds to Distinct Simon and 7.4 seconds to Total Wolf, so has definitely been putting the pedal to the metal here in the end of the second tire stint here. We should see our race leaders starting to make their way into pit lane here anytime now within the next 2 to 3 racing laps. So basically from now till about lap 47 we should see the majority of the field hit pit lane for their final pit stops here, and then that's going to take us into the final charge of stint number 8 to hand the cars back over to, of course, their next respective drivers to take over. So we're getting there. We're definitely getting there. The stints go by much quicker than you realize once you get into it. So got Nuke, not quite mourning or contemplating other acts after a second DC for esports. Yeah, it's heartbreaking, Nuke. We feel for you, my man. We really do. Yeah, Alessandro's doing a really good job here right now too. It's slowly but surely chiseling away at that gap from Snowman in 6th place. I mean, still at 14 seconds here, but it was at like 14.7 or 14.8 last time we went through the grid here. So you know, it seems like every couple of laps, it's about maybe 2.5 tenths a lap right now that our Eric's Racing GTR is slightly quicker over that GT Finland Corvette right now. So potential here for Eric's Racing maybe to grab another position before we see our driver swaps. 14 seconds honestly is not a ton of time with roughly about 35-40 minutes left in the stint. At a continued pace of about a quarter second a lap, it's every 4 laps you're going to gain a full second back, so they're at 14 seconds. That's going to be 28. So that'd be what, 56 laps, and we got 30 some left. I mean, ultimately, if they continue this pace, I think they can probably close that gap down to around 5 to 7 seconds before driver swaps, pending that both drivers remain basically on a very similar pace that they're on right now. But I mean, Valsalenta has seemed to have sorted out whatever was going on with this BMW, and slowly but surely been just chiseling away a few hundredths a lap here over Eric's Racing to try and regain 7th place back from them, which of course they did get from ORT here earlier on in the stint. So we do have the McCougar 64 Lexus closing in on these guys here as well. So we're going to have some lead lap traffic starting to come into play here. And not exactly the ideal time necessarily for Valsalenta and Alessandro to be dealing with their own blue flag traffic, but also being blue flag traffic. This is an interesting situation, actually. I mean, they're still going to be top 5, Nuke, after they get their time added. Right now, based off of calculations and a little bit of back and forth, we figure they're going to come out right around where Grid Life team is. So they're either going to come out just ahead or just behind, we figure, depending on how the stint finishes, obviously with the time gap. But obviously they've lost the lead lap with the disconnect, which is tough, but they're not out. I mean, definitely not out of the race. That team is not out of the race yet, not with the pace that they have and with the skill level of the drivers behind the wheels of those cars. As long as they can keep the car on the track for the remainder of the race, I mean, I don't know how over the race is for them yet, with 8 hours remaining. I mean, I don't need to tell you. You're a part of that team. Obviously, you know the talent that's behind the wheel of that particular car. But just judging based off what we've seen here today, I have literally watched every minute of this race from minute 1 today. I haven't missed a beat here. I've seen everything that's happened that the broadcasters have caught, anyways. And I mean, the one thing that I have seen is really the only issue right now that Sector 7 Esports number 5 Lexus has to deal with is that Esports Race Asylum car. That is the big problem for them right now. So, can they get back on the lead lap? I don't know. But do I feel like that they can put themselves back on the podium? Absolutely. I don't think that they're out of this yet. So a little bit of perspective for you to take back to the boys in the paddock there. I know, I'm sure that you guys have done the math and figured that out already yourselves, knowing you guys, but essentially that's the breakdown. Essentially that's about where it lands right now. Once we get a little closer to the driver swap, I'll be able to definitely weigh in a lot better on what that gap is going to be, because ultimately it is going to be when Candyman comes into pit lane is when that time infraction is going to start. So I mean, it's all irrelevant until lap 60, at the end of lap 69 here, when we see Candyman most likely to come in and turn this thing over for stint number 9. So speaking of Candyman coming into pit lane right now, going to take on a fresh set of tires. And we don't have anything crazy going on the racetrack, so we're going to watch this crew at work here. You can see the gas man filling up that car, and the 44 Corvette from Esports Race Asylum making their final pit stop of this stint here. And the crew looking pretty calm. Nice and casual there. The tire man just chilling as he got that tire over the wall. Lollipop goes up and Corvette released. Alright, so Candyman makes the pit stop. And I mean, strategy not that big of a factor for the Esports Race Asylum team here now in this stint. They can just worry about getting the car as quickly as possible back to pit lane to hand it over at this point. It's up to the rest of the field to try and close the gap. Payday here is 2 minutes 39 seconds in behind. Literally a couple seconds lost over the last, I don't know, 10 laps since the last time we really took a close look at the gap from the race leader. However, with that being said, we did just see a pit from Candyman, and that live timing may not have adjusted yet as well. With that being said, we should actually see that gap come down to about 2 minutes, give or take, due to the pit stops. So potentially that gap is around a 3-minute gap here over Team Grid Life. We'll have to wait for the live timing to correct that for us, but no. We were talking about Macho Monkey, who disconnected from the race lead. They're going to get a time added based off of a formula within the rule book for a disconnect policy, which allows the team to get back into the race, but obviously they can't come back 12 seconds ahead in the race lead because you disconnected on lap 24 of a 70-lap stint. That's kind of not exactly fair, right? So the organization has come up with a formula that has been tweaked and worked over through the 2024 season leading into the 2025 season here to essentially simulate a mechanical failure and having to pull the car behind pit wall to fix it, right? So as opposed to losing 50 laps and going literally 100 minutes behind, the formula works it out, so they're going to lose roughly 2 laps as opposed to 50 laps. Until they can get back into the race. So it's a very hard-worked formula that's put into place, and essentially it's X amount of seconds per lap for the remaining laps of the stint from disconnect plus the gap to the leader. In this case, they were the leaders, so this factors in as obviously the gap they had from second place at the time of disconnect will get removed off of that time penalty for the disconnect, and that should slate them out somewhere around we figure third place in stint number 9 when they finally get released. So penalty is such the wrong word for it. It's just I don't have another word to express the situation, I guess. How's it going, Cupcake? 2 minutes and 25 seconds. As I said, Nuke, I'm sure you guys have figured all that out. So, at a minute 40 a lap, 44 a lap, that's a minute and 3/4. It's not quite 2 laps there, so they're not out of it. Like I said, their biggest task is trying to get the lead lap back from Esports Race Asylum and then navigate back around the pack again. I mean, that is going to be obviously the biggest task for number 5 Lexus now getting back into the race. I don't know if a 2-minute time loss is necessarily the end of the world for the caliber of drivers behind the wheel of that car, but definitely maybe a little bit of uncertainty now starting to envelop around that garage with the reliability of their race car, in a sense, right now. I mean, cars break. That's what they do in life. It's a part of racing, right? So it's what we sign up for as racers, and it's something that we understand can happen. And it's just, unfortunately, it happens to some people more often than others. That's all. Lexus is so fast I had to cut you off.
I don't think that's the case, but maybe. You just never know.
So we can't really gauge our gaps yet right now. We still have our pit stops underway. We got Raw Talent Racing here in the pit lane right now in 9th place. You can see the fuel man doing his thing. So the gaps are going to be a little bit misstrued at the moment until all of our drivers have hit pit lane. And I'm not honestly getting what seems like proper timing updating information right now. Or we've just literally missed the time when the pit stop between Candyman and Paymay changed the timing, because I mean the timing has been 2:39 for like the last 4 laps now. Yeah, you know, in all actuality, that sounds and looks about right. Looking at the live timing, Distinct Simon here is starting to make some time though here. I mean, we were talking about DRX Racing number 7 GTR being potentially the fastest or the biggest forward progressive mover in stint number 8 here. We got to put Distinct Simon into that conversation here now as well. I mean, that gap was 40 seconds to number 3 Grid Life Lexus at the beginning of the stint, and that gap is now down to 24 seconds. So I mean, that's a 16-second gain over the stint here on the second place car currently. So that is some pretty decent forward progress in the middle part of this race, and you can see actually that there is just a little bit of a red hue starting in behind Daytona here, so that tells me that we are starting to get into our sunrise hours here. McNaughty Gaming in 4th place has 56 seconds to Distinct Simon. Simon has slowly but surely been putting time on the 64 Lexus here, and has almost got that up to about a minute gap. And McNaughty Gaming has had a tough time shaking Total Wolf in the Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin team in 5th place, the Japanese driver currently here, but has over the last 20 or 25 minutes here really kind of stepped the pace up and has now opened that gap up to 11.4 seconds. That gap was sitting very solid at 2 seconds for a good solid hour once McNaughty got around Total Wolf. So McNaughty has just stepped up, you know, and again, I've noticed that some of these cars seem to be better in the early part of the stint, and some seem to turn on in the latter part of the stint, and then there's a couple of cars in the field that are just straight consistent across the board through the whole stint. And it seems to me like our 4th place car here, our 64 Lexus, is one of those cars that really seems to start to turn on in the last half of the 2-hour stint. Maybe it's just the drivers are really starting to settle into the car, lock in, and get into that zone, or the car is dialed in to be stronger in the latter part of the stint. I mean, race cars are very hard to be perfect throughout a full 2-hour stint and set them up like that because of weather change, wind change, and all kinds of different factors on the racetrack. I mean, you can't be bringing the car in every 15 minutes to make a small adjustment to it to make it a little bit more comfortable for the changing conditions. So you're just kind of trying to put the happy medium setting into the car so that you have the best balance throughout the whole stint. But even then, that doesn't necessarily mean that car is going to be balanced. It may just be strong in the earlier part of the tire life, or it may be stronger and then with the later part of the tire life, or it just might be strong in the early run, and as the car has been running for a couple of solid hours straight, you know, maybe it just doesn't like how hot it gets and it slows itself down a little bit. But it seems like the 64 Lexus is just coming alive in the last hour of these stints, and it's something I've been noticing from a few of the teams here throughout the race today is you know, they seem to have a strong point in the stint and then a weaker point in their stint. Alright, so we got GT Finland Racing Team number 66 Corvette here, sitting in 6th place. And hey, for the first time in stint number 8 here, we are under a minute 20 to Total Wolf. at a minute 19. Talk about consistency between these two drivers. I mean, that gap just has not changed over an hour and 40 minutes here. It's pretty incredible to see how consistent these drivers are being in the middle part of this race. The one key thing in the last probably 4.5 to 5 hours of racing has been sheer consistency from the majority of the field. Nobody's really over pushing their cars, and nobody seems to be really struggling with their cars at the moment. Everybody just seems to be kind of comfortable and in a rhythm, and exactly what we expect to see in this part of the race. But the consistency in the laps has been absolutely insane from our middle stint drivers here this weekend, and consistency goes miles in endurance racing. So these middle stint drivers are really trying to set up a good, strong finishing run for their top signed drivers on the teams here as we lead into the final 8 hours of our season opener here from International Racing Organization. I do want to take a minute to thank all the viewers that have tuned in throughout our 24-hour event here so far today and are still here hanging out with us right now, and to our new viewers, welcome in. We appreciate all the continued support. You guys showed huge love at the end of the 2024 season especially, and have just come in tenfold. We've seen a huge growth here at International Racing Organization as far as the racers, as far as the volunteer team behind the scenes, our broadcasting team in the booth, and also our viewership in the streams already early on this season. So we appreciate all the support from the viewers, all you amazing men and women out there, and all the kids too, and even your furry little family friends that like to chase the race cars probably on the TV. Cats are bad for that, just saying. You all matter to us, every single one of you, whether you're just a silent viewer that doesn't interact with the chat, just enjoys watching the race, or whether you're a very active member in the chat, hanging out and hanging out with the community, chatting. I mean, your support, no matter how small it is, you're here, you're saying hello, and you're watching. Appreciate your support. Can't do it without you. Got Valsalenta here in our defending champions car. Number 1 carried on the BMW. That number 1 reserved for the defending champions, and that is the Overboost Racing team here, and currently sitting in 8th place at 3.7 seconds. And I did say not more than 5 minutes ago that I seen a red Hume on the southern side of the racetrack here as we were coming around the racetrack, and very quickly that night is turning into day. So the track is going to start to warm up. We will most certainly probably see a change in wind as the sun starts to rise and night turns into day, and that means that these drivers are going to be making adjustments to these cars to start to prepare for a warming racetrack. Ooh. Pardon me, ladies and gentlemen. That one kind of snuck up on me. It's a good question, Tommy. I think that's something that our racers could probably answer better than I could answer. You think that the cars are probably going to get a little bit faster. They'll still have cool air, so they won't have to worry about overheating issues as much and dialing the car back to maintain temperature at certain points. The track warming up will ultimately put the soft tire compounds that the drivers are using today, which seems to be the tire of choice here today, we'll put them in a more optimal range for grip. So I think that we potentially could see some faster lapping over the next 2-3 hours. I think once we start to get into our late morning and, Florida's Florida, the humidity starts to pick up and that Florida sun starts to beat down on the racetrack here, I think that we're going to see the cars not necessarily slow down, but I think we're going to see the car management change, because we should at that point probably start to see the tires wearing a little bit quicker on the race cars, because again, as the track temperature rises, it is a lot easier to overbuild up your air pressure in your tires, which will cause a higher tire degradation. And although that seems very irrelevant because we're playing a simulated game, tire pressures are a very important factor here in especially lobby racing in Gran Turismo, and especially these endurance races. There's third-party apps that do connect to the Gran Turismo network somehow, some way. People have figured out how to get that data to transfer, and you can actually monitor those types of things through a couple of different third-party apps on your cell phone, or a separate dashboard, so to speak. It tells you all kinds of different things. It tells you how much percent per lap of fuel you're using. It tells you how many laps of fuel you got range left. It tells you roughly how much fuel per lap. It can tell you a lot of different things, surprisingly enough. But the one important thing that a lot of the racers that use these telemetry apps to track things like tire temperatures is the tire temperatures. The tire temperatures are really the most important part. I mean, in order for a racer to maintain the consistency that we're seeing Split 1 maintain here today, it comes down to managing your tires and obviously your control of the race car. So with that being said, obviously if you can keep your tire temperature as close to its optimal range as possible, then you should ultimately have optimum grip in your race car through that whole optimum tire pressure range. So for those of us that are unsure about how it works in Gran Turismo 7, tire temperature does factor into these races, and it does make a difference. So naturally, obviously, as the track heats up, that is going to affect tire degradation. But over the nighttime hours, I feel Daytona is a little bit slippery. The track surface is a little bit colder than the drivers like, and I think that the tires are not necessarily in their optimal range. So I do think that potentially we could see more pace coming out of these drivers. And I have definitely got a massive glitch error going on in spectator mode here this stint. Unfortunately, we just had a driver pop into the lobby potentially by accident here, and they've now apparently taken the fastest lap of the race with a 142.9, and that's due to the fact that the driver that's currently holding that fastest lap was our race leader that disconnected from the lobby. So again, another weird quirk in Gran Turismo 7. When that instance happens, the next person that joins the lobby typically takes the fastest lap, even though they have not even run a lap on the racetrack. And that's exactly what we're seeing there right now. So Ruzi does not own the fastest lap on the racetrack. That was a member of the racing community that potentially just jumped into the lobby by accident here. And apparently now is the fastest lap on track this stint. So... Right, I know, Macho, right? He just comes in and steals your glory like that, like you haven't had a rough enough time, hey? What kind of teammate is that? Alright, the 66 Corvette of GT Finland racers here. I got a little bit sidetracked, yammering on. That happens when the race gets spread out like this. I start to get lost in my own little world of commentary here, so I apologize. Sometimes chat just needs to yell at me and get me back on track. Don't be scared. It's okay. I can take it. I said it.
I shouldn't have sold your bike. It all went downhill after that. Oh, Macho. Oh, Macho.
Shake it off, my man. It's beyond your control. I mean, that's a heartbreaker, dude, but it is absolutely way beyond your guys' control. And you know what? You guys have great racers behind the wheel of that Lexus. You guys aren't done here yet today. I don't believe for a second that you're done here yet. Go out there and show us what Sector 7 Esports has, because I suspect that you guys got a little more than what you're still showing yet. You don't always show all your cards in the early parts of these races. You got to keep a little bit of reserve in behind just in case you need it. So I guess the bigger question is that what we're going to see from the Esports Sector 17 when they get back on instant number 9? I sure hope so, because it's been a thrill to watch them race today. Pack of Hunts here in 10th place for AHR, the 69 BMW here. Again, not seeing the great livery on this car, so hopefully our great broadcaster coming up in behind me here has some better luck with liveries than I had, unfortunately, here in this stint. I mean, it is what it is. What do you do, right? I'm just going to go check to see who our next commentator is here for stint number 9. Jaeger is going to be jumping back in to take the helm here from myself for stint number 9. So we'll have Jaeger back in the booth here for the next couple of hours. So get ready for the entertainment, fans. Get ready for the entertainment. Y'all know that there's something coming when Jaeger steps into the booth. Yes, sir. Alright, first place is ERA's Candyman, and the gap to Payme is unknown, so we'll figure that out when we jump to Payme. But Esports Race Asylum number 44 Corvette is the current race leader, and coming up on a sister car here right now, the 77 Race Asylum GTR, and you can see a signal there for the 44 Corvette to take the right line. As you can see, the left signal light going on from the 77 GTR there, and no confusion there in that navigation on this instance, so that's always good to see. We've got SV's Payme in a number 3 Grid Life Lexus, 2 minutes and 42 seconds in behind Candyman. We finally got a proper timing update. Thank you, game. Appreciate you. And I got to tell you, with 11 and a half laps to go before he hands the car over to the next Grid Life driver here, that 40-second gap is getting nipped away here, and it's down to 17 seconds over Distinct Simon. So Simon is definitely putting in some work for the Sector 7 Boomers Aston Martin team here, now sitting in third place. So our third place team, the 764 Aston Martin of the Sector 7 Boomers team, I apologize, tripping over my tongue here, is again just under 17 seconds in behind. And interesting, as they come around into NASCAR 1 and 2, we see a purple sector almost a tenth to the good here. So we're going to sit here with Simon actually and see if we see a new overall fastest lap of the race, because currently this is on point to potentially be that. It's all going to come down to this run coming out of the Le Mans chicane here, and oof, lost that purple lap there, now just in the blue. So how close is the Aston Martin here to the fastest lap of the race right now? Unsure, and it's unfortunate that he couldn't close in on the 69 car there, get a little slipstream to gain a couple miles an hour here. That might have made the difference for him, but we'll see what the lap is as he comes around here, and it's a 43.244, so missed it by about 0.3 of a second, but a good lap nonetheless here from Distinct Simon. So let's keep moving through the grid here. We got McNaughty Gaming for Sector 7 Racing and Cougar team, the number 64 Lexus here, a minute 6 in behind Distinct Simon, and 4 minutes and 6 seconds behind the overall race leaders. Getting through the grid here, we've got Total Wolf for Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin team, 4 minutes and 20 seconds behind the overall race leaders, and about 13.8 seconds now behind McNaughty Gaming. So just trying to minimize the damage at this point now, and trying to keep that gap within reason before they turn the car over to the next driver. Moving down into 6th place is GT Finland Racing 66 Corvette, minute 19 in behind 5th place, and 5 minutes and 39 seconds overall behind the race leader. That leaves us with Eric's Racing number 7 GTR Alessandro behind the wheel, 5 minutes and 51 seconds behind the race leader, and 11 and a half seconds in behind Snowman. So slowly but surely continues to nibble away at that gap. It was 17 seconds at the beginning of the stint, and that was over ORT's Valsalenta. So now down to 11 and a half seconds here over Eric's Racing, and Eric's Racing potentially going to unlap themselves from 64 Lexus up in front there as well. We've got ORT number 1 BMW here, 6 seconds in behind the 7th place Italian driver currently, and 5 minutes and 57 seconds overall behind the race leader. That takes us to Raw Talent Racing number 20 BMW is currently sitting in 9th place, 8 minutes and 34 seconds in behind the race leader, and roughly about 3 minutes in behind the 8th place driver, and has Paka Hunts about a minute 22 in behind. Moving down to our AHR number 69 BMW car here, 9 minutes and 57 seconds in behind the overall race leader, and we just had a timing section up in behind Italia there, but we're not sure what it is at this moment in time, a minute 22. and 5.2 seconds ahead of RA Shred for the 45 GTR of Last Minute Racing here in 11th place. So Shred's actually been doing a good job of closing up the gap on Paca Hunts here. I think that gap was a little over 30 seconds when Shred came out on track here. So Shred has done a great job at tracking in the 45 Last Minute Racing GTR here, and is 10 minutes behind the race leader here. This team also suffered a disconnect in stint number 3 and has been trying to make up from that disconnect since, and currently in 11th position. We got matey Alex in the Project Platypus Racing Mercedes AMG here. The number 11 car is 16 seconds in behind. Shred currently is just gotten passed by the Raw Talent Racing BMW up ahead in 9th place. I had to think about that for a second. And overall 10 minutes and 19 seconds behind the race leader, and 13th position here in the stint. 14th position overall in the race currently is our number 77 Race Asylum GTR, currently being piloted by Frosty, and it's 15 minutes and 37 seconds in behind the overall race leader. So just a rundown there through the field. Love to hear it, Nolan. I'm glad to hear that you're doing good, and good luck in that orientation. Get yourself locked, stocked, and ready to drive, my man. Brain fart. We just the brain just shut off there temporarily for a minute. The pilot light went out. We had to refire. My apologies. It's rare that I take a breath and actually stop talking during commentary. So a refreshing moment of silence there for the viewers. Imagine that. Candy's consistency is wild. I know. Like what? 0.3 of a second separation between the fastest and slowest lap currently in the last 10 laps. That is some crazy good consistency. Payme here, where is he? I mean, Payme is in the same boat. Payme's consistency is no different than Candyman's right now. I mean, obviously slightly slower on pace, but he hasn't varied in the last 10 laps any more than 0.3 of a second from his fastest to slowest lap either. So Payme showing great consistency here in the number 3 Grid Life Lexus here as well. I mean, this guy's been flying. Simon is, I mean, he's dropping pretty much consistent 43.2s for the most part. Same thing, 0.3 of a second. That seems to be the gap here right now. The consistency gap right now for our drivers that are on point. I mean, again, best lap of 43 flat in this last 10 laps, and the slowest one is a 43.4. So you average all that out, that's about a 0.3 of a second separation from worst to best in the last 10 laps. That's insane consistency. That is not an easy feat. 12 minutes left, lock in, right? I know, right, Dylan? It's just because we don't have any great battles happening right now. We're just imagining battles in our head, envisioning, 3-car battles and drag races to the finish line, I guess. I'm not sure what's going on there, but, we're chilling. We're just enjoying the race and enjoying the time with the viewers and enjoying the time on stream. Yeah, we've been away for quite a while for the most part, so it's nice to get back and kind of get back into the rhythm of doing what we do. So we definitely are just having some fun right now. We're having some fun. I mean, this is essentially the closest battle. I mean, 13-second separation. We're kind of getting there, I guess, between second and third place. Is about the same separation here right now. a few laps to go. I don't think that's enough time to see those gaps close drastically enough to see a position change, pending anything crazy happening, of course. So, I mean, it's going to be a quiet stint to start off here for Jaeger. The wild card is going to be where Sector 7 Esports slots into the next stint. Right now, currently, they're going to come out about 20 seconds ahead of Paymay and GridLife, Team GridLife, which will put them in second place overall. So, I mean, it could have been worse. It could have been a lot worse. 30 seconds, pretty close to 30 seconds, yeah. 27 seconds currently closed between second and third place overall in this stint. Simon has definitely been doing some good work at tracking down on that GridLife car. McNaughty Gaming, about a 14-second gain right now as well himself. So there are some drivers that have done some good job moving up the field here. Snowman has been very consistent. Alessandro is probably gained, I would say, 15 to 20 seconds in forward progression here in this stint as well. So definitely 3 drivers here that have made up some good, have done some good closing on the drivers in front for their respective teams here in stint number 8 for sure. But I mean, the rest of the drivers definitely have not hurt their teams any. They've stayed very, very consistent and kept those gaps fairly consistent. We only got about maybe a handful of teams that have really been on the struggling end of the race here today. For the most part, it's been, I think, pretty good races for each team for the most part, pending the small minor issues and a couple of major issues for a couple of the teams, I suppose. But I mean, it hasn't been a super eventful race in a sense. You know, there hasn't been a lot of contact-related incidents or crazy chaos on the racetrack that has really affected the race overall. There's been a couple of incidents on the racetrack throughout the race today, but in the grand scheme of the fact that we're almost 16 hours into this race and we've only had, to my recollection, maybe 3 or 4 points of actual car-to-car contact throughout this race is pretty incredible, to say the least. So, Shred, there we go. Battle finally found ourselves one. Shred's the man right now. Shred within slipstream range, a pack of hunts here. So AHR is under fire here from Last Minute Racing's number 45 GTR right now, and it is game on here between Shred and pack of hunts. So the 69 AHR BMW is feeling the heat from the 45 Last Minute Racing GTR right now, and very quickly that gap is closed up to 0.4 of a second, and potential opportunity for a turn 1 pass here for Shred as we head into lap number 61 for these two drivers. So are we going to see the move? We're going to see side by side heading into turn 1. That is going to give Shred the inside line here, and just a good, nice pass there from RA Shred over Pack of Hunts. Pack of Hunts didn't really fight that battle. You've seen him just take a normal braking zone into turn 1, and that normal braking pattern allowed Shred to get through nice and cleanly without either driver really losing any time as well. So good positional transition there, and Shred does move that 45 Last Minute Racing GTR up into the top 10 here, and it has been an uphill climb to say the least here for Last Minute Racing today, but they put their heads down over the last few hours and have found a way to find a couple of positions on the racetrack. So, and that is what it's about. With that being said, that leaves Pack of Hunts now half a second in behind Shred. And I mean, these guys only have 8.5 laps left before they're going to hand it over to the other drivers. So that was great time for Shred to gain a position there for that GTR team for sure. Not necessarily ideal for the AHR team, ideally, but they're still right there, and they can still respond back here. So we are going to stick with this battle for a moment. These drivers are roughly about 5 laps down, so we do need to keep our eye on driver swap sequence here. It'll be happening over the next 4 to 5 minutes. So, Yeah, 42.915 from Macho from Sector 7 Esports before he disconnected. That is not the fastest lap of the race, though. That misses it by almost a full tenth there. So the fastest lap is still being held from ERM's Antonio for Sector 7 Esports number 5 Lexus, and that was done in stint number 1 within the first 20 laps of the race. So that is surprising that that lap is held up for the duration of this race till now, in all honesty. We got Matey here. He's 12 seconds in behind Pack of Hunts. That Mercedes is starting to close in a little bit here on that number on the 11th place car, and we've got Frosty here, 15 minutes 45 seconds in behind the race leader. Pole and fastest lap so far, correct. That is correct. And the only other two drivers that have really come close to pressing the overall fastest lap also are drivers for the Sector 7 Esports racing team. So, I mean, there's no question of a doubt that the Esports Sector 7 number 5 Lexus it came out to make a statement here in this round of racing, and even with the exception of having some bad luck with disconnects, a statement most certainly has been made here today already, and I don't think they're done making that statement yet. I would not count Sector 7 Esports out of this race yet. I'm not taking anything away from Esports Race Asylum here. They've done an amazing job at pacing that team all day long and staying in a position to be exactly where they are right now, to have a chance at the race lead here today and a potential race win. And right now they are in a very good position to do so, but they still got 8 hours to maintain it. And 8 hours is a long time for Sector 7 Esports to try and reapply some pressure before the end of this race. So it's going to be a feeding frenzy for the Sector 7 Esports team. I think when they get back on track here in stint number 9, I think they are going to be absolutely fired up. And angry race car drivers typically mean very fast race car drivers, just saying. So it'd be interesting to see what we're going to see over the next couple hours from that team when they get back out of the paddock here and tech inspected and ready to go back. So it's going to be interesting. We're going to stick with our race leader here, as he's going to be coming into pit lane at the end of this racing lap to get ready to turn that number 44 Corvette from Esports Race Asylum over to the next pilot. And again, it will be Jaeger in the comms here for stint number 9. Alright, so it's Candyman. We got Team ORT just in behind, and I believe that is the Project Platypus car in behind them as well. So a mixture of placed cars. We've got 1st, 8th, and 13th. I believe that is right now all in a line. Very interesting to see. But we will be seeing ERA's Candyman coming into pit lane here after he navigates the Le Mans chicane in NASCAR 3 and 4 here. So about another 30 seconds up the road here, we'll see him make the turn into pit lane here at Daytona. And we'll jump down through the field and continue to sit with them until they all get ready to turn their cars over and Jaeger takes things over here. So with that being said, it will be a new stream coming up here in the next roughly 10 to 15 minutes for all our viewers that are tuning in right now on part 2. Part 3 will go live here anytime within the next 5 to 15 minutes, and it will be the final transition for our viewers to have to jump to a new stream to all the way to the checkered flag and podium interviews. So one more time we're looking to set up a fresh stream for the viewers and bring it home here over the last 8 hours of this race. Alright, moving over to SV's Payme here for the number 3 Grid Life Lexus, currently sitting in second place. Is 2 minutes and 47 seconds in behind the overall race lead, and once we factor Sector 7 Esports back in, should put them in third place upon the driver swap once they get into pit lane. It's going to be roughly about 20 seconds difference between the two cars. give or take. We'll be going to part 3. That's correct, Nick. Yes, yes. All right. We have to get a bottle of water. We did not bring enough water for us for this stint. Well, I'm losing my voice slightly here. PMA will be bringing his Lexus in to turn it over to the next pilot here in the next 45 seconds. Got to navigate the Western Horseshoe and then make his way down through NASCAR 1 and 2 in the Le Mans chicane here still. Is that Loogie jumping into the leading car? We're not sure who we're going to see in the esports races out in car here. I can't quite see the split screen. It's a little too small to read on my poor laptop screen, so you might be able to see it better than I can. Maybe just a little bit. Just got a little overcast all of a sudden, you know, and the sun's blocked slightly. Alright, so the number 3 Grid Life Lexus just entering pit lane. Should be in their pit box here in just a few moments' time. And we'll be ready to send out their next pilot, Distinct Simon. Only 8 seconds in behind. Huge close. 32 seconds closed up overall there on the second place team here in this stint. So that was a good gain by Simon for the Sector 7 Boomer team. And McNaughty Gaming now going to be the next to bring the car in. So Sector 7 McCougar, which will come out in 5th place here in stint number 9. I know it says 4th place here, but we do have a car factored back into the race here that disconnected from the last race, and they, I believe, came out in 2nd place on the track there. So I could be wrong. I can't quite see what's going on there yet, but worst case scenario, 3rd place. It's been a fairly uneventful race for the most part, but a couple of really big moments. You know, it's kind of funny. That's usually the way it goes. You have a quiet race that just have huge moments, or you've got an absolutely chaotic race that just doesn't stop being chaotic all race long. We've got the latter of the two here today. We've got the quiet race with just some really big moments in it that kind of change things slightly. Whether or not it's for the better or for the worse, I guess that's to be determined if you're a viewer or if you're the racer affected. For the viewers, makes things more interesting for us for sure behind watching on the TV screens, but for the racers that have worked hard to open those gaps up and have to deal with the consequences of said incidents, maybe not so enjoyable. So I think it depends on what side of the fence you're on. It depends on how you look at the events that have unfolded here throughout the first 16 hours of our race, but at the end of the day, it all makes for good entertainment. So up to 10, the maximum of 10 drivers per team, depending on the length of the race on the race weekend, also does determine on how many drivers are also going to be allowed in the race. So teams that are carrying a heavy driver load in these 8-hour races, for example, especially, are most likely going to have an in-team race-off or qualifier to see which of the 3 or 4 drivers most likely in these 8-hour races are going to take the wheel of the car, because obviously in an 8-hour race, it's not in a 24-hour race. It's a lot shorter distance time. You're going to want to put your at least 3, as Nick had just stated in the chat, which I was going to touch on. You have to have a minimum of 3 to field. 3 drivers over a 24-hour race would be a lot. You definitely, most drivers have 5 to 6 drivers on their teams. I know in my split 2 team, 1010 Sim Racing, I think we've got 8 registered into our drivers list. So just in case, some drivers might not be able to make a race weekend, it's good to have options as a racing team, especially on these big, longer 24-hour races. It's definitely ideal to have at least 6 drivers available to handle the 12 driving stints. All right, so GT Finland Racers in, Alessandro's in, 14 seconds behind, and ORT's Vasilente in 8.5 seconds behind them. So there is a 3-way battle. They're only separated, 3 cars only separated by about roughly 15 seconds there. So that could make things interesting to start off stint number 9 here. Now as the track starts to heat up as well, I think we might start to see a little bit more pace come out of the cars in a tire sense, because the track temperature is starting to kind of grow into a more optimal range for the racers as well. But with the hotter temperature, that also means a higher risk of the cars starting to overheat themselves a little bit. So it's a give and take. It depends how hot it gets and how quickly it gets that hot. It depends on really on the overall pace of what we're going to see here over.
All right, thank you, GT45 Gaming, for that coverage of stint number 8. And as mentioned earlier, we have to switch the streams now. So we're going over to part 3 of the broadcast. The link is in the pinned comment section of the stream chat. And we'll see you there in hopefully under 1 minute.